When Hanju chose to continue, two figures appeared in his mind, and two lines of words appeared in front of him. Tai Sutian, Cultivation Unknown, a mysterious existence nurtured by the 33-layered heavens. She lives in Niwa Imperial Palace all year round and listens to the sages preach. Under the orders of the sage, she descended into the mortal world and entered the calamity. Dao Comprehension Sword was created as one of her clones to comprehend the Dao. Greedy Lord, 6 Mystic Divine Origin, the first servant of Immortal Emperor Samsara. He obeyed Immortal Emperor Samsara, but as his cultivation level increased, he gradually gained his own ambitions. Hanju showed a frown. It was Tai Sutian. Tai Sutian's portrait was different from Dao Comprehension Sword, so he had never connected them together. He didn't expect Tai Sutian to have a clone. Wait. In addition to the heaven-mending stone that Tai Sutian had thrown to Fangliang, Niwa Imperial Palace had definitely targeted him. Hanju felt his blood run cold. If he didn't have the system, he wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of Niwa Imperial Palace. The heaven-mending stone could be regarded as Fangliang's fortuitous encounter, and Dao Comprehension Sword's previous owner did not leave any clues. The sages were high and mighty. They said that they wouldn't enter the calamity, but they were actually secretly manipulating the situation. Zutu seemed to be a pawn of Niwa Imperial Palace. As for this greedy lord, Hanju had never heard of him before. From his appearance, he was extremely ugly. Why did he have to pretend to be Hanju? Could this be the instructions of Immortal Emperor Samsara? No. The greatest winner in the future would be Greedy Lord, not Immortal Emperor Samsara. In addition, the information indicated that Greedy Lord had his own ambitions. It meant that this fellow had already become rebellious. He might even harm Immortal Emperor Samsara in the future. How interesting! Hanju laughed in anger. The immortal world was really complicated. Other than the big shots on the surface, many people were hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Hanju wondered if he should directly curse Tai Sutian and Greedy Lord? No. If he killed them like this, something might happen again. He would wait for a while and deal with them after they surfaced. They definitely didn't expect Hanju to already know their plot. With their strength, it was impossible for them to overturn the heavenly court in a short period of time, much less threaten the hidden sect. Hanju called Dao Comprehension Sword in. He seemed to be preaching the Dao for her, but in fact, he took the opportunity to deepen the 6 Paths insignia to prevent Tai Sutian from playing any tricks. The 6 Paths insignia didn't affect Dao Comprehension Sword normally. Hanju was only making preparations. Too many mighty figures had perished. Hanju had to be cautious. Even Zenith Heaven experts could die, let alone him. In a vast underground cave, countless figures gathered. There were people, demons, and ghosts. Wearing a black robe, Xian Qingjun mixed into the crowd. She looked ahead. Several kilometers away, there was a high platform. On the platform stood dozens of existences emitting powerful auras. They were discussing something. I didn't expect the Darkness sect to be mixed with so many factions. Where did the Dark Forbidden Lord come from? Xian Qingjun was shocked. She had joined the Darkness sect by chance. As for the Jie School, she felt that there was no future for her there. The sect master of the Jie School no longer cared about anything. The elders and the island masters were fighting openly and secretly. They were no longer the Providence sect of the legends. They were more like a crazy mob. After a while, a voice sounded, "Quiet!" All the waiting disciples of the Darkness sect shut up and turned to look. If Hanju was here, he would discover that the speaker was Xue Mingyi, who had escaped from the 9 nether purgatory. Xue Mingyi, whose body was burning with blood qi, stood at the edge of the platform and looked down at everyone. He said, "There are too many detestable people in the current immortal world pretending to be the Dark Forbidden Lord, including Zutu of the Divine Palace. We're all believers of the Dark Forbidden Lord. How can we tolerate this? We have to do something for him. Unconsciously, he will watch us and look forward to our performance. Do you want to gain the Dark Forbidden Lord's favor? Everyone became excited. Yes! The shouts gathered together and shook the entire underground cave. Xian Qingjun was also shocked. This was the first time she had seen such a scene in the immortal world. She had never seen it in the Jie school before. She couldn't understand. Why was the Dark Forbidden Lord so charismatic? Although he was indeed very strong and had forced the heavenly Tao Buddha and the demon emperor to die, he had never appeared. Shui Mingyi continued with a smile. Since some time ago, the myriad worlds had been divided by the divine palace, the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, and the demon court. They are high and mighty and set the rules of the myriad worlds. However, from time to time, conflicts will erupt between them, causing countless living beings to rush to the netherworld and even perish in body and soul. However, no matter how many wars there are, the ones who will die will always be us, the weak factions. The four overlords are still overlords, and all living beings are pawns in their game. As they laugh, countless living beings will die. This despairing situation is finally broken. It's him, the Dark Forbidden Lord. He appeared out of nowhere and cursed the Buddhist sect's heavenly Tao Buddha to reveal his true form. The mighty Buddhist sect actually had the devil ancestor becoming a Buddha. It's truly ridiculous. There's also the demon emperor who went mad and slaughtered the immortal world. The heavenly emperor, the master of the divine palace, and the Buddha didn't dare to attack. It was also the Dark Forbidden Lord who personally took action to eliminate this disaster. Now, the world is filled with fake Dark Forbidden Lords. This is an insult to him. We have to represent the orthodox lineage of the Dark Forbidden Lord and eliminate these imposters. Because only we truly fear the Dark Forbidden Lord and truly respect him. I, Shui Mingyi, represent the Azura race to join the Darkness sect. When the calamity begins, the Azura race will definitely be the first. Are you all willing to sacrifice everything for the Dark Forbidden Lord and the whole world? All the living beings shouted in unison. Even Xian Qingjun felt her blood boiling. This belief was too strong. Could let the Darkness sect become united. As long as the Dark Forbidden Lord did not lose, the Darkness sect would be an invincible army. Xian Qingjun was also looking forward to it. Perhaps following the Darkness sect would allow her to obtain a great opportunity in the calamity. She couldn't help but think of Han Ju. His strength had already surpassed hers, but he was timid by nature and was afraid of the calamity. After this calamity ends, if the Darkness sect can laugh until the end, I can help introduce him. Xian Qingjun smiled. Back then, in order to comprehend the Tao, she accidentally found Han Ju to be her Tao companion. After so many years, the only person she could remember was him. The others had already turned to dust. 10 years passed. Han Ju stopped cultivating and started cursing the enemy. Tao Comprehension Sword was basically staying outside the cave and cultivating with Liao. Unless Han Ju called for her, she wouldn't take the initiative to return. Han Ju sighed. It was true that girls liked to leave home after reaching maturity. At the same time, he relaxed a lot. With Tao Comprehension Sword beside him, he would always be a little wary. Han Ju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Nothing major had happened recently. The emails looked boring. A month later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune. He suddenly had an idea. I want to see what greedy lord is doing, Han Ju thought silently. 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? After all, he was a 6 mystic divine origin expert. He was very close to the zenith heaven realm. However, 10 million years of lifespan was nothing to the current Han Ju. Continue. Han Ju silently made his choice. Immediately after, he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a dark palace. A figure sat in the hall. It was Greedy Lord. He was dressed in white and his black hair was naturally disheveled. His face was ugly and his facial features were distorted as if they had been crushed into a ball. His hands kept changing hand seals as he cultivated. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Samsara appeared in front of him. It was still D. Taibai's appearance. Greedy Lord hurriedly knelt down and bowed humbly. Immortal Emperor Samsara said, "The 2 geniuses I nurtured have already entered the calamity. Don't stay idle. Go and protect them. Remember, don't be discovered by them." Hearing this, greedy Lord replied, "No problem." Immortal Emperor Samsara flipped his right hand and took out a purple divine jade. He handed it to greedy Lord and said, "This treasure is for you, just in case." Greedy Lord was pleasantly surprised and immediately thanked Immortal Emperor Samsara. Immortal Emperor Samsara vanished. Greedy Lord put away the Dharma treasure and continued cultivating. The scene shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He frowned. That's it? 10 million years of lifespan in exchange for this? Hanju felt cheated. It was so uncomfortable. He saw nothing. He only saw a character relationship that he knew all along. Hanju didn't dare to look at Tai Sutian anymore. Forget it. In any case, these two couldn't threaten Hanju for the time being. They were still very weak for the time being. Hanju only needed to observe their cultivation level and kill them before they obtained a great opportunity. I can't change the situation too early, or new and stronger figures will appear. Hanju thought silently. After all, he didn't enter the tribulation. Under such circumstances, everything he did could easily be used by others. Then, he stopped thinking and continued cultivating. He wanted to reach the two mystic divine origin as soon as possible. Even if he reached the deity realm, his cultivation could not stop. He had to strengthen steadily. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju's cultivation level had been increasing. The deity realm cultivated divine origin, which was also a form of dharmic powers. He no longer cultivated using chi but absorbed negative karma. After reaching the deity realm, immortal chi would lose its effect. Deity realm cultivators needed higher-level energy. Hanju discovered that the Kanate chi emitted by the Bujo divine flower was suitable for deity realm cultivation. However, there was only one Bujo divine flower, and it couldn't be given to Hanju to cultivate. He was only nurturing the Bujo divine flower now and didn't use it. What was worth mentioning was that the resurrection lily given by Mengpa had been increasing. Now, the field of lilies had already reached the outside of the cave abode. Hanju didn't stop it and let it grow. The immortal chi of Hidden Sect Island increased steadily. While Hanju became stronger, the other disciples also became stronger. Among them, Liao had already reached the late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. Only Chu Shuren could compare. Morong Chi and Lu Huashu were slightly weaker. Panexian didn't look for him again. Besides cultivating, Hanju would also pay attention to the nether race. The fiends gathered in a corner of the 9 nether purgatory. There was no land, no food, and even no enemies. They could only cultivate endlessly. Hanju discovered that the nether race had the strong physique of the Magus race and also the essence soul of the human race. They didn't look like Diamond Rage but more like Tulinger. They bore the good qualities of both humans and magi perfectly. This race had great potential. Hanju kept hesitating if he should accept them. Empress Hutu was clearly expressing her goodwill to him. They had a total of 10,000 people. Without reproduction, they were still a small group. But in the future, they would definitely become a powerful force. Let's observe for another 1,000 years. If they all have the mentality to cultivate diligently, we can nurture them. Hanju thought like this. There was still the reroll world hidden in the depths of his soul. It was fine if there was another race, but he was afraid that this race would not be able to tolerate loneliness and cause trouble for him. Just as Hanju was cursing and thinking about these questions, Zhang Yi's divine sense aura came from the golden crow token. Hanju took it out and contacted him. "Don't talk to me about opportunities," Hanju said angrily. Zhang Yi said angrily, "Who do you think I am?" "Then what is it?" "It's like this. After I returned to the Golden Crow Divine Clan, I discovered that the clan has changed. The elders have become radical. All of them want to enter the calamity and rule the myriad worlds. If this continues, I'll probably be unable to cultivate properly in the future and be forced to enter the calamity to fight." Speaking of this, Zhang Yi was very troubled. Ever since he knew Hanju's cultivation level, he had an epiphany. He had risked his life to fight for providence and opportunities. But Hanju had overtaken him and even left him far behind. How could he stand it? He was the #1 prodigy of the Golden Crow divine clan. The path of entering the tribulation was clearly wrong. Hanju was right. Prodigies like them didn't need to enter the calamity at all. Entering the tribulation was a waste of time. Hanju said, "In that case, leave the Golden Crow divine clan and find a place to cultivate. The world is vast and there are battles everywhere. Where can I go? I don't want to join the heavenly court." Xianxia's tone was filled with helplessness. Hanju understood what he meant. He snorted. "Then there's no choice. Everyone has their own fate. Just accept it. Brat, do you dislike me so much? Back then, the Golden Crow divine emperor chased after you. I stood up for you and was almost beaten to death by him." Xianxia's tone was very bitter. Hanju almost had goosebumps. He did remember this matter. Xianxia really did that for him. Thinking of this, Hanju couldn't help but become soft-hearted. He hesitated and then said, "Then you can come to seek refuge with me. But there's one thing. Here you will listen to me. I won't let you take the risk. But I won't let you act recklessly either." Xianxia chuckled. "That's more like it. Where are you? I'll go find you." Hanju silently used the derivation function. "Is Xianxia plotting against me? 1,000,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." "No." Hanju was relieved. He suddenly realized that the derivation function could also be used as a lie detector. It could be used like this in the future. 9 nether purgatory. What? Yes. Are you coming? Are you crazy? Xianxia was shocked. He felt that Hanju was joking. Hanju snorted. "Don't expose me. If you really want to come, you can think of a way to enter the 9 nether purgatory. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this, including your clansmen. Otherwise, we will cut ties." "All right, just you wait." Xianxia ended the divine sense connection after saying that. He was clearly agitated. Hanju put down the Golden Crow token and couldn't help but sigh. The hidden sect had strengthened again. Unknowingly, the #1 prodigy of the Golden Crow divine clan had also joined. However, Xianxia might not really leave the clan. It wasn't bad to form goodwill in the future. No matter how powerful a force was, it was impossible for them to not have good karma. The demon court was related to many ancient races. The heavenly court was backed by the Tao sect, and the divine palace was closely related to the human race's sacred dynasty. The Buddhist sect also had countless believers. Hanju continued cursing. After cursing all his enemies, he continued cultivating. Several months passed. Empress Hutu came. Her aura filled the 9 nether purgatory, but she did not say a word. After Hanju sensed her aura, he knew that she was looking for him. Even sages couldn't spy on the situation inside the Tao field, so Empress Hutu could only do so. Hanju spread out his divine sense and quickly arrived in front of Empress Hutu. Empress Hutu looked at the nether race from afar. It was unknown what she was thinking. Previously, Hanju had only communicated with Empress Hutu with his divine sense. This was the first time he had seen the real deal. She floated in the void, dressed in a long golden dress. The hem of the dress shimmered with all sorts of stars and was dazzling. She was barefoot and wore a long feather embedded with a mysterious bird. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, and there was kindness between her brows. A wheel-shaped halo with a total of 6 colors floated behind her as it spun slowly. "Empress, do you have something to instruct me?" Hanju asked. Empress Hutu's gaze landed on him. She smiled and said, "I want to give you an opportunity." Hanju felt his scalp tingle when he heard the word opportunity. In the past, so many opportunities that hid deep pits had made him believe that opportunities were equivalent to danger. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Empress. Forget about the opportunity. I just want to cultivate diligently." Hanju braced himself and replied. Empress Huta smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? I've already brought you the opportunity." With a flip of her fair hand, A jade sword appeared in her hand. This is a merit dharma treasure. The immeasurable sword can absorb heavenly Tao merit. As the nether race grows stronger, the heavenly Tao merit you obtain will increase. The merit you can't digest in time can be stored in this treasure. With that said, Empress Hutu threw the immeasurable sword out. The immeasurable sword was only 30 centimeters long. Rather than calling it a sword, it was more like a dagger. It was entirely green jade and felt cold to the touch. Hanju felt relieved and thanked her. "Thank you, Empress." Empress Huta smiled and asked, "How's the nether race?" Hanju pulled the immeasurable sword into the Khanate cave abode and replied, "Very high potential. It has the advantages of both the Magus race and the human race. It's just that it seems." Empress Huta said, "They can't reproduce, right?" "Yes. This is their flaw. Therefore, my plan is not to make them the protagonists of the heavenly Tao. Like the humans, they are to be spread throughout the worlds. I want them to shoulder the responsibility of the immortals and serve all living beings. If they can't reproduce, it will prevent many conflicts over inheritance. However, other than inheritances, their own cultivation will also involve conflicts of interest. Besides, if they become stronger, they will definitely find a way to have descendants. No, they can't reproduce because of the heavenly Tao. They can't use any method to produce descendants. I sacrificed the future of the Magus race in exchange for the birth of the Nether race." Hanju remained silent. He didn't believe everything she said. After all, Diamond Rage and Tulinger were still around. The two of them could find someone else to marry and have children. Sooner or later, they would develop the Magus race. It's not only the Nether race. Diamond Rage and Tulinger are the same. They will be cursed by the heavenly Tao and will never be able to reproduce. The good thing is that they will not be affected by negative karma. From now on, they can openly travel the worlds. Empress Hutu's tone was rather helpless. Hanju was secretly shocked. "How ruthless." Empress Huta said, "I acknowledge your potential. Not only me, but there are actually other sages paying attention to you. You're a variable. I hope that you can accept the Nether race. This way, I can focus on managing the cycle of reincarnation. Entrusting him with them?" Hanju frowned. "One day you will need to preach the Tao just like how Ancestor Shitian taught you the Tao of Karma. The more cultivators there are in the Tao of Karma, the stronger he will become. This is a win-win situation. It is very hard to attain the Tao as a lone individual. Of course, after you accept the Nether race, if you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to look for me," Empress Huta said with sincerity. Hanju thought silently. If I accept the Nether race, will I be controlled by Empress Hutu or the heavenly Tao? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Previously, when he asked, his lifespan had not been deducted. Could it be that it did not involve the karma of the future? Hanju had no choice but to continue. Another 100 million was used. No. It was worth 100 million. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Empress Hutu didn't plot against him. He immediately replied, "In that case, leave the Nether race to me. Empress Hutu's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4.5 stars. Empress Huta smiled and said, "Not bad. In the future, you will understand that I'm not harming you." With that, her aura vanished. Hanju looked at the Nether race and directly used his divine sense to move them into the Hidden Sect Island. The Hidden Sect Island was very big now. Not to mention 10 million people were not a problem. After landing, the members of the Nether race all panicked. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. At this moment, Hanju's voice sounded. "Empress Hutu entrusted you to me. I was also the one who named you the Nether race. From now on, you can stay on the island and cultivate in peace. There are disciples of my hidden sect on the island. All of you must cultivate diligently and not have any conflicts." Not only could the Nether race hear his voice, but everyone from the hidden sect also heard it. Everyone under the Fusang tree immediately flew over, very curious about the nether race. Empress Hutu, Chu Shuren muttered. Beside him, Black Hell Demon Lord sighed. Sect Master has always been in seclusion, but he can always expand his network. He's really impressive. Even a sage has entrusted him with a race. It seems that even if our sect master isn't a sage, he's not far from one. The Black Hell Chicken said proudly, I've already guessed that Master is the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor. He's even more powerful than the heavenly Tao. The speaker did not mean anything, but the listener felt something. Chu Shuren frowned after hearing this. For a time, Hidden Sect Island became lively again. Hanju hesitated. Empress Hutu's words frightened him. There were other sages targeting him. Apart from Ancestor Shiqian's group and the Nuwa Imperial Palace who had designs on him, who else could it be? What kind of existence are sages? Could it be that all the worlds are in their eyes? The more Hanju thought about it, the more his blood ran cold. Fortunately, sages could not enter the world. Otherwise, how could he feel safe? No. He had to hurry up and become stronger. He had to increase the array formation of the Tao field to the level of a sage. At that time, even a sage wouldn't be able to break in. Hanju's eyes became firm. He continued cultivating. 25 years later, Zhang Yi finally arrived at the 9 Nether Purgatory. He didn't shout or scream. Instead, he erupted his aura and waited for Hanju to come and fetch him. Who didn't know that all the vengeful spirits of the 9 Nether Purgatory had run to the immortal world? This negative karma is really strong. How did he survive? Zhang Yi was secretly shocked and suddenly started to admire Hanju. A powerful divine sense wrapped around him. Before he could react, he was moved into the Hidden Sect Island and landed under the Fusang tree. As soon as he landed, Zhang Yi took out his Dharma treasure in fear and prepared to fight. In the end, he saw people around him looking at him with strange expressions. There were 2 golden crows on the tree. This is the number 1 prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan, Zhang Yi. He will also join the hidden sect to cultivate in the future. Hanju's voice came from the Khanate cave abode. He wasn't afraid that Zhang Yi would show off. Just the Black Hell Demon Lord and Diamond Rage were enough to suppress him, let alone the existence of Lu Bu. The Black Hell Demon Lord clicked his tongue in wonder. Why are the geniuses of the Golden Crow Divine Clan here? Previously, when the Demon Emperor tried to rope you in, didn't you reject him and say that you would only serve the Golden Crow Divine Clan? Zhang Yi glanced around and snorted. I'm Hanju's good brother. Our relationship is extraordinary. He begged me to come, so how can I not? I'll also show you what talent is. Cultivate well in the future and catch up to me. You? Can you defeat my brother? Can you defeat the old Magus? The Black Hell Chicken jumped down from the tree and shouted. A newcomer is already so arrogant after just entering. I have to teach him a lesson. It was very perceptive. Hanju didn't even invite Zhang Yi to the cave abode, which meant that their relationship was not that deep. Zhang Yi was immediately displeased. Although the Black Hell Demon Lord was very strong, he did not feel any despair. This meant that the difference between them was not great. Spar. Zhang Yi glared at him. The Black Hell Demon Lord smiled and said, All right, let's enter the Sect Master's simulation trial. Simulation trial? What's that? Sect Master's mystical power that is specially used for fighting. There are also powerful opponents that Sect Master has experienced fighting before. Even the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor, the Master of the Divine Palace, the Heavenly Tao Buddha, and other mighty figures are here. Really? Zhang Yi was suspicious. This guy really knew how to brag. At this moment, Hanju invited him into the simulation trial. At first, Zhang Yi was very surprised. Hanju directly arranged for Diamond Rage to fight with him. After being beaten up, Zhang Yi's fighting spirit was aroused and he started to become obsessed with the simulation trial. The Black Hell Chicken looked at the dazed Zhang Yi and shook its head. It sighed and said, In Master's words, this is another internet addict. Zhou Mingyue shook his head and laughed. He even said that we should catch up to him. This fellow didn't cultivate the moment he came. He will definitely be surpassed by us in the future. The others were also amused. They had more or less been addicted to the simulation trial and knew how satisfying it was. A battle without fear of death was fatally attractive to cultivators. The battle in the simulation trial was so real, it was as if it was reality. But if he was killed, he wouldn't die or suffer any side effects. Such a mystical power was simply unheard of. Hanju saw that Zhang Yi was starting to become addicted to the simulation trial and didn't care anymore. He continued cultivating. 40 years passed. Hanju wasn't close to the two mystic divine origin. Now, he started to absorb the negative karma of the 9 nether purgatory again. Pan-Xian didn't dare to disturb him, so his days were peaceful. After playing the simulation trial for 10 years, Zhang Yi was deeply affected. He discovered that he was actually not an existence second only to Hanju in the hidden sect. He had no choice but to cultivate with all his might. The other disciples did the same. Their lives were not disrupted by Zhang Yi and the nether race's arrival. On this day, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Tai Sutian has inherited the inheritance of the primordial Queen Mother of the West. Her providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia has learned the Demon Emperor mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhoufan was attacked by a cultivator from the Darkness Sect, X32931. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Zhang Guxing tried to devour the Sword Dao River and suffered a backlash. He was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuintian obtained a true dragon race divine weapon. Your disciple Su Qi has cultivated the body of misfortune, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong slaughtered an ancient race. His negative karma has increased greatly. Hanju watched and felt that the immortal world had become exciting again. That dog Zhu Tu was still cursing the Heavenly Emperor. He's courting death. Facing Zhu Tu, Hanju was really in a dilemma. Without any favorability or hatred, he didn't know about Zhu Tu's situation. This made him feel that no matter how he cursed him, it was useless. After all, this fellow was the strongest in the calamity. Hanju also noticed that Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked. It seemed that Immortal Emperor Samsara also had his own grudges. This was also a good thing in case this fellow wanted to harm him. There was also Zhang Guxing. He actually wanted to devour the Sword Dao River. He was so daring. Hanju used to think that Zhang Guxing was a righteous person who protected the Sword Dao. Now he felt that it was different. It seemed that when he was imprisoned in the Divine Palace, Zhang Guxing had been provoked. Reading on, Li Daokong had actually slaughtered an ancient race. To be honest, Hanju didn't feel that he was courting death. Even if his negative karma was overwhelming, Li Daokong would probably be able to wash away his negative karma. However, Hanju felt that Li Daokong would be a tragic figure. He had deduced many times in the future, but Li Daokong was not the final winner. Furthermore, the final winner had slaughtered all living beings, which meant that Li Daokong had also died in the calamity. Thinking of this, Hanju couldn't help but warn himself. The experts on the surface were not terrifying. The sinister ones hiding in the dark were. Even with the system around, Hanju couldn't be careless. After all, in the future, he had failed and didn't protect the people he wanted to protect. After cursing the enemy, Hanju continued cultivating. According to his estimations, he was not far from breaking through to the two mystic divine origin. The stellar primordial body was really powerful. It could absorb negative karma and ensure that his cultivation speed was always extremely fast. How difficult was it for ordinary deity realm mighty figures to break through a minor realm? It might even take forever. Hanju was different. Even if he reached the deity realm, he could clearly feel that he was becoming stronger quickly. Not long after he continued cultivating, the Heavenly Dao token stirred. The Heavenly Emperor contacted him. Hanju accepted the call. Can you still deduce Hauer recently? The Heavenly Emperor asked. Hanju asked in surprise. What's wrong with him? Ever since the Demon Emperor attacked last time and Hauer was captured by him, he has been missing. I tried my best but still couldn't find him. I had no choice but to ask you. Speaking of this, the Heavenly Emperor blamed himself. After all, he had not protected his son well. Long Hao was abducted by the Demon Emperor in the Heavenly Court. To the Heavenly Emperor it was definitely a humiliation, even if the Demon Emperor had already died. Hanju said, I'll try. He silently activated the derivation function. I want to know where Long Hao is. 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So much? But this fellow was not an immortal emperor. Hanju showed a frown. However, when he thought of Hao Tian, he felt relieved. Continue. A line of words appeared in front of him. The answer is not precise. Detected a rough location in the immortal world at the 29th heaven. Hanju showed a frown. That's it? He said helplessly, Your Majesty, I can't deduce where he is either, but I sense that he seems to be in the 29th layer of heaven of the immortal world. 29th heaven? Crap. The Heavenly Emperor was shocked and hurriedly ended the conversation. The Heavenly Dao token stopped shaking. Hanju was surprised. Could there be a secret on the 29th level? He used his interpersonal relationships to check Long Hao's portrait. He was not possessed by Hao Tian. In that case, Hanju couldn't be bothered. He couldn't come out of seclusion anyway. Back then, when Long Hao wanted to leave Hidden Sect Island, he was not forced. He wanted to go out himself. Hanju would help if he could. If he would put himself in danger, he wouldn't risk everything. After putting down the Heavenly Dao token, Hanju quickly entered his cultivation state. 7 years later, Hanju suddenly felt a powerful curse attack. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What happened? Who's messing with me again? Hanju activated the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and used his negative karma to resist the curse. The curse and negative karma were both inclined towards karma. They were both invisible and colorless powers. With the help of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, Hanju was no longer ravaged by the curse. He pinched his fingers to deduce, but he couldn't deduce the source of this curse. Looks like they're also afraid of being discovered. They're all imitating me. Hanju thought disdainfully to himself. You can curse anyone but me. I want to know who cursed me. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He had consumed a lot of his lifespan recently, but it was still far from hitting a round number. Hanju was not afraid of spending it. Immediately after, Hanju felt dizzy and realized that he had jumped into another scene. He opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived in an underground cave. A figure was cursing someone with a book in front of him. It was Xue Mingyi. Hanju was very familiar with this guy. After all, this fellow had led many ancient races to create the Darkness sect. Bastard! You even dare to curse your ancestor. If you don't die, who will? Hanju was furious. At this moment, he suddenly heard Xue Mingyi muttering, Dark Forbidden Lord? Do you feel it? I hope you'll like this. What did he mean? Hanju was surprised. The reason why Xue Mingyi cursed him was to attract his attention? Wait. How did Xue Mingyi know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord? The Demon Emperor Zhu Tu, the Heavenly Tao Buddha, and the other mighty figures did not know. How could he? The scene shattered and Hanju returned to the Khanate cave abode. He continued to ask, Does Xue Mingyi know that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? No. This time, the system did not deduct his lifespan. Hanju couldn't help but ponder. Why? Could it be that it involved his current karma and would not deduct his lifespan? That didn't seem right. Could it be the after-sales service? Hanju couldn't figure it out and couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. He started to think about Xue Mingyi. Before long, the curse vanished. It was obvious that Xue Mingyi was not targeting him. But why was he cursed? Hanju couldn't help but think of the forces related to him. Could it be that Xuemingyi was cursing the heavenly court or the nether race? Hanju continued to ask in his heart, why did Xuemingyi curse me? 50 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He is cursing the heavenly court. Indeed. Hanju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Xuemingyi. Although Xuemingyi was very likely his fan, he threatened the heavenly court. Hanju had to take action. Hanju prepared to spend 1 billion years to warn Xuemingyi. Several days later, in the catacombs. Boom! The terrifying aura shook the cave. Xuemingyi was meditating and circulating his energy with an extremely pale face. He was being cursed. It's definitely the dark forbidden lord. Xuemingyi shivered. This was the first time he had felt such a powerful curse. Only such a curse could drive the demon emperor and the heavenly Tao Buddha mad. Therefore, it could only be the dark forbidden lord. Not only was Xuemingyi not afraid, but he was also very excited. The dark forbidden lord finally responded. With the dark forbidden lord's strength, he could definitely curse him to death easily. However, he did not, which meant that he was transmitting information. The dark forbidden lord was hiding in the heavenly court? It was possible. No wonder nothing happened to the heavenly court among the 4 overlords. The demon court was about to collapse, the Buddhist sect had lost a Buddha, and the divine palace had changed owners. Only the heavenly court had obtained the help of the Tao sect. No matter how he looked at it, the heavenly court was protected by the dark forbidden lord. As Xuemingyi was thinking, an even stronger curse surged over. Oh no! He couldn't withstand it. Xuemingyi spat out a mouthful of blood and formed hand seals with both hands to stabilize the dermic powers in his body. Fortunately, the curse did not continue to strengthen. It dissipated after 5 minutes. Although Xuemingyi had suffered internal injuries, it was not serious. He didn't hate the dark forbidden lord. Instead, he was happy. The dark forbidden lord did not kill him because he wanted to accept him. Xuemingyi put himself in his shoes. If he was the dark forbidden lord, he wouldn't hold back if he wanted to kill someone. With these thoughts in mind, he felt even more respect for the dark forbidden lord. From now on, the heavenly court cannot be targeted. I have to ally with them to show my good intentions. Xuemingyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. He felt that he was too smart. This way, he could confirm where the dark forbidden lord was. Zhu, you pretended to be the dark forbidden lord. Just wait for your death. I can't defeat you. But the dark forbidden lord will definitely not let you go. Xuemingyi began to look forward to the outcome. After teaching Xuemingyi a lesson, Hanju continued cultivating. Time passed. 10 years later, Hanju's cultivation level increased again. He stopped cultivating and took out the Heavenly Tao token to contact the Heavenly Emperor. Soon, the Heavenly Emperor connected to his divine sense. Hanju asked, "Your Majesty, have you found Howard?" The Heavenly Emperor said with a solemn tone, "I've found him, but I can't bring him back. Next, if he looks for you, you can pretend that you had never accepted him as your disciple." "What do you mean? Did he betray us? Or was he possessed?" "I can't say. He wasn't possessed, but he's in danger now. Believe me." Between Long Hao and the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju definitely trusted the Heavenly Emperor more. The Heavenly Emperor was someone who treated him well, and Long Hao was definitely someone who Hanju treated well. Hanju said, "I understand. How's the Heavenly Court recently?" The Heavenly Emperor said, "Not bad. We're constantly devouring the territory of the Demon Court and have also obtained the allegiance of many forces, including the most prominent darkness sect. They took the initiative to express their goodwill and formed an alliance with the Heavenly Court. It's probably the Dark Forbidden Lord's intention." Hanju thought to himself, "Xuemingyi is quite perceptive. In that case, he did not have to die." Hanju said seriously, "Your Majesty, the Dark Forbidden Lord is mysterious and unfathomable. You have to be careful not to be used." "Don't worry. I know what to do." As long as they don't go against the heavenly court, everything can be discussed. The two of them continued to chat for a while before severing their divine sense connection. Heavenly Court. In the Imperial Garden, the Heavenly Emperor put down the Heavenly Tao token and muttered, "Is he really unrelated to the Dark Forbidden Lord?" Xue Mingyi said that it was the Dark Forbidden Lord's intention to cooperate with the Heavenly Court. If that was true, the Dark Forbidden Lord should be from the Heavenly Court. He couldn't help but suspect Hanju again. However, Hanju told him to be careful of the Dark Forbidden Lord. It didn't make sense. What am I thinking? His talent is already strong enough. Why would I still expect him to rely on his own methods to help the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Emperor shook his head and laughed, feeling that he had too many fantasies about Hanju. He frowned. Since the Dark Forbidden Lord had nothing to do with Hanju, it was very likely that he would harm the Heavenly Court. Why did the Darkness sect take this step? In the immortal world now, the Heavenly Court was already the strongest force. Under such circumstances, the Darkness sect helping the Heavenly Court would only help them successfully win the calamity. If the Heavenly Court won, what could the Dark Forbidden Lord obtain? Conspiracy. The more the Heavenly Emperor thought about it, the more uneasy he became. After all, the calamity had yet to reach its peak. Perhaps the Heavenly Court's calamity had yet to truly arrive. After putting down the Heavenly Tao token, Hanju was in a good mood. With the Darkness sect's help, the Heavenly Court should be better off. The Heavenly Emperor treated him too well, causing Hanju to feel bad if he didn't return this favor. Now he was finally able to help the Heavenly Court. Tao Sovereign had strong talent, but he was only a prodigy in the end. He couldn't decide the outcome of the battle between the major factions. However, the Darkness sect was different. They had many ancient races under them. With such a huge force supporting the Heavenly Court, how could it not be strong? Hanju got up and walked out of the cave abode. "I'm going to preach. Everyone, sit tight." Hanju's voice resounded throughout the entire Tao field. Even the 10,000 Nether race members heard it. They couldn't help but look forward to it. They still remembered how Empress Hutu had preached the Tao to them. Jiang Yi couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Hanju curiously. Ever since he experienced the simulation trial, Hanju's image in his heart had become tall and mysterious. He was also shocked by the mystical power of the simulation trial. How could Hanju be weak if he could simulate the cultivation of an ultimate expert? Thinking about it carefully, Jiang Yi was shocked to find that he had never defeated Hanju. Although his attitude in the past was humble, he was clearly not afraid. Looking back, he felt that Hanju was just coaxing him in the past. Also, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor had definitely died in Hanju's hands. This was because he had fought the Golden Crow Divine Emperor in the simulation trial. He was as powerful as in reality. Hanju didn't know what Jiang Yi was thinking. He sat down in front of the Fusang tree and started to talk. Everyone sat down, including Diamond Rage and the Black Hell Demon Lord. Already at the deity realm, Hanju was also helpful to them. As he began to talk about his understanding of cultivation, his voice was filled with magic. It immediately made everyone enter a state of comprehension. They recalled their cultivation and their spiritual perception exploded. All kinds of strange ideas appeared in their minds, enlightening them. This lecture lasted for 5 years. After that, Hanju spent another 2 years answering their questions. The Nether race members didn't receive such treatment, or Hanju would have died of exhaustion. After speaking, Hanju returned to his cave abode and called Tao Comprehension Sword. After the cave abode closed, Tao Comprehension Sword knelt in front of him with a curious expression. She didn't know why Hanju called her. Hanju asked, "Did your previous master look for you recently?" Tao Comprehension Sword asked in surprise, "If I stay here, how will she find me?" "Like in your dreams." "Dream? That's true. Recently, I've been dreaming about her. She's cultivating beside me, but she hasn't spoken to me." Hanju frowned after hearing that. Tai Sutyen was indeed harboring evil intentions. Tao Comprehension Sword was already a Grand Unity True Immortal and was not far from the Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. How could she dream for no reason? Tao Comprehension Sword added, "Don't worry, master. I only have you as my master now. Even if you want me to kill her, I will. Her kindness to me can only be considered a favor. She didn't even notice me. You are different. You made me transform and let me embark on the path of cultivation. You even protected me." As she spoke, Tao Comprehension Sword's eyes turned red. She meant it. Her true form was heaven and earth grass, and she had experienced many lifetimes. Before she met Hanju, she was a grass that floated in all directions of the world. She had been stepped on countless times and suffered countless storms. However, after meeting Hanju, she had never suffered. Now, she was even more carefree and had many friends to talk about the world with. Her life was very comfortable. Hanju smiled and said, "I naturally know how you feel about me, but sometimes, there are many things that you can't control. I want to leave the 6 paths insignia on your soul. If your previous master wants to take the opportunity to control you, I will be able to sense it immediately. In addition, after this insignia is imprinted, I will also control your life and death." The reason why Hanju said this was because he was afraid that Tai Sutian would discover the 6 paths insignia and drive a wedge between him and Tao Comprehension Sword. In that case, he might as well find an opportunity to admit it and eliminate the possibility of danger. "All right." Tao Comprehension Sword agreed immediately and then sat beside him. She was very obedient and didn't even feel nervous. She had a cold and beautiful face, but her eyes were full of smiles. She wasn't guarded against him at all. Hanju's heart softened, but his hands were still very honest. He still had to do it. In the face of absolute power, feelings were very fragile. It wasn't that Hanju didn't trust Tao Comprehension Sword, but that he did not trust Tai Sutian. He had to strengthen the 6 paths insignia to prevent future trouble. Several days later, Tao Comprehension Sword walked out of the cave abode and came to Li Yao's side. Li Yao asked curiously, "Why did Sect Master look for you?" Hanju rarely took the initiative to call Tao Comprehension Sword. Tao Comprehension Sword smiled proudly. "It's hard to say. Don't ask." As she spoke, she even threw a smug look at Tu Linger. Tu Linger curled her lips, her eyes filled with jealousy. Unlike the others, she didn't want to acknowledge Hanju as her master at first. She wanted another identity, but she didn't get her wish. Master is becoming more and more unfathomable. I don't even have a chance to interact with him. What should I do? Tu Linger fell into deep worry. If a handsome man like Hanju went out, he would definitely attract the favor of many peerless and ambitious women. At that time, how could she compete? 30 years later, while cultivating, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. It had been more than 200 years since he broke through to the deity realm. He had yet to break through to the 2 mystic divine origin, but he was not far away. In fact, he could rely on the heavenly Tao merit to break through, but he did not want to be controlled by the heavenly Tao. In short, Hanju's mentality was not bad. He was neither anxious nor impatient. Your good friend Xianxia was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has comprehended the heavenly Tao and his mystical power has improved. Your good friend Li Daokong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Divine General has obtained a mysterious pill. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhoufan was attacked by demons X12229. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou has joined the darkness sect and his providence has transformed. Your Tao companion Xing Hongxian has obtained the human emperor's inheritance. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Long Hao forcefully stepped into the emperor realm. His soul was punished by the heavenly Tao. Fortunately, with the help of a mysterious mighty figure, his consciousness floated into the river of destiny and observed fate. So many mysterious curses. Hanju cursed silently. Currently, 3 people were pretending to be him, Zhu Tu, Xue Mingyi, and Jing Tiangong. Who knew if there was a 4th? Hanju felt that there was, or even more. At this rate, the entire immortal world would be cursed. Too chaotic. Hanju noticed that Mo Fuzhou had also joined the darkness sect. Why didn't Zhou Fan join? Had the two brothers broken up again? As for Xianxia, she actually obtained the human emperor's inheritance. As expected of my wife, her providence is indeed different. The one Hanju cared about the most was Long Hao. This fellow had actually become an immortal emperor and was even prying into fate. What was he and Hao Tian doing? Hanju read the emails for a while before cursing the enemy. The situation in the immortal world had changed. Hanju was only a bystander. He just needed to read the emails to relieve his boredom. There wasn't much he could do. A month later, Hanju continued cultivating. His target was still the two mystic divine origin. According to his estimation, he would break through in at most 100 years. This cultivation speed was still very fast. 17 years later, in the Khanate cave abode, 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 5,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the calamity and fight for providence. You will rise in the chaotic calamity and shock the heavens. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. 2. Ignore the tribulation temporarily and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju cursed silently. Ever since the immeasurable calamity began, the choice of reward had leaned towards joining the calamity. This was luring him into the calamity. Hanju refused. The calamity was too dangerous. It was good to cultivate in peace. Hanju wanted to imitate the Tao ancestor. He would only go out when he reached the peak of his cultivation. He would suppress the entire calamity alone. This is not my era. My era is the next calamity. Hanju thought silently and chose the second option. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. He was only 1 fragment away from the 9 great Tao fragments. The heavenly Tao spirit stone was used to upgrade Dharma treasures. Without hesitation, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to upgrade it using the heavenly Tao spirit stone. Since he wasn't involved in the calamity, other offensive Dharma treasures were useless. Therefore, it was better to strengthen the Book of Misfortune. Could even change the situation. After the heavenly Tao spirit stone fused with the Book of Misfortune, it emitted a black light that shone on Hanju's face. The entire cave abode looked sinister and terrifying, like a demonic cave. 7 days later, Book of Misfortune upgraded from a Deity Realm Numinous Treasure to a Deity Realm Supreme Treasure. Deity Realm Supreme Treasure. Without spending his lifespan, even Deity Realm existences could not stop the Book of Misfortune's curse. If it absorbed lifespan, it would be even more useful. Hanju decided to test the waters. He would curse Zhu Tu first. Apart from him, the other enemies were either inappropriate or could not be cursed to death. He would first spend 100 million years of lifespan on Zhu Tu. Hanju thought silently. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. On the other side, in the Divine Palace, Zhu Tu was resisting Hanju's curse. He was shocked to find that the curse was stronger than before. This was a bad sign. After the heavenly Tao Buddha and the Demon Emperor, he would be the next one attacked by the Dark Forbidden Lord? Humph. I want to see what you can do to me. Zhu Tu did not believe it and continued resisting the curse. The curse power continued to increase. About 4 hours passed. Zhu Tu's expression suddenly changed. He knew that something was wrong. He had no choice but to block with all his might. The next day, he took out the Dharma treasure he had long prepared. It was a red lotus flower. He held the red lotus in front of his abdomen, and endless red chi entered his body. Even so, his face turned pale. In the Khanate cave abode, Hanju's eyes were already bloodshot. He had already lost 8 billion years of his lifespan. He would stop in 10 billion years. He stared at the attributes panel. afraid that his lifespan would decrease by a few extra years. 2 hours later, he suddenly put down the Book of Misfortune. He had just squandered 10 billion years of his lifespan. After exhaling, he muttered, "Awesome!" The Book of Misfortune had been upgraded. He didn't believe that Zhu had not been cursed. On the other side, Zhu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He raised his right hand and pressed a few areas on his body, wanting to control the violent dermic powers. Damn it! Why is his curse so strong? Is his cultivation level higher than mine? Or is he using some special technique? Zhu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. A prolonged curse would backfire on the user. Usually, curses would target a person for no more than a day, unlike the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord that lasted for nearly 10 days. If he was fighting during this period of time, what would happen? Zhu was terrified of the Dark Forbidden Lord for the first time. Previously, he was only afraid. No, I have to find him. Recently, the Darkness sect has joined the Heavenly Court. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord is from the Heavenly Court? The more Zhu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The Tao sect and the Darkness sect supported the Heavenly Court. It was obvious that there was a mysterious force behind all of this, wanting to push the Heavenly Court up the altar. Perhaps if he defeated the Heavenly Court, the Dark Forbidden Lord wouldn't be able to sit still. As long as the Dark Forbidden Lord appeared, Zhu would have a way to kill him. Thinking of this, Zhu's eyes turned cold. 20 years later, Hanju stopped cultivating and started to do the curse mission that occurred once every 10 years. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara. Your grand disciple Fangliang was attacked by your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Jihao has obtained the inheritance of a mighty figure. His sword Dao has transformed. He's a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. Your disciple Long Hao has comprehended the great Dao of destiny. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by the Heavenly Court's Immortals and Gods X280. Your good friend Huang Zuintian received guidance from a sage and learned a mystical power. His cultivation and providence have increased greatly. Your good friend Zhoufan has joined the Darkness sect. His providence has transformed. There had been no mysterious curse in the past 10 years. It seemed that Xuemingyi and Zhu had stopped. However, Hanju noticed that the Heavenly Emperor was attacked by immortals. He had always felt that there were many traitors in the Heavenly Court. Even the Heavenly Emperor's most trusted Detaibai was Immortal Emperor Samsara disguised. The other immortals couldn't be completely loyal. Hanju wasn't worried. The Heavenly Emperor definitely had a way to deal with it. How could he be mediocre if he could sit on the Heavenly Emperor's throne? In addition, Huang Zuintian attracted Hanju's attention. This fellow has already hooked up with a sage? Hanju felt that he had to be careful when he saw Huang Zuintian in the future. What if the saint erased the 6 paths insignia in the depths of Huang Zuintian's soul and turned him into a puppet to plot against him? It was very likely. Sages couldn't enter the world and could only control pawns, just like the one in Nuwa Palace. Just as Hanju was thinking, a majestic pressure descended and enveloped the entire 9 nether purgatory. Immediately after, a domineering roar sounded. All living beings of the heavenly Tao, listen up. The divine palace is a puppet supported by the devil race. After obtaining power, it wants to slaughter all living beings. Kill the disciples of the divine palace and you can obtain merits. You will be rewarded according to your contributions. Bring the token of the divine palace disciples to the heavenly court to receive the reward. You can become a god or an immortal. You can enjoy the heavenly Tao merit. Kill Zhu and you'll be conferred the title of emperor in the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor's voice. Hanju was surprised. What happened? He didn't see that the heavenly emperor was severely injured, so he couldn't directly contact him. What if the heavenly emperor was fighting? Hanju couldn't help but sigh. How many sins had the devil race committed? The greatest burden in the world was on them. He knew that Zhu Tu was not from the devil race, but the former vice sect master of the Jie school. However, there were many traitors in the Jie school. The current Zhu Tu might not be on the Jie school side. They might even be mortal enemies. The Heavenly Emperor's shout caused everyone in the hidden sect to discuss what had happened between the Divine Palace and the Heavenly Court. The Black Hell Demon Lord clicked his tongue in wonder. The Heavenly Emperor is really ruthless. He has labeled the Divine Palace as the devil race. Now, it's very difficult for the Divine Palace to rope in any more forces. After all, such a scandal was just exposed by the Buddhist sect not long ago. Over the long years, the devils had always played an evil role. Many conspirators had even thrown their sins on the devils. It was as if all the evil could have been done by the devils. Duan Hongqian shook his head and smiled. Not necessarily. The calamity has already arrived. Who still cares about the devil race? Forgive me for speaking bluntly. The attractiveness of the heavenly court is only limited to mortals. In the immortal world, as long as one has a good background, there are really not many people who like the heavenly court. Morong Chi snorted. No matter what, the heavenly court is more attractive than the divine palace. The divine palace's prodigy is already gone. He came from the divine palace, but he hated it. Don't speak nonsense. Master supports the heavenly court, the Black Hell Chicken reminded. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Khanate cave abode. Tu Linger asked curiously. Say, if Master brings our hidden sect to help the heavenly court, will the heavenly court win the calamity? Diamond Rage laughed. Of course. You're all prodigies. The sect master is even stronger than the heavenly emperor. With such a force joining, who can stop it? Morong Chi smiled and said, That's right, but Grandmaster wants us to cultivate well. This calamity is not suitable for us. When the next calamity comes, we will all be immortal emperors and deities. Perhaps we will give birth to Zenith Heaven. At that time, won't we sweep through the myriad worlds? After interacting with each other for so long, they knew each other's talents. They were really all geniuses. Chu Shuren's eyes lit up. Hearing Morong Chi's words, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Khanate cave abode with reverence. Don't forget that senior called Lu Bu, Sun Chang'an suddenly said. Everyone couldn't help but look at the seaside of Hidden Sect Island. They were all terrified. They had all challenged Zhu Tu in the simulation trial. Even Diamond Rage had been insta-killed. Zhang Yi sat under the tree and listened to everyone's conversation. He thought to himself, the hidden sect indeed has potential. Sima Yi will definitely not hide forever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created the hidden sect. Following him might have more potential than following the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Perhaps in the future, the Golden Crow Divine Clan would still need his protection. The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Han Ju was too terrifying. His talent was unparalleled, and he had been hiding his strength. Han Ju was cultivating, so he didn't take the conversation of the hidden sect seriously. They had to gossip to soften the passage of long and boring years. Otherwise, it would be too boring. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. Han Ju finally had a chance to break through. He was very excited. It had been nearly 300 years, and he was finally about to break through. He almost suffocated to death. Han Ju didn't even curse the enemy and directly started to break through. The surging negative karma around Hidden Sect Island began to surge like a silent storm. It was majestic and emitted pressure. The breakthrough of the deity realm was to increase the essence of his divine origin, allowing the essence of his dermic powers to constantly break through the limits. When his dermic powers and soul reached perfection, it would be the opportunity to reach the Zenith Heaven realm. Han Ju had the stellar primordial body and the primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao. He only needed to constantly absorb negative karma. He didn't need to go out to find a technique. The primordial chaos reincarnation Great Tao was a Great Tao cultivation technique that Han Ju had exchanged for with 9 Great Tao fragments. Even the entire immortal world might not contain such a cultivation technique. The negative karma of the 9 nether purgatory was endless. It was enough for Han Ju to cultivate for countless years. Time passed. 8 years later, Hanju finally broke through. His divine origin dermic powers had transformed. To mystic divine origin. Hanju became stronger again. This feeling was too wonderful, causing him to make indescribable sounds. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 5058/109 quadrillion, 999 trillion, 999 billion, 999 million, 999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial. Cultivation, to mystic divine origin. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma. Hanju almost cursed, as expected of a breakthrough to the deity realm. His lifespan had increased far beyond the emperor realm. There were too many numbers, Hanju couldn't count anymore. The lifespan deducted previously was directly refreshed as he broke through. Perhaps it was not refreshed, but 9 was the highest number. What was this? 109 quadrillion? 100 million years suddenly became insignificant. Next, he could play it bigger. Hanju had a bold thought. He had nearly 10 quadrillion years of life to squander now. It was simply too much. Hanju spent 2 years consolidating his cultivation. Then he took out the Book of Misfortune, took a deep breath and started cursing. This time, he directly cursed the Divine Palace. He wanted to curse the Divine Palace's providence. He would first use 10 billion years to curse them. He would then use another 50 billion years to play with Zhu. Hanju didn't believe that he couldn't destroy the Divine Palace. Not only could taking revenge on the Divine Palace resolve the problem for the Heavenly Emperor, but it could also avenge his grand disciple, Morong Qi. He was at ease and did not feel any burden. 10 quadrillion minus 60 billion years was... how much? Hanju couldn't be bothered to calculate, but he knew that it was still the number equivalent to longevity. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease, and the Divine Palace began to suffer. After breaking through, his lifespan decreased even faster. The main reason was that his curse power was also becoming stronger, so the consumption was naturally faster. 2 days later, he lost 6 billion years of his lifespan. He continued, Divine Palace. Zhu sat in the hall and circulated his energy to resist the curse. Report the Rage God Emperor has been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Report all Golden Frost Palace disciples are being cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. Report. Some new disciples couldn't withstand the curse and were destroyed in body and soul. Report. The voices of the Divine Palace cultivators came from outside the hall. There were already hundreds of people kneeling in front of the hall, representing the various branches of the Divine Palace. Zhu had a dark expression. He did not reply. He couldn't. The Dark Forbidden Lord was too crazy. He actually cursed the entire Divine Palace. He was definitely from the Heavenly Court. Absolutely. Swearing, Zhu took out his book of curses to curse the entire Heavenly Court. Soon, he sadly discovered that the Heavenly Court was protected by the providence of the Heavenly Tao. He couldn't curse it at all. Indignant, he decided to use his lifespan. Using his life to fight against the Heavenly Tao, it shouldn't be able to stop him. But to curse the entire Heavenly Court, how much lifespan did he have to consume? The lifespan of a Zenith Heaven cultivator was almost endless, and they could live through 10,000 calamities without dying. However, if he expended too much, it would endanger his body and soul, causing even more intense injuries. On the other side, after Hanju saw that he had lost 10 billion years of his lifespan, he immediately stopped and adjusted his aura. Because of your curse, the Divine Palace's providence has decreased. Thousands of Immortal Realm disciples have died. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Their providence finally decreased. As for those cannon fodder, Hanju could only silently pray for them not to enter the Divine Palace in their next life. Following the Divine Palace wouldn't end well for them. After resting for half a day, Han Ju started cursing Zhu Tu. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan decreased again. The rate of decrease was still extremely exaggerated, but he didn't care. It was good to take care of Zhu Tu as soon as possible to prevent any trouble later. Zhu Tu was no longer the greatest winner of the immeasurable calamity. He was at most a shitstirrer now. Even if he died, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. On the other side, Zhu Tu was cursed by Han Ju. As the power of the curse strengthened, he had no choice but to put down his book of curses and begin to resist the curse. Damn it, my curse book is still too poor. Not to mention the Dark Forbidden Lord, even the Heavenly Emperor is not affected. Zhu Tu was secretly vexed. He was puzzled. Where did the Dark Forbidden Lord's book of curses come from? There were too many Dark Forbidden Lords in the immortal world cursing the enemy, causing the tribulation aura to change. In the past, he had schemed and fought with all his might. Now he was hiding in the dark and cursing desperately, so that the enemy would not be able to guess it. Zhu Tu was vexed as he resisted the curse. Several days later, the curse from the Dark Forbidden Lord had yet to stop when Zhu Tu panicked. This curse was even more powerful than before. Could it be that the Dark Forbidden Lord was determined to kill him? It was definitely related to the Heavenly Emperor. Damn the Heavenly Emperor. Zhu Tu was puzzled. Who was behind the Heavenly Emperor? Could it be a sage? Zhu Tu's pupils dilated. Sage? The sage of Nuwa Imperial Palace had already helped him. It was not impossible for other sages to appear. The more Zhu Tu thought about it, the more panicked he became. At this moment, his dermic powers began to surge, wreaking havoc on his body, making him feel even more uncomfortable. However, the torture continued. Half a day later. Boom. Zhu Tu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood essence. His eyes began to bleed. The injuries on his body were still fine as long as his soul was not injured. Zhu Tu racked his brains to think of a countermeasure. From the looks of it, the Dark Forbidden Lord would definitely curse for a period of time. He couldn't just wait for death. Zhu Tu suddenly had an idea. He suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Emperor, you are cruel and heartless. You cursed the billions of disciples of my divine palace and even accused us of being devils. I only wanted to trick the Dark Forbidden Lord. You can't hide anymore. After the Heavenly Tao Buddha and the Demon Emperor, I was also cursed by the Heavenly Emperor and am about to die. All living beings, listen up. The Heavenly Emperor is definitely not a good person to fight for the providence with such actions. If the Heavenly Court really unites the myriad worlds in the universe, the Dark Era will arrive." Zhu Tu sent out a wisp of his soul and vanished into the darkness. He self-destructed as well, destroying his body and soul. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju's lifespan had already decreased by more than 30 billion years. His consciousness was dizzy. Just as he was about to collapse, he heard Zhu Tu's voice. He immediately stopped cursing and heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it! It seems that it's impossible to spend 100 billion years. Han Ju thought silently. When his lifespan decreased by more than 15 billion years, he began to feel dizzy and extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't so easy to spend one's lifespan. Han Ju cursed silently. At this moment, golden rain poured down from the 9 nether purgatory. The rain fell into the darkness and was devoured by negative karma. Everyone from the hidden sect exclaimed, "Zhu Tu is also dead? Another zenith heaven has fallen. The calamity is really becoming more and more terrifying. The Heavenly Emperor is the Dark Forbidden Lord? Who dares to fight with the Heavenly Court? Now?" Fortunately, we hid. Otherwise, we would have suffered as well. "Jiang Yi, your Golden Crow Divine Clan didn't go against the Heavenly Court, right?" Everyone chatted and laughed. Jiang Yi's expression was extremely ugly. He had indeed heard his elders mention that they wanted to go against the Heavenly Court. I hope they're smart. Damn it. So the Dark Forbidden Lord is the Heavenly Emperor. No wonder. Jiang Yi trembled in fear. Every time he saw the Heavenly Emperor, He felt as if he had been seen through. It was extremely strange. While they were still marveling, Hanju felt inexplicably uneasy. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong. It was mainly because something was wrong with Zutu's words. It wasn't the hatred of the demon emperor and the heavenly Tao Buddha before their deaths. It was only anger. Is he faking his death? However, the heavenly Tao phenomenon outside was real. Immediately, Hanju scolded himself. What was there to guess? He directly asked the system, "Is Zutu dead? A billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. A remnant soul remains." Hanju showed a frown. As expected of the number one in the calamity, he couldn't even be cursed to death. Oh no, he was escaping. This time, the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Emperor were in trouble. Of the 4 overlord factions, 3 of their leaders had been cursed to death by the Heavenly Emperor. How could this be? If Hanju was from another force, he would definitely target the Heavenly Emperor. If the Heavenly Court did not collapse, how could they fight for the Providence? Hanju was vexed. Did his actions harm the Heavenly Emperor? No. He was helping the Heavenly Emperor, but Zutu was cunning. If he couldn't win, he would defame the other party. Ridiculous. Hanju was furious. But he had to rest. The dizziness was still there. A deity realm mighty figure was actually dizzy. It would be a joke if word got out. It could only mean that the price of the curse was too high. If not for the Book of Misfortune, Hanju wouldn't dare to curse so easily. Book of Misfortune, deity realm's supreme treasure. It can curse living beings and bring misfortune to the other party. At the same time, it will not be detected by the other party. The unnoticeable characteristic was perfectly used by Hanju and developed. A month later, Hanju recovered and took out the Heavenly Tao token to ask about the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. "What are you afraid of? This is even better. I want all living beings to fear me. I want to end the calamity. Only by uniting can I bring peace to the myriad worlds." Hanju was speechless. He had been worried for so long, but he didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be so smug. "Your Majesty, you still have to be careful. There might be other powerful enemies hidden in the immortal world. For example, the previous Haotian and immortal Emperor Samsara who stayed near you in disguise." Hanju had to remind him. As the Heavenly Court's master, the Heavenly Emperor had always been in the open and could be easily plotted against. The Heavenly Emperor said, "I know. Actually, I didn't want to unite the immortal world initially. Now that the situation is changing, I can't retreat anymore. I have to face the difficulties. The entire Heavenly Court is looking forward to me unifying the immortal world. I can't stop." These words were said very calmly. Hanju couldn't hear his uneasiness or hesitation, only determination. Knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain, he chose to walk towards it. Hanju sighed secretly. He wanted to save Heavenly Court, but it fell deeper and deeper. Was this the immeasurable calamity? Was this fate? Hanju fell silent. Could it be that he had already entered the calamity? On careful thought, he was indeed a little overwhelmed. Forget it. I just need to have a clear conscience and try my best. If there's really no other way, I can only protect myself. Hanju's eyes became firm. Since the Heavenly Emperor couldn't retreat, he might as well help him win. The Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded again. "Recently, the human school has sent over a batch of holy pills, among which are Tao pills that can help deity realm cultivators cultivate. Do you want them? I'll give you 10. Hanju said, "Forget it. Save it for the immortals of the Heavenly Court. If you give it to me, I won't be able to help you either. It's a waste." The Heavenly Emperor said indifferently, "It's fine. You're definitely on my side, but they might not be." After interacting with the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju finally accepted the 10 Tao pills. The meeting location was in the void where the reroll world was previously located. Hanju asked Liu Bei to go and retrieve it. At present, the restriction of the 9 nether purgatory was very weak. Liu Bei could forcefully break out. With Liu Bei's cautious personality, nothing should happen. After he left, Hanju continued cultivating. This storm made him realize how terrifying the calamity was. He had to have greater strength to deal with it. I have to say, these enemies are really powerful. I can't even kill them in secret. Hanju sighed in his heart. He admired Zutu and Hao Tian a little. Especially Zhu Tuesday. He could even harm the Heavenly Emperor with his death. How ruthless. This time, the Divine Palace would probably be in chaos. The chaos in the Divine Palace and the Demon Court might make the immortal world even more chaotic. Should he calculate the Heavenly Emperor's future? Hanju had an idea. Yes. He couldn't always consider the calamity. After all, he focused on saving the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju thought silently. I want to know how the Heavenly Emperor died. 500 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju felt dizzy. Then his consciousness was pulled into the scene. He opened his eyes again and discovered that he had arrived in a bright hall. The hall was dilapidated. When he looked up, he could even see the blue sky and white clouds outside the hall. A disheveled Heavenly Emperor sat on the throne, breathing heavily. Hanju's gaze landed on a figure at the entrance of the hall. Hanju showed a frown. This figure was Heavenly Emperor. It's time for the Heavenly Court to change owners. A cold voice sounded as the person walked into the hall. Hanju focused his gaze. Wasn't this Long Hao? Wait. Could it be that he had already been possessed by Hao Tian? The Heavenly Emperor looked up at Long Hao coldly. Unfilial son, do you want to kill your father? Dressed in black, Long Hao said calmly. I've given you a chance. If you insist, shouldn't I inherit the Heavenly Emperor position? Why did you choose the Divine General? The Heavenly Emperor said, the Heavenly Emperor position doesn't depend on strength, but prestige and methods. You and Hao Tian are too close. You have already become his puppet. In the previous calamity, although you obtained great providence, you also made countless enemies. If you are the Heavenly Court's master, how can you lead it to prosperity? Humph, you don't trust me. You trust the Divine General, the Heavenly God General, and my master. You don't trust your son because you're afraid of Hao Tian. You want to obtain achievements that surpass Hao Tian in the Heavenly Emperor position. Long Hao's tone was filled with jealousy and unwillingness. Hanju frowned as he listened. Crap. This kid went astray? However, on careful thought, he felt that Long Hao's desire to become the Heavenly Emperor was not wrong. If the Heavenly Emperor gave up his position and did not give it to Long Hao, there was indeed a reason for him to be unhappy. However, the Divine General's contributions were indeed great. He could be said to be the Heavenly Emperor's most trusted aide. He could also be the Heavenly Emperor, who said that the position of Heavenly Emperor was hereditary. Regarding the Heavenly Emperor's position, Hanju did not want to take sides. However, if Long Hao killed his father because of this, that would be too much. Long Hao approached the Heavenly Emperor step by step and said coldly, Father, I'll call you one last time. If not for the help of the Dark Forbidden Lord, the Heavenly Court would have long been destroyed in the last calamity. You're really not suitable to be the Heavenly Emperor because you're not strong enough. He suddenly raised his palm and slapped at the Heavenly Emperor. His surging dermic powers transformed into a golden dragon that quickly flew over and wrapped around the Heavenly Emperor like a chain. The golden dragon opened its mouth and began to absorb the Heavenly Emperor's soul. The Heavenly Emperor did not struggle. He was already powerless to resist. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed. The so-called Heavenly Tao is only a bigger pawn. When you become the Heavenly Emperor, you will definitely regret it. The scene shattered. It meant that the Heavenly Emperor would die in Long Hao's hands. Hanju opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. He caught something. The Heavenly Emperor said that Long Hao had made countless enemies in the last immeasurable calamity. In other words, the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Emperor could survive this current calamity. That's good. Hanju couldn't help but smile. It was good enough to survive this calamity. It seemed that the direction of the calamity had changed again. Zhutu's scheme was truly powerful. He directly changed the situation. No. It's because I'm powerful. Hanju was secretly pleased. After the calamity ended, he would definitely be stronger. At that time, he would stop Long Hao from killing his father. Hanju suddenly thought of something. The Heavenly Emperor seemed to trust him unconditionally and accommodated him in all sorts of ways. But he was very strict with his son. Why was that? I want to know why the Heavenly Emperor treats me so well. Hanju continued to ask in his heart. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 2 billion years? Hanju was shocked. The highest so far had only been 1 billion years. What did that mean? It involved an existence far beyond Zhutu. Could it be a sage? Hanju immediately chose to continue. He wanted to see who stood behind the Heavenly Emperor. Although the Heavenly Emperor treated him very well, Hanju had to be wary. The Heavenly Emperor had already said that the Heavenly Tao was a pawn, let alone him. Hanju's consciousness faded again. He came to a hall. This hall was extremely vast and dark. It was as spectacular as the Great Ultimate Hall. The Heavenly Emperor knelt in front of a mat. There was no one on it. It was very strange. An ancient voice sounded. The Heavenly Tao's immeasurable calamity is a minor calamity. The Great Tao's immeasurable calamity is the major calamity. The Heavenly Court is supported by the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao is the most impartial. The Heavenly Court cannot reign alone, and the Immortals cannot control all living beings. This is the trial of the Immortals. The Heavenly Court's hope is not in the next immeasurable calamity but the following one. The Heavenly Emperor was deep in thought. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Is it me or others?" "Others." "I hope that sage can enlighten me." "From the mortal world." "The mortal world." The Heavenly Emperor muttered to himself as if he had thought of something. The scene shattered. Hanju opened his eyes. It was indeed the sage's words. The Heavenly Emperor was not only good to him, but also to the Divine General who had also been immortal. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor did not choose Long Hao. Hanju didn't continue to check who that sage was. It wasn't good to know more. Hanju had always been very wary of sages and didn't want to get involved easily. Continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. Hanju's cultivation level increased steadily. During this period of time, he had been paying attention to the emails. He was surprised to find that after Zhutu faked his death, the Heavenly Court did not suffer any crazy attacks. Instead, it entered a peaceful state. He had asked the Heavenly Emperor and learned that the Heavenly Court had already begun to take over the Divine Palace's territory. Zhutu's escape had instead helped the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju couldn't judge. He felt that something big was about to happen. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Court was about to unite the immortal world. He was afraid that the Heavenly Court's allies would betray them. Although Hanju was worried, it was useless. He could only control himself and cultivate in peace. Until this day. Hanju was cursed again. Indeed, the calamity is far from over. Hanju cursed silently and started to deduce who was cursing him. In a dark cave abode, Hanju saw a white-robed man holding a simple book and cursing. This white-robed man was extremely ugly. He was Greedy Lord, the person who would disguise himself as Hanju in the future according to the derivation. Is this kid finally unable to take it anymore? Hanju cursed silently. The more he looked at Greedy Lord, the more he disliked him. This fellow had actually become like him in the future. It was simply unforgivable. Hanju had to kill him. Now this kid came knocking on his door. Under Hanju's gaze, Greedy Lord kept muttering strange incantations. The power of the curse kept attacking Hanju. Very weak. Hanju felt that it was almost impossible for him to even catch a cold from the curse. Soon, the scene shattered and Hanju returned to the Khanate cave abode. He was secretly puzzled. The current Greedy Lord didn't even have any hatred towards him. Why did he curse him? Could it be that it was like Xue Mingyi who directly cursed the entire heavenly court? That shouldn't be the case. How could this fellow be so capable? Unknowingly, the sixth mystic divine origin was also a weakling in Hanju's eyes. He wondered if he should derive the reason. Forget it. In any case, the future had already changed. The heavenly emperor could still live until the end of the calamity. Hanju couldn't be bothered to care why greedy lord cursed him. I'll give him 10 billion years first. Hanju didn't curse immediately but waited for the curse to end. After about 5 minutes, greedy lord stopped cursing him. Hanju continued to wait. 10 years later, Hanju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune directly, then started to curse greedy lord. After all, curses were sustainable. If he reversed the curse when greedy lord cursed him, he might very well tell immortal Emperor Samsara that he was the dark forbidden lord, causing his identity to be exposed. Hanju knew his limits. The hatred of the dark forbidden lord was too great. He was undoubtedly the number one in the immortal world. 5 days later, Hanju's lifespan began to decrease. He cursed with all his might. How could a mere 6 mystic divine origin block the curse containing 10 billion years of lifespan? In the dark cave abode, greedy lord's body twisted violently as if there were energies running rampant. His expression was extremely ugly. He began to bleed from his 7 apertures and his eyes were bloodshot. Damn it! Who cursed me? Greedy lord was furious. The first people he thought of were not Hanju, but Xianxia and Fang Liang. Recently, he had been following these two and had secretly killed many of their enemies. It was naturally possible to offend powerful enemies. Greedy lord was furious. It was all immortal Emperor Samsara's fault for not treating him as a human. He always made him do these dirty and tiring types of work. At this moment, the curse power became stronger and stronger. Greedy lord couldn't be bothered with anger and was filled with fear. He tried his best to resist the curse power. Several hours later, boom! His body exploded into pools of blood. His soul trembled and was still circulating his energy to resist. He couldn't hold on much longer. Greedy lord suddenly looked up and rushed out of the cave abode. Outside the cave was a magnificent mountain range. He flew into the sky and traversed millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye, quickly arriving in front of a lake. Xianxia and Fang Liang were meditating by the lake. Sensing his aura, they stood up and prepared to fight. Tell immortal Emperor Samsara, someone cursed me. Just as greedy lord finished speaking, his soul couldn't withstand the explosion of his divine origin. His body and soul were destroyed. Xianxia and Fang Liang were stunned. They were baffled. They didn't know him. The two of them looked at each other. Xianxia sighed. It's the dark forbidden lord again. This person is really pitiful. Fang Liang's expression was solemn. He clearly felt that greedy lord was not simple. He was at least at the deity realm. A mighty deity realm cultivator was actually cursed to death. How strong was the dark forbidden lord? Fang Liang said seriously, let's not talk about this. The dark forbidden lord is very powerful. If we tell him, he will probably target us. Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. The fates of the demon emperor, the heavenly Tao Buddha, Zhu, and greedy lord were still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to be targeted by the dark forbidden lord. He nodded and decided to hide it. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju's lifespan had already decreased by 4 billion years when he suddenly felt the power of the curse vanish. It was as if he had lost his target. Could it be that greedy lord was dead? Hanju couldn't see the notification from the email and couldn't help but ask. Greedy lord has been destroyed in body and soul. This time his lifespan was not deducted. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and put away the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. According to the plot of an ordinary novel, greedy lord was definitely a potential enemy of the protagonist. Unfortunately, he encountered a protagonist like Hanju. I won't give you a chance to develop or show off. I'll strangle you to death. Without greedy lord, what would Tai Sutian do? Hanju started to adjust his state and checked the recent emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your Dao companion Xing Hongxian has learned a mystical power and comprehended the heavenly Dao. Your good friend Han Ming received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has become a person facing the calamity. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has obtained the providence of the Jie school and had his providence increase greatly. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by the Divine Palace's Immortal Emperor X-134. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by the Master of the Immeasurable Calamity and was severely injured. Your disciple Long Hao has received the inheritance of your enemy Li Xian'ao. His sword Dao has increased greatly. The Heavenly Emperor had become someone facing the calamity. Hanju only frowned slightly and was not surprised. It would be strange if he was not someone facing the calamity. However, the number of people who could face the calamity was indeed strange. For a weakling like Zhou Fan to become one, could it be that there was a sage plotting behind the scene? Hanju felt that it was very likely. The heavenly Dao was impartial, so there must be a reason why it was biased now. Looking down, why was Pan Xian this old fellow attacked again? It shouldn't be in the 9 nether purgatory. Otherwise, it was impossible for Han Li to not sense it. There was also Li Xian'ao. He actually took the opportunity to guide Long Hao. What was he doing? Hanju smelled a conspiracy. The Heavenly Emperor had said that Long Hao had betrayed him. The thoughts of the 2 disciples were unfathomable. Hanju continued reading. The heavenly court was still peaceful. Only a few immortals were attacked, and even curses were rare. Several months later, Liu Bei finally returned. Hanju moved him into the Khanate cave abode. Liu Bei looked unscathed. Why did you take so long? Hanju frowned and asked. He almost thought that Liu Bei was dead. Liu Bei said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do about the delay in the heavenly court. I heard from the immortal god who sent the pills that there's a drastic change in the heavenly court." Change? Hanju was puzzled. Didn't the heavenly court not start a war? What other changes were there? He accepted the Dao pills and let Liu Bei out. Hanju put the bottle aside and took out the heavenly Dao token to contact the heavenly emperor. However, the heavenly emperor did not answer. What happened? Hanju panicked. He checked his interpersonal relationships and saw that the heavenly emperor's portrait was still there. Let's wait and see. Hanju forcefully suppressed his worry. 5 years later, Hanju contacted the heavenly emperor again. This time, the heavenly emperor quickly contacted him with his divine sense. Before he could speak, the heavenly emperor suddenly said, "Don't contact me anymore." Hanju's heart tightened when he heard that. He asked carefully, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" The heavenly emperor sighed and said faintly, "A sage has tampered with the providence of the heavenly court and me. My fate is already in chaos. You can't be involved in my karma anymore. Otherwise, if the calamity descends, you will be implicated no matter where you hide." A sage had attacked the heavenly emperor? Hanju was surprised. Wasn't this against the rules? Wait. The Dao ancestor who bound the sages had already vanished. So what if they crossed the line now? Hanju asked, "Your Majesty, don't you have the support of a sage?" The heavenly emperor smiled bitterly. "The heavenly court is backed by the heavenly Dao. The other sages won't touch it, afraid that they will be affected by the heavenly Dao's karma." Nonsense. "I saw you plotting with a sage." Hanju ridiculed him in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute. He asked, "How's Hauer's situation? Has he still not returned?" "Humph, don't mention him. He has already become an enemy of the heavenly court." "Why? What happened?" "Don't ask about these things. I'll be ashamed if I tell you." "Fine." The heavenly emperor had said so, so Hanju didn't ask further. The 2 of them ended the contact after a few words. Hanju clearly realized that something big had happened in the heavenly court. However, since the heavenly emperor was unwilling to say it, He did not ask. After putting down the heavenly Tao token, Han Ju looked at the Tao pills. He opened the bottle and took out a Tao pill to consume. To be able to help a deity realm cultivator cultivate, it had to be said that the human school was truly impressive. It was said that alchemy originated from the human school. No wonder the two disciples of the human school were so strong. With medicinal pills and resources, their cultivation levels were naturally not low. Of course, the human school's teachings were powerful to begin with. After the Tao pill entered his body, it directly transformed into boundless connate chi that flowed wantonly in his body and transformed into divine origin dermic powers. It was very effective. Han Ju was a little surprised. He originally thought that this pill didn't have much effect and was useless. He didn't expect him to underestimate the human school's foundation. Several days later, after Han Ju consumed this Tao pill, it was better than decades of bitter cultivation. He continued to consume it. 2 months later, Han Ju finished consuming all the Tao pills. His cultivation had already reached the critical point and was about to break through to the three mystic divine origin. Han Ju opened his eyes. He was extremely grateful to the Heavenly Emperor. Such a divine pill was a priceless treasure. The Heavenly Emperor had actually given him 10 Tao pills at once. Next, he could prepare to break through. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor and Li Daokong were alone. Li Daokong smiled and asked, "Have you distributed the 20 Tao pills?" The Heavenly Emperor smiled. "Yes, thank the sect master for me." Li Daokong shook his head and smiled. "Now that the sages have entered the calamity, the human school has to support you. I heard from my master that the great Tao calamity might arrive after several calamities. There isn't much time for the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly court can win the calamity, you can cross the deity realm of the ruins of End and head to the ancient desolate. You can make preparations early." The Heavenly Emperor's smile vanished as he asked, "What do you think of your junior's recent actions?" His eyes narrowed with killing intent. Li Daokong didn't seem to sense his killing intent as he said, "He only has himself to blame. If he wants to stop the heavenly court, I will personally suppress him. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about him. He just wants to go against me. There's no conspiracy." The Heavenly Emperor was deep in thought. Li Daokong continued, "Zhu Tu isn't dead. I caught a hint of him and plan to hunt him down." The Heavenly Emperor replied, "Don't do this for the time being. Zhu Tu escaped by abandoning everything, so he's not a threat. Now that the Divine Palace has collapsed, the Heavenly Court needs to annex them and the Demon Court before making preparations." Li Daokong nodded. Di Lan Tian of the Golden Crow Divine Clan has been restless recently. He wants to raise the banner of the ancient Heavenly Court and absorb the ancient races. You will represent the Heavenly Court to deal with them, the Heavenly Emperor said casually. Li Daokong immediately agreed. 7 years later, Han Ju successfully broke through to the three mystic divine origin. His divine origin dermic powers soared as he basked in the sublimating comfort. As he consolidated his cultivation, he checked his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju. Lifespan, 5,132/239 quadrillion, 999 trillion, 999 billion, 999 million, 999,999. Race, primordial fiend celestial. Cultivation, 3 mystic divine origin. Technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao. Heavenly cycle body tempering. Great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma. This breakthrough doubled his lifespan. Not only did it make up for his losses, but the total also increased greatly. Han Ju looked at his lifespan and felt a sense of achievement. It was all thanks to the Heavenly Emperor that he had saved a period of bitter cultivation. Otherwise, he would have to wait for at least another 200 years. Han Ju continued to consolidate his cultivation. 3 years later, his cultivation level had completely stabilized. He took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse Zhu Tu. Since this fellow only had a trace of his remnant soul left, he might as well curse him to death to prevent unnecessary trouble. There would definitely be new enemies in the future. Hanju didn't want to be tied down by the fallen enemies. No matter how cunning you are, I'll kill you. Hanju injected his divine origin dermic powers into the Book of Misfortune and cursed with all his might. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. This time, Hanju was determined to kill Zhu. 2. 1 billion years of lifespan. 2 billion years of lifespan. 5 billion years of lifespan. 8 billion years of lifespan. Nuwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. He couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately thought of something. Perhaps it was related to Zhu Tu. Could it be that Zhu Tu looked for a sage to help him? Since sages couldn't spy on the Tao field, they could only use this method. The Heavenly Emperor had used it before. Hanju hesitated. Should he accept it? If he accepted it, would he be exposed? Originally, sages couldn't spy on the Tao field. If he entered the dream world, would she find an opportunity? Wait. What am I afraid of? I have Empress Hutu behind me. If Zhu Tu survived, he would definitely continue to find trouble with him in the future. It was impossible to resolve it. Hanju gritted his teeth and continued cursing. This fellow had to die. Nuwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Nuwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Nuwa wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Such notifications kept appearing in front of Hanju. He pretended not to see them. Finally, when Hanju's lifespan was deducted to 10 billion years, his curse suddenly ended. He asked in his heart, "Is Zhu Tu dead?" Zhu Tu's body and soul have been destroyed. He is dead. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He felt more at ease now. It was worth mentioning that Nuwa did not hate him. It seemed that Nuwa didn't realize that the Dark Forbidden Lord was Hanju. She had only used some mystical power to trace the curse. If Hanju agreed just now, wouldn't it reveal that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord? The more Hanju thought about it, the more glad he was. He was almost frightened by the sage. The Book of Misfortune might be deduced by a sage, but with the Tao field, it was very difficult for a sage to deduce it. In the future, the curse can only be done in the Tao field. I can't bring the Book of Misfortune out. Hanju thought silently, and his eyes became firm. Although his cultivation level was constantly increasing, he still had to tread on thin ice from now on, and he could not be careless. Several months later, Hanju suddenly felt Empress Hutu's aura. It was obvious that she was deliberately emitting it and waiting for him to see her. Therefore, Hanju spread his divine sense and quickly arrived in front of her. Empress Hutu's body was filled with a blinding light. Her true appearance could not be seen. "Empress, what's the matter?" Hanju asked. He suddenly thought of something and felt his blood run cold. Empress Hutu couldn't see through the Tao field either, but knowing Hanju's existence, could it be that only his Tao field could not be seen through by the sages in the entire immortal world? Through this point, if they deduced, recently, a faction has targeted the 9 nether purgatory. I specially came to remind you. Hanju was puzzled. Could it be that someone wanted to avoid calamity like him? He asked, "Does Empress know their background?" Empress Hutu said, "I don't. That's why I'm reminding you. Recently, the heavenly secrets have been in chaos. It's suspected that a sage has taken action. The calamity will become even more complicated." Hanju asked in surprise, "Aren't you a sage too? Which sage did it?" "Who said I'm a sage? I'm only relying on reincarnation to be undying and indestructible. I can't compare to a sage in terms of Tao fruit." Hanju knew that this was bad. He had overestimated his backing. "However, it's not that easy for a sage to target me." Empress Hutu changed the topic, her tone filled with confidence. Hanju asked, "Is there a place or dharma treasure in this world that can avoid the prying of a sage?" "Of course. There are some danger zones like the 9 nether purgatory and the dark forbidden zone that even sages can't directly spy on. Sages can only spy on the heavenly Tao. There are also heavenly Tao supreme treasures that can resist the prying of sages. In short, although sages are omnipotent, they can't act recklessly. Empress Hutu's answer made Han Ju heave a sigh of relief. That was good. If only his Tao field could not be spied on by the sages would definitely know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. How could he continue? Empress Hutu teased. Do you also have a heavenly Tao supreme treasure? I can't even deduce where the nether race is. Han Ju laughed dryly, tacitly agreeing. This was the only way. He not only had a heavenly Tao supreme treasure. It seemed that the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus had an even stronger function. Han Ju said, Empress, don't worry. I'll protect the nether race. Empress Huta said, Actually, as long as you hide well, you shouldn't be discovered. I'll hide well. Empress Hutu dissipated into smoke, and countless stars scattered. Han Ju retracted his divine sense. He controlled Hidden Sect Island to move and change locations to avoid being exposed. 2 hours later, Han Ju asked in his heart, I want to know if anyone knows that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord, including the sages. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? His lifespan would also be deducted from his own karmic derivation. Could it be that it involved a sage? Han Ju silently chose to continue. If he didn't ask clearly, it would be difficult for him to cultivate in peace. No. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the response. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Han Ju had been cursing in the Tao field. While the enemies of the curse were becoming stronger, the Tao field was also increasing. When he started to threaten the sages' pawns, he had already entered the 9 nether purgatory. The sages couldn't predict it. Before this, the sages had no reason to be calculative. Perhaps they knew that he was different, but they didn't associate him with the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju was relieved, and his mood became good again. He had to be more careful in the future. Han Ju began to improve his Sword Tao mystical powers. In half a year, he raised them all to the limit of the deity realm, but he couldn't touch the Zenith Heaven realm. If he wanted to reach the Zenith Heaven realm, he had to defeat Li Daokong, who was at the end of the Sword Tao River. This fellow was unreasonably strong. In the simulation trial, Han Ju could already fight against a 6 mystic divine origin. However, when facing Li Daokong, even if he couldn't break through the defense of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, he would still find it difficult to defeat him. The difference in strength between the 2 disciples of the human school was extremely great. Han Ju even suspected that the sect master was afraid that Li Daokong would be too arrogant. So he arranged for Li Xianxia, this junior, to restrain him. With Li Xianxia around, Li Daokong shouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, Li Daokong was capable of severing karma. After upgrading his Sword Tao mystical power, Han Ju began to consider other aspects. Apart from being the descendant of an immortal emperor, he also had 3 connate providences. Unparalleled, immortal beauty, top-notch charm, destined sword fanatic, top-notch Sword Tao aptitude, top-notch Sword Tao learning ability, unparalleled movement technique, top-notch movement technique aptitude. Han Ju felt that he could develop the providences of charm and movement techniques. Unparalleled movement technique, as the name implied, could raise one's movement technique mystical power. This was easy to comprehend. Unparalleled could also be developed. His inspiration came from Empress Hutu. Han Ju discovered that he easily gained a favorable impression of Empress Hutu. This meant that she was extremely charming. No matter how she cultivated, this was the truth. Thinking about it carefully, she was the only one who survived in the Magus race. Other than karma and reincarnation, there had to be another reason. If Han Ju could make his charm reach the extreme and make anyone have a favorable impression of him, wouldn't he be invincible? Han Ju realized that he had discovered a strange idea. The great Tao of charm. 5 years later, Han Ju raised the Great Traversal Divine Shadow to the maximum level he could reach. Great Traversal Divine Shadow. In battle, it can elevate speed and reaction. It can split into divine shadows and confuse the opponent. It can also directly travel through the myriad worlds. It's extremely powerful. He could already split into 1,000 divine shadows. The aura was completely identical to his main body. He could easily confuse his opponent in battle. Han Ju tested it in the simulation trial. With the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, he was already invincible among the deity realm. If he didn't use the Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, no one below the 6th Mystic Divine Origin would be his match. Even if he battled one, he could still forcefully hold on for a period of time. Han Ju's goal was to try not to use the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus to prevent the Zenith Heaven and sages from spying on him. Of course, if he could insta-kill the enemy, he could still use it. As long as he moved quickly, he would not be discovered. After becoming stronger, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing his enemies while checking his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by disciples of the Chan School X480. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by demons X422103. Your grand disciple Fang Liang used a mystical power. His soul traveled to the primordial era. Your disciple Long Hao established the Providence sect. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has obtained the ancient heavenly emperor's inheritance. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has stepped into the deity realm. Your good friend Tai Sutyan has gone through the mortal world and become someone facing calamity. Your Tao companion Xianxia has obtained the providence of the human emperor. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan X204. Han Ju clicked his tongue in wonder. They all looked amazing. This kid, Fang Liang, had transcended into the primordial era for the second time. What was he doing? If not for his favorability towards him not decreasing, Han Ju would have treated him as a potential enemy. Long Hao actually established a sect and indeed wanted to go against the heavenly court. Hao Tian was really impressive. He actually succeeded in brainwashing him. The heavenly emperor really wanted to support the divine general as the next heavenly emperor. This treatment was directly raised to the deity realm. Han Ju was extremely envious. And Tai Sutyan. No wonder she had descended into the mortal world. It was to wash away karma so that she could enter the calamity. Nuwa had planned well. Han Ju's eyes became gentle when he saw Xing Hongshuan's actions. He wondered how this girl had been doing recently. Wait. From the looks of it, could it be that this woman had become someone facing the calamity? Han Ju's expression changed. I want to know if Xing Hongxian will die in this calamity. Han Ju cursed as he asked in his mind. Xing Hongxian was the first cultivator Han Ju knew. Apart from Elder Iron, she often gave Han Ju resources in the beginning. He had always remembered this favor. Even if a better woman than Xing Hongxian appeared in the future, her status in Han Ju's heart would not change. 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It was only 10 million. This woman was really cheap. 3 words appeared in front of Han Ju. She will die. Han Ju knew that this was bad. He continued to ask, who will kill her? 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju felt dizzy. He came to the scene. He opened his eyes and discovered that he was in a glorious hall. Dressed in a dragon and phoenix golden robe, Xing Hongxian was sitting on a dragon throne. After reincarnation, she was even more beautiful. Her brows were cold and sharp, and she had the domineering aura of an emperor. Her black hair was tied into a bun, and her red lips and red eyes were like shadows. She stared at the entrance of the hall. A woman slowly walked in. Isn't this Tao Comprehension sword? No. Tai Sutyan. Tai Sutyan wore a black robe and held a green jade sword. She entered the hall expressionlessly. Xing Hongxian asked, is this his intention? Tai Sutyan said expressionlessly, you've already entered the calamity. He wants to sever karma now. Do you want to resist his will? Xianxia frowned. Her eyes filled with sorrow. She took a deep breath and her expression became determined. It's all thanks to him that I reached where I am today. If he wants me to die, I'll die. She closed her eyes. Go ahead. Tai Sutian raised her hand and waved her sword. Sword light flashed, and the scene in front of Han Ju shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He frowned. Tai Sutian pretended to be Dao Comprehension Sword and sent a fake message to kill Xianxia? Damn it. Fortunately, he had checked in advance. Otherwise, such a melodramatic plot would have happened to him. No. He couldn't let this Tai Sutian live. Han Ju decided to add Tai Sutian to the curse list that happened once every 10 years. Looks like if I don't enter the calamity, it will also drown the people around me. Han Ju thought silently. He felt really stressed. Although he didn't transcend the calamity, he was fighting against the heavens. Perhaps this was the helplessness of an expert. Han Ju sighed and continued cursing. A month later, he finished cursing all his enemies and started cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 12 years passed. Time seemed to have stopped in the 9 nether purgatory as it finally welcomed turmoil. A huge hole was suddenly torn open in a dark area. Figures flew in one after another, and many of them held huge islands. The commotion was huge and extremely spectacular. Han Ju was alarmed. Not only him but Diamond Rage Zhang Yi and the others also felt a huge aura coming. No one is allowed to leave this island. No one is allowed to spread their divine sense. Han Ju immediately instructed. He didn't dare to spy for fear of exposing his location. Who was it? Han Ju immediately asked in his heart. 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Jeschool. Jeschool? Han Ju frowned. At the same time, in the void, Huang Xuantian followed beside Jing Tiangong and looked around curiously. Jing Tiangong held a red flag and emitted a light to block negative karma for all Jeschool disciples. He praised, Xuantian, your plan is not bad. The 9 nether purgatory is indeed empty. Our Jeschool should be able to stay here. Huang Xuantian said respectfully, Vice Sect Master is still the best. You have a supreme treasure that can isolate negative karma. Otherwise, my plan would have been for nothing. Jing Tiangong laughed. More and more Jeschool disciples flew into the 9 nether purgatory. They didn't go too deep and began to put down the various islands. The elders scattered in all directions and began to cast array formations. Jing Tiangong suddenly asked, Xuantian, do you think Jeschool can win against this calamity? Huang Xuantian replied, The Jeschool is a sage sect. How can we not have a chance of winning? However, I feel that the next calamity will be more stable. Now that there's the mysterious and unknown dark forbidden lord and the powerful heavenly court, the Jeschool won't be able to enter the calamity. Jing Tiangong nodded and asked, What do you think of the dark forbidden lord? Again. Huang Xuantian cursed silently. Everyone knew that Jing Tiangong worshipped the dark forbidden lord and boasted to everyone. How would the sect master dare to let such a person be the vice sect master? Huang Xuantian couldn't figure it out and felt that the entire Jeschool was not smart. The dark forbidden lord has remarkable abilities. He killed many powerful figures while staying hidden. Can be said to be world-shattering. However, no one knows his intentions. The Jeschool needs to face it cautiously. Huang Xuantian said seriously. Jing Tiangong smiled and said, Do you think the dark forbidden lord is also hidden in the 9 nether purgatory? Huang Xuantian's expression turned ugly. If the dark forbidden lord was here, what would happen? He still wanted to cultivate properly. I hope not. Huang Xuantian forced a smile. Jing Tiangong smiled faintly and did not say anything else. He looked at the disciples. Things quickly calmed down. The Jeschool disciples did not dare to wander around in the 9 nether purgatory. Their position was very far from the hidden sect island, so they did not disturb Han Ju. Everyone from the hidden sect was very curious about who had arrived. However, Han Ju strictly forbade them from spreading their divine sense. Thus, they could only discuss with each other. After confirming that the Jie school would not affect him, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Why do I have a bad feeling? Hanju frowned and thought, will more forces escape to the 9 nether purgatory to avoid the calamity in the future? Damn it! Weren't they afraid of negative karma? Hanju was helpless. He could only suppress his confusion and continue cultivating. Time passed. Year after year passed. To mortals, a year was a long time. To cultivators in seclusion, a year was very short. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Hanju stopped cultivating and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. The immortal world was very calm over this period. There were fewer battles and all sorts of opportunities. After Feng Liang's soul transmigrated, he did not seem to return. He didn't understand what he was doing. As long as it didn't affect Hanju, he couldn't be bothered to stop it. At this moment, an angry shout sounded. I'm Dilantian, the Golden Crow Divine Clan's leader. I wish to recruit the demons of the myriad worlds and revive the heavenly court of the demons. The heavenly court was created by the ancestor of our demons on Buzhou Sacred Mountain. The immortals took our name, killed us, and extinguished our souls. This hatred will never be resolved. Children of the demon race, I'm waiting for all of you to gather on the immortal world Sunday together. We will bring glory to the demons. Hanju was stunned. The Golden Crow Divine Clan wanted to create another heavenly court to fight against the heavenly court? What happened? Outside the cave, everyone from the hidden sect looked at Zhang Yi with different expressions. Zhang Yi's expression was awkward as he muttered, how can the clan leader take it seriously? I've already said that it's a story. The Black Hell Demon Lord asked curiously, what story? The story that the heavenly court was actually established by the demons. Zhang Yi coughed and said, your sect master told me a story. I told it to my clansmen. Everyone from the hidden sect. Hearing Dilantian's words, Hanju wanted to contact the Heavenly Emperor, but when he thought of how the Heavenly Emperor had said not to contact him, he gave up. How could he be so nosy? No. How could he be so concerned about the Heavenly Emperor? Hanju didn't expect the collapsed demon court to rise again, and even wanted to fight the Heavenly Court. Hanju suddenly wanted to check the greatest winner of the calamity. Would it become the Golden Crow Divine Clan? Then he shook his head. He felt that he couldn't easily scheme for the end of the calamity. It would only cause more chaos. He only needed to protect the people around him. Hanju didn't plan to ask Zhang Yi, lest it made him seem overly concerned about the situation of the calamity. He couldn't be suspected of being the Dark Forbidden Lord. Once someone suspected him, the sages would follow these thoughts and think of him. It wasn't impossible for a sage to read the thoughts of all living beings. Time passed. About 20 years later, some of the deity realm experts of the Jie school began to wander the 9 nether purgatory. They even passed by the hidden sect island. Fortunately, the island was small and was not discovered. As long as they didn't find hidden sect island, Hanju would pretend that they didn't exist. However, one thing was very annoying. When the mighty figure of the intercepting sect approached, Hanju no longer dared to absorb the negative karma outside the island. On this day, Hanju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemy while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Feng Liang's soul has returned to his body. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has stepped into the Emperor realm. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan X7820. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor has activated the Divine Investiture Board and released the heavenly souls of the primordial immortal gods. Your disciple Long Hao has obtained the providence of the true dragon race. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Tai Sutian has joined the demon race's heavenly court. Your good friend Dao Sovereign has awakened his chaotic physique and his bloodline has transformed. Your disciple Su Chi's divinity has increased. His bad luck has increased greatly. There were all sorts of fortuitous encounters. It felt like everyone's story could write a novel in itself. The chaotic battle of protagonists? Hanju suddenly started to look forward to what would happen when the calamity reached its peak. Chaotic battle of prodigies? The downfall of the gods. It's too dangerous. Although his talent was unparalleled, Hanju felt if he entered the calamity, he would probably be unable to protect himself. Fortunately, he chose to avoid the calamity and cultivate. More than 100 people have become ones facing the calamity. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the calamity immediately and become a person facing the calamity. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. 2. Avoid the calamity temporarily and stay away from conflict. You can obtain a great Tao fragment. 100? So many? Hanju was secretly shocked. He knew that it was such a coincidence. His good friends had become people facing calamity one after another. He didn't expect that only a small portion of his good friends would face the calamity. Hanju seemed to see a group of mighty figures standing above the heavenly Tao, looking down on the myriad worlds. They used all living beings as a chessboard, and the people facing the calamity were their pawns. Every time a stone landed, the calamity would stir up a storm. Hanju silently chose the second option. At this point, he gathered all 9 grand Tao fragments again. Hanju fused the 9 great Tao fragments and started to comprehend the supreme Tao technique. He already had a cultivation technique. This time, he hoped to comprehend a mystical power. He thought of the heavenly emperor and Nua's dream entering mystical power. He also wanted this mystical power. It would make it easier for him to use his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was best not to be affected by karma and not be discovered by the sages. With a great Tao epiphany, he should be able to create a mystical power that surpassed a sage. With this thought, Hanju's consciousness entered a mysterious state. Numinous Palace. The heavenly emperor was holding a scroll in his hand and pondering when he suddenly looked up. Purple light appeared in the sky outside the hall, as beautiful as a painting. The heavenly emperor frowned and muttered, "Another mighty figure has appeared. Such a phenomenon could not be caused by an ordinary prodigy. Other than potential, one had to have a powerful cultivation level. Such a phenomenon seemed to have occurred 1,000 years ago." At this moment, the figure flew into the hall. It was the Divine General. The Divine General wore exquisite silver armor and a cloak that fluttered behind him like flames. The 2 phoenix wings on his crown fluttered without end. He bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, the true dragon race has already declared that they will join Longhouse Dragon Court. It's not only the true dragon race, but the sea demons have also joined the Dragon Court. Their power is rapidly rising." The heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes. Dragon Court. This kid is smart enough to rope in the dragon race. The Divine General asked, "Do you want to deal with it? We can take this opportunity to destroy it." "There's no need. It just so happens that the heavenly court is the sole dominant force. It's not a good thing. The Jia school has retreated. All of them have hidden in the 9 nether purgatory. The Chan school's attitude has also become subtle. The 2 sects of the Tao sect have their own ambitions. In any case, the heavenly court has already defeated the divine palace and the demon court. If they want to leave, so be it. I'm still afraid of helping them repay their karma." The Divine General nodded. The heavenly emperor asked, "Have you seen the past heavenly emperors?" The Divine General replied, "Yes, including Hao Tian." "Who chose you?" "Dijuan." "Oh." The heavenly emperor's expression changed slightly as his eyes flickered. The Divine General continued, "Dijuan taught me a mystical power and told me that this calamity will become the first game of chess for the sages. As long as the heavenly court is not destroyed, it will be considered a win." The heavenly emperor was deep in thought. Dijuan also said that Hanju, who you brought along to listen to the Tao lecture, is a variable. He hopes you can grasp it well. After the Divine General said that, he also started thinking. He had been thinking about this too. The heavenly emperor smiled and said, I already know. Next, cultivate Dejuan's mystical power well and strive to be as strong as the heavenly God General. I trust you the most. Don't disappoint me. I understand. The divine general cupped his hands and bowed before leaving. The heavenly emperor looked up at the purple mist outside the hall and chuckled. So be it. The more chaotic it is, the better. This is a good opportunity for me to calm down. At the same time, the various powers in the immortal world were alarmed by the heavenly Tao phenomenon. Not only the immortal world, but all the worlds in the universe could also see it. Even those in the netherworld and the 9 nether purgatory. The black hell demon lord's gaze passed through the Tao field and looked at the purple mist above the 9 nether purgatory. He couldn't help but sigh. The calamity is the calamity. There are all sorts of influential figures. Xianxia said disdainfully. Give me time and I'll become the strongest existence in the calamity. The black hell chicken said angrily. The previous generation's strongest has died. Do you also want to follow in his footsteps? You don't even seem to be able to defeat the great freedom golden crow divine emperor. Xianxia's expression instantly turned ashen. This matter had always been a pain in his heart. Ever since the black hell chicken learned of it, it had always used this matter to hurt him. It was too detestable. Morongqi suddenly sighed. The immortal world is so chaotic. I wonder how Feng Liang is doing. At the mention of Feng Liang, the other disciples also sighed. They were all angry with Feng Liang for not coming back with Morongqi. At the same time, in the Khanate cave abode, Hanju was still comprehending the supreme Tao technique. Under the sensing of the great Tao, countless inspirations gathered in his mind and gradually formed the mystical power he wanted. It was complicated and mysterious, causing him to sink into it. After some time, Hanju finally created the supreme Tao mystical power he wanted. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils turning purple. Let's call this mystical power the Dark Nightmare, Hanju muttered to himself. He wanted to use this mystical power to become the nightmare of his enemies. As long as the great Tao existed, Hanju could use the Dark Nightmare to send dreams. At the same time, he could prevent the other party from deducing him and not be affected by karma. If the other party's cultivation level was far inferior to his, he could even kill enemies in the dream realm. This mystical power was a genuine great Tao mystical power. As expected of a mystical power that was comprehended from the fusion of 9 great Tao fragments. Being cautious, Hanju asked in his heart, will the sages notice me using the Dark Nightmare? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why did asking about a mystical power also require lifespan? Hanju cursed silently. He couldn't figure out the deduction pattern of the derivation function. Forget it, it's only been 1 billion years. Hanju chose to continue. The heavenly Tao sage can't deduce it, but if you visit the dream of the great Tao sage, they can deduce it. If you visit the dream of living beings below the sage, no sage can deduce it. There were even great Tao sages? Could it be the transcendent Tao experts like Ancestor Shitian? Or the Tao ancestor? Hanju didn't understand, but it was fine. He didn't plan to visit the sages anyway. What was there to be afraid of? He couldn't be bothered to ask who the great Tao sages were. Although his lifespan was long, he couldn't act recklessly. He had to use it on killing enemies. Hanju took a look at his lifespan and discovered that it took him 5 years to comprehend the great Tao mystical power. He calmed down and began to think about who to test the waters with. Oh right. The Jie school had entered the 9 nether purgatory. He could ask Jing Tiangong. After resting for a while, Hanju started to use the Dark Nightmare. Jing Tiangong's appearance appeared in his mind, confirming that he was dreaming. Inside the Taoist temple, Jing Tiangong was meditating and cultivating. Unknowingly, his consciousness began to wander. He suddenly woke up and discovered that he had arrived at the top of a mountain. There were green mountains and rivers around him, and a cool breeze blew past. Jing Tiangong was surprised. What was this place? He subconsciously turned around and suddenly saw a black shadow, scaring him so much that he jumped into the sky. The black shadow was covered in black mist. One could only see its figure and a pair of purple eyes. It was strange and terrifying. Jing Tiangong asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The black shadow said calmly, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. This is just a dream." Han Ju especially changed his voice. It was different from his own voice. Dream? Jing Tiangong was shocked. What cultivation level was he at? How could he be dreaming? It must be the other party's mystical power. He forcefully pulled him into a dream. Jing Tiangong has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points: 2 stars. Han Ju didn't care and continued staring at him. Jing Tiangong wanted to attack, but he was horrified to find that he could not use his dermic powers. In the dark nightmare, unless his cultivation level surpassed Han Ju's, he would be suppressed by this great Tao mystical power and be unable to attack. This was the power of the great Tao mystical power. Jing Tiangong tried his best to calm down. He discovered that the other party had no intention of attacking, as if he wanted to talk to him. Wait. Could he be? Jing Tiangong's eyes widened and his body began to tremble. The other party was pitch black and extremely mysterious. Who else could it be but the Dark Forbidden Lord? He asked carefully, "Are you the Dark?" Han Ju interrupted him and said, "What do you want?" He had to conquer the hearts of the people first. Jing Tiangong landed in front of him and knelt down. He said in a low voice, "I'm willing to serve the Dark Forbidden Lord. I'll offer you my life." Jing Tiangong has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability: 5 stars. 5 stars straight away? What happened? Han Ju was stunned. Could it be that this fellow was also one of the Dark Forbidden Lord's believers? He carefully sized him up. His eyes were so fanatic that he almost seemed a little crazy. Han Ju asked, "What's the Jie school plotting?" Jing Tiangong replied without hesitation, "We just want to avoid the calamity, but I personally want to join you as a subordinate. In the current immortal world, other than the sages, you are the one who I admire the most. You stir up trouble in the dark and create chaos with a flip of your hand. The 4 overlords suffered 3 losses because of you. Such ability is stronger than the previous master of calamity." Han Ju asked, "How's your relationship with the heavenly court?" Jing Tiangong asked hesitantly, "I wonder if the heavenly court has the providence of the heavenly Tao. I don't want to provoke them for the time being, but sooner or later, I will attack them," Han Ju said domineeringly. Jing Tiangong was secretly excited. As expected, he had always suspected that the Dark Forbidden Lord was not from the heavenly court. They were so weak. The cooperation between the Jie school and the heavenly court is just for the sake of our own needs. We helped the heavenly court, and the heavenly emperor released the soul of the Jie school experts that were suppressed in the divine investiture board. Now that we're even, we will no longer help the heavenly court," Jing Tiangong replied seriously. Han Ju decided to test him. "You've imitated me. You also have a cursed treasure. If you're me, who would you curse now?" Jing Tiangong fell into deep thought. After a long while, he looked up and said, "The netherworld. Ever since Zhu Tu died, the countless vengeful spirits that filled the immortal world have all hidden in the netherworld. They're being controlled by the King of Hell and the disciples of the Divine Palace. This power is too strong. If we don't balance it out, when the immortal heavenly court and the demon heavenly court are both weakened, it will definitely sweep through the myriad worlds. All right, I'll leave this mission to you. From now on, you're my follower. Are you willing?" Hearing this, Jing Tiangong was first stunned. Then he immediately rejoiced. He hurriedly agreed. Han Ju didn't ask anymore and ended the mystical power. Jing Tiangong was stunned for a moment before he suddenly woke up. Discovering that he had returned to reality, he heaved a sigh of relief. He revealed a respectful expression and muttered, "As expected of the Dark Forbidden Lord, his mystical power is impressive." Then he became excited. Indeed, sincerity worked. From now on, he would join the Dark Forbidden Lord's camp. As long as he worked hard, He believed that the Dark Forbidden Lord would not mistreat him and promote the Jie school. Due to the failure of the calamity, the Jie school had already lost its great providence. Jing Tiangong had to find a backing for them to break through. The Dark Forbidden Lord was the most suitable candidate, because the Dark Forbidden Lord was fearless. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju sighed. I didn't expect the Dark Forbidden Lord to have so many fans. He had never gone out. Why were there so many believers? It was probably because someone had ulterior motives and placed all sorts of blame on the Dark Forbidden Lord, causing him to become stronger and stronger in the rumors. With Dark Nightmare, Han Ju felt that he could properly use his Dark Forbidden Lord identity. It was a very famous and impressive name. Most people who attained the Tao would give up their original name and choose their Tao title. Han Ju felt that the Dark Forbidden Lord was not bad. It was better than Reincarnation he had thought of earlier. When he became stronger, it was not impossible for him to truly take on the name of Dark Forbidden Lord. How powerful was his cultivation level to bear the great karma of the Dark Forbidden Lord? Han Ju thought for a moment. He probably had to become a sage. Otherwise, he would easily become a sage's pawn. Even the strongest of the calamities like Zhu Tu was a pawn of the sage, let alone him. If he admitted that he was the Dark Forbidden Master now, or when he was at the Zenith Heaven realm or the Pseudosage realm, it would be difficult for him to escape. He would die. Han Ju perked up and started cultivating. Using the Dark Nightmare only consumed his divine origin dermic powers and divine sense. Han Ju didn't fight in the dream, so he was still in good condition and could cultivate directly. The great Tao mystical power was only a mystical power. Cultivation was the foundation. For example, Kong Xian of the investiture of the gods. His 5-colored divine lights could sweep anything and everything. It was extremely powerful. Even sages had lost face because of him. But so what? He lost in the end. Han Ju's goal was to reach the Zenith Heaven realm before this calamity ended. This was the lowest goal. The next calamity he would be at least a pseudosage before it. He would try his best to become a sage. Then, the next calamity would be his era. If he couldn't become a sage, he would wait for the next one. Han Ju had a long lifespan, so he had plenty of time to waste. 10 years later, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has obtained a heavenly Tao fiendish supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by a demon immortal Emperor X3. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun received guidance from a mighty figure in her dreams. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong cursed the netherworld and his negative karma increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General has received guidance from the sage and has learned a heavenly Tao mystical power. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mysterious mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Tai Sutian was attacked by your Tao companion Xing Hongxian. TSK. Heavenly Tao fiendish supreme treasure. Xianxia was going to soar. Han Ju knew best how strong the heavenly Tao supreme treasure was. The word fiendish was probably not bad, either. If this fellow survived the calamity, would he become the next heavenly emperor, demon emperor, or Zhu Tu? Han Ju noticed that Xian Qingjun had obtained the guidance of a mighty figure in her dream. There was definitely a conspiracy. He had to check it. Jing Tiangong also really followed Han Ju's orders. Tai Sutian is starting to approach Xing Hongxian? Han Ju cursed while he worried. Killing Tai Sutian directly would definitely offend Nuwa. Tai Sutian's target was Han Ju. It was impossible for Nuwa not to suspect him. No. He had to remind Xing Hongxian. Han Ju asked in his heart, I want to know why Tai Sutian approached her. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju felt dizzy. He opened his eyes again and came to a vast hall. The light was bright as Tai Sutian knelt in front of a statue. The statue was of a woman with a gentle face and a benevolent aura. This child is a variable. I hope that you can descend into the mortal world and wash away your karma. You can approach him and obtain his trust. The statue emitted a gentle voice. Sage, Nuwa. Tai Sutyan asked curiously, why do you want to approach him? What's your goal? Nuwa replied, he might be the key for the humans and demons to resolve their hatred. The heavenly Tao leaves a path for a chance of survival. This chance might be him. Establish a good relationship with him so that I can interact with him in the future. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Recently, there have been more and more variables in the heavenly Tao. I can only choose one to bet. This child is cautious by nature and never takes the initiative to provoke trouble. His karma is very small. With his talent, he should have walked the path of a prodigy, but he didn't. This makes me think of the Tao ancestor. Tao ancestor? He's related to the Tao ancestor. Of course not. I just feel that he might embark on the Tao ancestor's path. Of course, it's just a possibility. Tai Sutyan fell into deep thought. The scene shattered. Hanju fell silent and the book of misfortune also stopped. What happened? Nuwa had asked Tai Sutyan to approach him for good intentions. Then why did she want to harm Xianxia? Hanju felt that he had to investigate thoroughly. He could kill enemies ruthlessly, but he couldn't turn goodwill into hatred. There might be another conspiracy. I want to know why Tai Sutyan killed Xianxia. Hanju continued to use the derivation function. Deduction failed. She doesn't have any killing intent. Hanju was stunned. No killing intent? Could it be that the future had changed again? Hanju could only change the topic and ask, I want to know who taught Xian Qingjun in her dreams. 500 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A beautiful figure appeared in Hanju's mind, and a line of words appeared. Empress Hutu. Cultivation unknown. Lord of Reincarnation. So it was Empress Hutu. Was this good intention towards Hanju? Or did she have other plans? Hanju continued to ask, does she have any ill intentions towards Xian Qingjun? No malice. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. It seemed that if there were two problems, his lifespan would not be deducted. Hanju was relieved and cursed the enemy again. The calamity was really becoming more and more terrifying, causing Hanju to be traumatized, afraid that the people around him would suffer. Hanju thought of using Dark Nightmare to call Xianxia and Xian Qingjun back, but by doing so, the two girls would learn that he had such a mystical power and it would plant the seed that might expose his identity. It was too dangerous, he couldn't take the risk. Another 20 years passed. Hanju had just finished cursing the enemy when he suddenly felt a few auras. Another force came to the 9 nether purgatory. Hanju was speechless. He immediately checked the surrounding enemies. Although the Tao field had been upgraded, the detection range could not cover the entire 9 nether purgatory. The new force was very far from the Tao field, and Hanju couldn't detect it. So be it. Just don't disturb me. Hanju thought of this. Recently, the Jie school did not dare to move around. They might have encountered the primordial Yuan Phoenix or could not withstand the long erosion of negative karma. Hanju asked in his heart, who is it? 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Divine Palace. It was them. Hanju raised his eyebrows, feeling uneasy. The reason why the Divine Palace was defeated was mainly that he cursed Zutu. Although no one knew that it was him, he still felt uneasy. Furthermore, Murongqi had an irreconcilable grudge against the Divine Palace. No, he had to stay away from them. Hanju controlled Hidden Sect Island and rushed deeper. An hour later, he finally stopped. After warning the people of the Hidden Sect, he continued cultivating. The Hidden Sect competition, which happened once every 100 years, began again. Without Hanju participating, Diamond Rage occupied first place. Zhang Yi fought with the Black Hell Demon Lord and obtained a difficult victory. He was extremely proud. The Black Hell Demon Lord and Duan Hongxian were third and fourth. They were both very unhappy. The fifth was Liao, and the sixth was not Murong Qi or Tu Linger, but Chu Shuren. The Supreme Buddha had started to rise. Liao looked at Chu Shuren with a complicated expression and asked, "Did you hold back?" The others also looked at him. Chu Shuren said calmly, "I'm only sparring with you using my cultivation in this life. I'm indeed inferior." The chaotic heavenly dog couldn't help but ask, "That means you can still use your cultivation from your previous life?" Chu Shuren hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. Upon hearing that Chu Shuren could use the power of his previous life, everyone was shocked, including Diamond Rage. The 5 great Buddhas of the Buddhist sect were all Zenith Heaven existences. Chu Shuren sensed everyone's gaze and said helplessly, "However, I'm already reincarnated. I can't completely use my previous life's cultivation. I have to cultivate from the start again. Otherwise, if I use my previous life's cultivation too many times, my soul won't be able to withstand it." "I see." Everyone was enlightened and felt better. If he didn't have to pay the price for reincarnation, that would be too ridiculous. After knowing that Chu Shuren had the cultivation of his previous life, the attitude of the people from the hidden sect towards him became even more subtle. Hanju also had some fear towards Chu Shuren, but his favorability towards him had reached 5.5 stars, so he would not betray him. Even if Chu Shuren attacked him, it was impossible for him to break through the defense of the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. With the addition of the Divine Palace, the 9 Nether Purgatory was no longer as silent as before. The Divine Palace and the Jie School often had conflicts. The sound of battle would occasionally reach the hidden sect island. Hanju didn't care about all of this and cultivated in peace. Next, he had to break through to the 4 Mystic Divine Origin with all his might. After reaching the 4 Mystic Divine Origin, he wouldn't be far from the 6 Mystic Divine Origin. He would only be a step away from Zenith Heaven. Hanju liked to motivate himself and fill himself with fighting spirit. Time flew. Another 30 years passed. Hanju's cultivation improved greatly, but something that gave him a headache also happened. After the Divine Palace, another force came to the 9 Nether Purgatory. Hanju spent 10 million years asking who it was and learned that it was an ancient race, the Vermilion Bird race. Hanju still missed the Vermilion Bird. He still remembered the pressure when he was frightened by a vermilion bird and did not dare to ascend. However, that vermilion bird had already perished, and it had even died in the hands of its own clansmen. This grudge could be considered settled. Hanju was most worried about whether the 9 Nether Purgatory would become the next battlefield. When the forces of the 9 Nether Purgatory increased, conflict would naturally erupt. Because the immortal world was filled with negative karma due to the tribulation, it was no different from the 9 Nether Purgatory in the future. Under such circumstances, hiding in the 9 Nether Purgatory was absolutely the best choice for many forces. "Looks like I have to find another location," Hanju thought silently. He couldn't go personally. He had to send Liu Bei to find it. Hanju called Liu Bei into the cave abode and explained his intention. Liu Bei frowned. Although he hesitated, he still agreed. He wasn't against Hanju's orders. He just inherited Hanju's personality and was afraid of danger. Because of that, Hanju believed that he could find the best hiding place. Hanju taught Liu Bei the invocation technique. If he was in danger, he would save him. After learning the invocation technique, Liu Bei was relieved and left that day. Hanju started cursing the enemy and checked his emails. Recently, Xing Hongxian and Xian Qingjun had been taught by a mighty figure. This made Hanju feel that something was wrong. He thought for a moment and decided to give them a dream, as long as it was not the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Not only did his image have to change, but so did the scene. A month later, Hanju first visited Xing Hongxian in his dreams. The two of them met in the dream. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised when she saw Hanju. However, she still asked warily, "Husband, I have a fortuitous encounter for you. Do you want to try it?" Hanju was speechless. He snapped, "No!" Xing Hongxian immediately beamed and rushed up to hug Hanju. In Hanju's dream, Xianxia could clearly feel his body temperature as if it was reality. Are you coming back? I'm afraid that you'll die in the calamity, Hanju said directly. Xianxia was stunned. I don't think so. I've obtained the providence of the human emperor now, so I can avoid the calamity. How did you obtain it? The humans have gathered. The various sacred dynasties have chosen a prodigy to inherit the inheritance of the past human emperors. I was one of them. The humans are the protagonists of the heavenly Tao. No matter how the calamity evolves, humans will not die. Husband, don't worry. I won't die. I will also try my best to avoid the calamity. Xianxia spoke very seriously, implying that she did not want to go back. Hanju could also understand. Not everyone could cultivate as diligently as him. Opportunities were also important. Then you have to be careful. Even if I appear in the future and ask you to die, you can't trust it easily. No matter what, I won't take the initiative to ask you to die, Hanju said seriously. Xianxia understood. Could it be that someone wants to scheme against you? Who can guarantee that there won't be? Hanju pretended to be casual. Since Xianxia was unwilling to leave, so be it. However, she hugged Hanju tightly. Xianxia smirked. Only you and I can sense this dream, right? Hanju felt that something was wrong. What did this girl want? Xianxia pressed him to the ground and got to work. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. This dream lasted for a long time, but only half a day passed in reality. Before leaving, Hanju told Xianxia that if she met him next time, she should use the invocation technique first to avoid being deceived by the enemy. It was not cautious enough to just ask. Xianxia agreed after hearing this. At the same time, she also realized how powerful the invocation technique was. She could actually summon her husband. If she had known earlier, Xianxia was filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she could have used it a few times. Next, Hanju visited Xianxin's dream. She also rejected him and said that she would be careful. The two of them chatted in the dream for a long time. Xianxin bragged about the Darkness sect and the Dark Forbidden Lord. She said that after the calamity ended, she would pave the way for him and invite him to join the sect. Hanju could only reply verbally and was speechless. Did I cuckold myself? Cough. Xianxin only admired the Dark Forbidden Lord. She had not changed her mind. Unlike Xianxin, Xianxin didn't do anything intimate with him. After ending the dream, Hanju continued cultivating. In the eyes of many living beings, the calamity was like the end of the world, but in the eyes of even more living beings, it was a fortuitous encounter. This was especially true for those with mediocre potential. Although Hanju felt regretful about Xianxin and Xianxin's decision, he was not angry. Everyone had their own goals. This was also good. Although it was safe to stay under Hanju, they would be left further and further behind. Hanju wanted to cultivate until his breakthrough, but there were always people disturbing him. 4 years later, a deity realm existence of the Vermilion bird race discovered Hidden Sect Island. He transformed into a human and his body burned with flames. He was like a fire god as he stared at Hidden Sect Island. Why is there a stone in the 9 nether purgatory? My divine sense can't see through it. Could there be a restriction inside? Is there a different world? The deity realm Vermilion bird thought silently. He raised his right hand and waved the flames. The flames landed on Hidden Sect Island and were dispersed by the array formation. He didn't believe it and prepared to continue attacking. Everyone on Hidden Sect Island could see the flames falling from the sky. As the array formation blocked them, they bloomed like fireworks. It was quite beautiful. Is this fellow courting death? The black hell chicken cursed. For some reason, it felt like it had seen the aura outside somewhere before. Hanju heard the commotion outside and couldn't take it anymore. He shouted with a voice transmission, "Get lost!" The deity realm Vermilion bird was shocked. Who are you? Why are you hiding here? With that, he took out a flaming spear and prepared to continue attacking. Hanju was speechless. Was this fellow a fool? He couldn't even break through the Dao Field's formation. Yet he still dared to continue attacking? How did he cultivate to the deity realm? Since he was digging his own grave, Hanju would not be polite. He immediately jumped out of the Dao field. The primordial judgment sword appeared in his hand and he slashed with it. Unparalleled sword chi. Terrifying sword chi erupted and swept towards the deity realm vermilion bird from all directions. The deity realm vermilion bird was not frightened when he saw Hanju appear. Instead, he waved his flaming spear. Divine origin dermic powers dissipated and formed a huge protective shield to resist the sword chi. Boom! The deity realm vermilion bird's body was directly annihilated. He was only a second mystic divine origin. How could he withstand the attack of Hanju's 3 mystic divine origin? He could fight evenly with the 6 mystic divine origin realm. Hanju used the 5 elements divine light and directly swept away the other party's soul, putting it into the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He then jumped back into the Khanate Cave abode. In the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, the deity realm vermilion bird had just condensed its body when endless negative karma drowned it. Negative karma. How is this possible? The deity realm vermilion bird was shocked and hurriedly resisted the negative karma. Unfortunately, it was useless. He wanted to jump out of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, but he was suppressed by Hanju's great dermic powers. No. Red flame vermilion bird has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points: 6 stars. Hanju shook his head and laughed when he saw the line of words. This was really a death wish. Hanju controlled the hidden sect island and moved it away to prevent the vermilion bird race from discovering them. If they really came, it would be troublesome. However, Hanju believed that no one in the vermilion bird race could enter his Dao field. Under the Fusang tree, the black hell chicken asked curiously, "That fellow was killed by Master? How fast?" Diamond Rage laughed. "Of course. How powerful is Sect Master? Although that vermilion bird was strong, it was only a vermilion bird." Morong Chi nodded. The vermilion bird race doesn't have zenith heaven existences. Unknowingly, they had tacitly agreed that Hanju was at least at the zenith heaven realm. If not, how could he create all of this? Zhang Yi smiled disdainfully. The vermilion bird race is getting worse with each generation. They're far inferior to our golden crow divine clan. Our golden crows feed on dragons. Divine beasts are our food. The black hell demon lord shook his head in disagreement. Race is actually a restriction. The heavenly emperor never calls himself a true dragon. The demon emperor also doesn't consider himself a member of the demon race. Bloodline relationships are sometimes a threat and a weakness, Chu Shuren suddenly said. His words made Zhang Yi and the black hell demon lord fall into deep thought. The 3-headed WYRM king chuckled. That's right. The WYRM race has nothing to do with me. I call myself a member of the hidden sect. The others also followed him in expressing their loyalty, hoping that Hanju would hear it. At this moment, Hanju suddenly walked out of the cave abode. The moment they saw him, the others shut up and stood up. Unknowingly, Hanju had already established a strong prestige. Everyone didn't dare to joke anymore. Hanju waved his right hand and threw a huge corpse on the mountain. Black hell chicken, Ada, Shao Air, heavenly dog, 3-headed WYRM. Go and eat, Hanju instructed. With that, the 5 of them rushed out. The black hell demon lord and the other 6 black hell phoenixes were envious, but they didn't dare to speak. Zhang Yi swallowed and said, "Can I also?" "No." Hanju did not allow arguments. Everything depended on the order of seniority. Hanju wouldn't give up on the ones who followed him the earliest. Although Zhang Yi was strong, he had yet to make any contributions. Under such circumstances, if Hanju kept giving him benefits, the others would definitely be dissatisfied. Zhang Yi curled his lips. If he couldn't, so be it. Why was he so fierce? Considering that he couldn't defeat Hanju, he could only tolerate it. The 5 mythical beasts all transformed into their true forms and started eating the vermilion bird's corpse. If not for the fact that Hanju's dermic powers were still in the vermilion bird's body, the 5 of them would not have been able to tear it apart. Even if the deity realm expert was dead, its body was still extremely terrifying. Hanju watched them eat. The scene was cruel and shocking. Liao and Dao Comprehension Sword frowned. The 10,000 Nether race members also trembled in fear. Jiang Yi came to Hanju's side and said, "If anyone from the Golden Crow Divine Clan comes to find trouble with you, you can tell them my name first. Don't kill them directly." He discovered that Hanju was really ruthless. He killed the enemy just like that. Of course, he was also such a person. However, he didn't want to see the Golden Crows become food for the 5 of them. Hanju smiled and said, "Of course. After all, that's also the race of Ada and Xiao Er." Jiang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Hanju waved at Chu Shuren. He hurriedly came over and bowed. "If the Buddhist sect also hides in the 9 Nether Purgatory, will you leave?" Hanju asked. Chu Shuren said without hesitation, "No, I'm not part of the Buddhist sect to begin with. Actually, the 5 great Buddhas had their own roots in the past. They were all suppressed by the Buddhist sect and have cultivated for countless years. After the older generation of Buddhas went into seclusion, they became the new Buddha ancestors." Hanju asked curiously, "In other words, the Buddhist sect also has sages?" "Of course, and more than one. However, after they became sages, they no longer cared about the Buddhist sect. A long time ago, 2 Buddhist sages interfered with the calamity and were suppressed by the Tao ancestor. From then on, the sages had nothing to do with the heavenly Tao immortal world and could not cross the line." Chu Shuren's answer made Hanju secretly nervous. He had to be careful when facing the Buddhist sect in the future, lest he fail miserably. Several days later, the huge vermilion bird's corpse was completely eaten. The black hell chicken and the others were also stuffed. They all circulated their energy to digest it. Their auras increased at an extremely obvious speed. During the primordial era, before the Tao ancestor taught the Tao, all living beings devoured each other to become stronger. Therefore, it was also called the era of ferocious beasts. After digesting, "Come into my cave abode." Hanju sent a voice transmission to the chaotic heavenly dog. Upon hearing that, the dog was pleasantly surprised. It knew that its master was finally going to nurture it. 5 years later, the chaotic heavenly dog carefully walked into his cave abode. Hanju said, "Your eyes were dug out previously. Although your providence has recovered, it can't increase. I can reward you with the heavenly Tao merit to help you recover and even soar higher. However, from now on, you are not allowed to leave Hidden Sect Island unless I want to leave. Are you willing? If you sneak out in the future, I will kill you." Hanju spoke very calmly, but his faint killing intent caused the temperature in the cave abode to decrease. The chaotic heavenly dog said excitedly, "I'm willing. Thank you, Master. From now on, without your orders, I will never go out again." Couldn't stand being at the bottom anymore. On the island, anyone could bully it. In the past, it was also a divine beast with high spirits. Hanju had always kept the heavenly Tao merit. Previously, Empress Hutu had given him a merit Dharma treasure, the immeasurable sword, but he felt that it was not very useful. It was inferior to the primordial judgment sword, so it was better to keep it for future use. This time, Hanju suddenly noticed the chaotic heavenly dog. Ever since its eyes were dug out, the chaotic heavenly dog's temperament had changed drastically. It was silent and lost its sense of existence. Hanju often forgot about it. Therefore, he had a sudden thought. He wanted to use the heavenly Tao merit to help the chaotic heavenly dog. Since it was a divine beast of providence, it was very difficult to escape the heavenly Tao. It was better to use the heavenly Tao merit on it. After the chaotic heavenly dog agreed, Hanju pressed down on its head and sent the heavenly Tao merit into its body. The merit obtained from giving the Nether race a name was extremely huge. Hanju had also given the immeasurable sword a portion, but compared to all of it, it was still insignificant. The chaotic heavenly dog emitted a golden light that drowned it. Hanju used his dermic powers to help it absorb it. Time passed. A year later, the chaotic heavenly dog was still absorbing the heavenly Tao merit, but it no longer needed Han Ju's help. Its dermic powers soared to the grand unity true immortal realm and continued to increase. The heavenly Tao merit was too strong. Han Ju let it stay in the cave abode to absorb it in case anything happened. He continued cultivating. The effect of the heavenly Tao merit is so strong. It's too fatal. The price must be high. This is the lure of the heavenly Tao. Han Ju thought of this and shook his head with a smile. The chaotic heavenly dog was not him. Even if the heavenly Tao sage was the limit, it was still very impressive. This dog had probably never thought of becoming a sage. Anyway. 9 Nether Purgatory Vermilion Bird Race. The Vermilion Bird Race gathered in a floating peak. There was a palace in one of the mountains. In the hall. "We still haven't found Elder Red Flame?" A man in a red robe roared. He was the leader of the Vermilion Bird Race, Vermilion Bird Emperor. A transformed vermilion bird carefully replied, "I really can't find him. His aura has vanished into thin air and his life token is gone. I'm afraid. I heard that the primordial Yuan Phoenix is suppressed in the 9 Nether Purgatory. Could it be that Elder Red Flame?" The Vermilion Bird Emperor trembled in anger. The Red Flame Vermilion Bird was in existence at the deity realm. The number of deity realm mighty figures in the entire Vermilion Bird race could be counted on one hand. Every single one of them had consumed an immeasurable amount of resources to die just like that. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's heart bled. However, when he thought of the primordial Yuan Phoenix, he felt helpless. The primordial Yuan Phoenix was the ancestor of all birds. He had once unified all the heavenly Tao flying beasts. Facing such an undying existence, the Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. "Have you interacted with the primordial Yuan Phoenix?" the Vermilion Bird Emperor asked. "Yes, but I sensed his killing intent as soon as I approached. He doesn't want to be disturbed." The transformed Vermilion Bird was very helpless. Why was the 9 Nether Purgatory still not peaceful? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression darkened. "What about the Jie School's attitude?" The transformed Vermilion Bird replied, "They want to end the conflict. After all, they were originally here to avoid the calamity. They hope to be able to share an area with us and not disturb each other. It's best if we join forces to stop the other factions from entering the 9 Nether Purgatory." The Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression softened. This was a good thing. He was also worried that other powers would rush over. As the forces of the 9 Nether Purgatory increased, the calamity would definitely spread over. "Help me contact Jing Tiangong. I want to talk to him personally." "Yes." Han Ju didn't know that the Vermilion Bird race thought that the primordial Yuan Phoenix had killed the Red Flame Vermilion Bird. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The current him had the right to look down on a deity realm mighty figure. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The chaotic heavenly dog had completely absorbed the heavenly Tao merit. Its providence had increased greatly, and its cultivation level had soared to the late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm. It was very excited. Han Ju didn't let it leave directly but taught it the 5 elements divine light. When it left the cave abode, it was high and mighty. Han Ju didn't stop it. He gave the disciples a signal to prevent them from slacking off. Indeed, the reborn chaotic heavenly dog shocked everyone. The black hell chicken screamed, feeling that Han Ju was unfair. Why didn't he reward it with such a fortuitous encounter? With that, the chaotic heavenly dog was no longer at the bottom. It did not immediately challenge the others. Instead, it first cultivated the 5 elements divine light. After that, it would challenge them one by one in the simulation trial. Felt proud. On the other side, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies. All these years, his attention had been placed on the ones around him. He didn't know what the situation in the immortal world was. He opened the emails. "Your good friend Xianxia has left the immortal world. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has left the mortal world. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by your good friend Zhang Guxing. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Daokong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Long Hao has stepped into the heavenly Tao and comprehended the river of destiny. Your disciple Su Qi's bad luck has reached its limit. He has stepped into the Emperor realm and his providence has transformed. So many curses. There were fewer emails of people being attacked, but there were more curses. Even Jing Tiangong was cursed. Could he be cursing Xue Mingyi? The mysterious mighty figure who attacked Zhang Guxing was definitely Li Shenao. This fellow had been coveting the Sword Dao River. After Hanju left, he naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity. Poor brother, he was beaten again after leaving the Divine Palace. Hanju had no intention of helping him. Now, his relationship with Zhang Guxing was no longer as close as before. Ever since Hanju rejected Zhang Guxing's opportunity, he clearly felt that Zhang Guxing was not that passionate towards him anymore, but his favorability didn't decrease. It was fine as long as Zhang Guxing did not die. Hanju continued reading the emails. He checked his interpersonal relationships again and discovered that his friends' cultivation levels had all increased by a huge amount. It was truly ridiculous. A month later, after Hanju cursed all the enemies, he started to hesitate. Should I calculate the outcome of the calamity? Hanju thought silently. He hadn't calculated it for a long time. In the past few years, the immortal world seemed to have entered a period of explosive development. More and more factions appeared. He needed to know who might be his enemy. At this moment, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. Dijuan wants to enter your dream. Do you accept? Dijuan? Hanju showed a frown. Although Dijuan had a favorable impression of him, it was too low and not worth the risk. Hanju didn't reject or accept it. Instead, he waited for the notification to disappear. In that case, Dijuan might think that he was tied down by something and could not accept the dream. Several days later, Dijuan was here again. Dijuan wants to enter your dream. Do you accept? Hanju was still indifferent. Since Dijuan couldn't spy on the Dao field, he might as well pretend not to know. Even if Dijuan didn't want to harm him, he would still cause trouble. After that, every 5 or 6 days, Dijuan would ask to visit him in his dreams. Hanju didn't reply. This situation lasted for 2 years. Dijuan had asked to visit him in his dreams hundreds of times. After Dijuan stopped, Hanju couldn't calm down. Why was this fellow looking for him? Hanju had to use the derivation function to deduce. I want to know why Dijuan is looking for me. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So many? This exceeded the cost of asking the outcome of the calamity. Hanju gritted his teeth and silently chose to continue. Immediately after, his consciousness entered the scene. This was a dark space. Boundless chaotic chi churned like clouds. A figure stood above the clouds. Beside him was a shadow that looked like a candle flame. It was Dijuan. Dijuan looked different from what Hanju had imagined. His temperament was not oppressive, and he even looked gentle. He seemed to be thinking about something. He was silent and in a daze. The candlelight shadow suddenly spoke. The other sages have already made their move. Why aren't you moving? Dijuan said calmly. Why should I move? I'm immortal. Even if the great Tao calamity comes, I'm not afraid. But if all the living beings who believe in you are gone, your cultivation will also be affected. Will the other sages really not plot against you? The words of the candlelight made Dijuan frown. After a while, Dijuan said, previously, I found the heavenly court's divine general. Isn't that enough? Not enough because he's from the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor himself is a pawn. Then, I have another candidate. Dijuan smiled and started to pinch his fingers with his right hand. He used a mystical power. Before long, his expression darkened. He continued to pinch his fingers. The scene shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. Dijuan wanted to use him as a pawn. Fortunately, he did not accept the dream. This fellow's hand actually still reached into the heavenly court. The heavenly emperor was truly troubled internally and externally. Han Ju stopped thinking. It was fine as long as Dijuan did not affect him. At the moment, Han Ju didn't have the right to offend a sage. If he could avoid provoking him, he would try his best not to provoke him. Even if he had to provoke him, he couldn't let the other party discover him. After understanding the reason, Han Ju stopped thinking and focused on cultivating. Ever since the chaotic heavenly dog became stronger, the other hidden sect disciples had been stimulated. They cultivated diligently, including Chu Shuren. This was a good thing. Due to the protection of the Tao field, they would relax every once in a while. 7 years later, Liao came to visit Han Ju. She rarely took the initiative to look for Han Ju, which surprised him. After entering the cave abode, she knelt in front of Han Ju and said seriously, "Sect Master, I want to become stronger. I want to be as strong as you. Please teach me your Tao technique. I won't betray the hidden sect in the future." Her cultivation level had already reached the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm, but she was still far from the Emperor realm. In other words, her cultivation level had already reached the limit and could no longer increase. Han Ju said, "You want a cultivation technique?" Liao nodded and looked at him uneasily. Han Ju said, "All right." Liao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Ju was satisfied. It seemed that Liao was sincere in seeking Tao. "Doesn't this favorability allow me to do whatever I want?" Han Ju said, "In that case, I'll teach you our cultivation technique. This Tao is called the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. You can't reveal it to a third person, including the others from the hidden sect." Pleasantly surprised, Liao hurriedly promised. Anyone would be excited by such a different treatment. Han Ju taught Liao the Emperor chapter of the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. It was enough for her to cultivate to the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm. If the hidden sect wanted to become stronger, they had to nurture their own disciples. Han Li couldn't always rely on recruiting experts to make himself famous. He couldn't completely trust the Black Hell Demon Lord, Diamond Rage, Duan Hongqin, and Jiang Yi. It was only because they had their own origins. But Liao was different. She had long severed her past and no longer had any karma. Liao began to comprehend the memories of the cultivation technique. Han Ju didn't disturb her and continued cultivating. After 5 years, Liao finally woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Han Ju's handsome and perfect face. Under the light of the supreme treasure, he was like a god that no one dared to profane. Liao was shocked. What a profound Tao technique. Compared to the Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, her previous cultivation technique was the same as the martial arts manuals in the mortal world. It was worlds apart. She bit her lips and said, "Thank you, Sect Master. I've already comprehended the Tao technique. What does Sect Master need me to do?" Han Ju didn't even open his eyes as he said, "Go out and cultivate. Reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible." Liao nodded and left. She felt a little awkward. She had thought that this time, she would lose. She also liked Han Ju. Which woman didn't like a man like him? She seemed to be thinking too much. Han Ju didn't have such thoughts. For a time, Han Ju's image in Liao's heart became holy and mighty. Han Ju understood her thoughts, but he didn't care. He wasn't a mortal. How could the joy of the body be compared to the transformation of his soul? Of course, if Liao was as proactive as Xianxia, Han Ju wouldn't have rejected her. Lust was not something he would actively seek. Han Ju had a lot of expectations for Liao. She was the first person to receive his true inheritance. The reason why he taught her was not only because of her talent but also because of her personality. Liao was too similar to him. After walking out of the cave abode, Liao was surrounded by everyone. "Why did Master look for you? After staying for so long, you must have inherited something. When will it be my turn?" Don't tell me you want to eat your master. That must be the case. I've seen other women do the same. Be quiet. Don't let Grandmaster hear you. You're joking. Perhaps the sect master can hear your inner thoughts. What's the use of keeping your voice down? Facing everyone's questions, Liao said calmly, I asked for guidance on the sword Dao. I'm about to become stronger. To the 4 immortal emperors here, good luck to you. The Black Hell Demon Lord, Jiang Yi, Diamond Rage, and Duan Hongxian were all shocked. This woman is about to reach the Emperor realm? Even Jiang Yi felt the pressure. Liao's talent was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, she was willing to cultivate. Usually, she was the only one cultivating and could not be bothered to chat with others. Cultivate well. I will nurture you according to your performance. The hidden sect is only hidden, not lazy or complacent. Han Ju's voice floated out and frightened everyone. At the same time, hope rose in their hearts. They also wanted to become stronger. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies while checking his emails. Recently, the Heavenly Court had welcomed another war and was surrounded by many factions. Han Ju couldn't help but worry for the Heavenly Emperor. Especially Long Hao, Han Ju felt that it was difficult. He wanted to kill Hao Tian, but he was afraid of harming the Heavenly Emperor. I hope you won't act recklessly. Otherwise, for your father's sake, I'll have to kill you. Han Ju sighed in his heart, and his eyes became firm. There was no perfect plan in the world. Han Ju only needed to follow his heart. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly felt that someone was using the invocation technique. He couldn't help but become nervous. Could it be Long Hao? Trick him over and mess with him? I want to know who's summoning me. Han Ju thought as a black vortex appeared behind him. After this ended, he had to upgrade the invocation technique so that he did not have to deduce it every time. 10,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 10,000 years was simply looking down on him. A name appeared in front of Han Ju. Xing Hongxian. This woman. Han Ju was speechless and heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not Long Hao. After hesitating for a moment, he still stepped into the black vortex. The next second, Han Ju passed through the black vortex and came to a magnificent palace. All kinds of paintings and jade artifacts were arranged. A refreshing fragrance filled the hall. Han Ju saw Xing Hongxian sitting in front of the table, which was covered in fine wine and food. Han Ju couldn't help but remain silent. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, Husband, come and sit. Sit for what? I taught you the mystical power, and this is how you use it. Oh, come on. Xing Hongxian took the initiative to walk over and pulled him over. Han Ju was helpless. This was a treacherous plot. After sitting down, the two of them exchanged drinks. The atmosphere gradually changed. In less than 5 minutes, Han Ju's robe was removed. A month later, a male voice came from outside the palace. Saintess, an immortal emperor is preaching in the holy city today. I have an invitation. Do you want to go? Xing Hongxian sat on Han Ju's lap and replied, No, I'm in seclusion recently. This immortal emperor is not simple. No means no. Alright, continue cultivating. If you come out of seclusion, you can look for me anytime. After the man outside the hall left, Han Ju asked, Who is he? This palace had a special restriction. The people outside couldn't sense anything inside. Xing Hongxian said disdainfully, In my husband's words, an ugly frog who wants to eat swan meat. Ignore him. Let's continue. Oh, you've not had enough. It's not enough. It's never enough. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. If not for him reaching the deity realm and closing the invocation technique, he would have had to cross the heavens and fly back to the 9 nether purgatory. Now he could directly open the way back. He had the 6 paths insignia in the Khanate cave abode and could find the spatial node. Hanju shook his head and laughed. This woman always treated him differently. After a few months, he could finally relax. Hanju began to study the invocation technique. 2 years later, with his comprehension ability at the deity realm, Hanju raised the invocation technique's level. From now on, he could feel who was summoning him. He had already warned Xianxia not to summon him whenever she was free. After her pestering, Hanju allowed her to summon him once every 100 years. After raising his cultivation level to the deity realm, Hanju felt that he could use the dark nightmare again. This time, he wanted to visit Xuemingi in his dreams. When Xuemingi left the 9 nether purgatory, it happened to be near Hidden Sect Island. Hanju copied his data and knew his face, which made it convenient for him to make the other party dream. After a while, he had succeeded. Hanju forcefully created a dream realm for Xuemingi and pulled him into it. This was a dark world filled with volcanoes. Hanju transformed into the dark forbidden lord, ghastly and terrifying. After Xuemingi opened his eyes, he was frightened when he saw Hanju. However, he immediately seemed to realize something and asked carefully, "Are you the dark forbidden lord?" Xuemingi could sense that he could directly jump out of the dream realm, but the other party could forcefully drag him inside, which meant that the other party was stronger than him. The strength of the dream realm could only mean that the other party was expressing goodwill. This image, the first name that appeared in Xuemingi's mind was Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju asked calmly, "Do you feel comfortable using my name?" When Xuemingi heard that, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He knelt down in fear and cupped his fists. "Senior, the Darkness Sect and I really respect you and are willing to serve you." Hanju asked, "You have the Azura race. Why do you want to serve me?" Xuemingi said in shame, "To be honest, the Azura race is inherited from the Blood Sea Azura of the ancient era. We're a race that the Heavenly Tao doesn't like. I've been looking for a chance to break through. I hope you can allow us to serve you. From now on, the Azura race will be at your disposal. Our expectations are not high. We only hope that you can protect us." Hanju said, "Your Azura race has survived until now. Don't you have a way to deal with the calamity?" Xuemingi smiled bitterly. "We have, but we're born with negative karma. The Heavenly Tao is suppressing us more and more. You're secretly manipulating the calamity because you fear the Heavenly Tao. We're on the same path." Hanju was silent and didn't reply. Xuemingi's heart skipped a beat. Had he said something wrong? Hanju stared at Xuemingi quietly. His strange purple eyes made the latter feel weak, and he hurriedly lowered his head. The world fell silent. After a long while, when Xuemingi was about to collapse, Hanju said faintly, "I heard that you worked with the Heavenly Court. Actually, I'm not related to the Heavenly Court. The reason why I don't curse them is that they are an important pawn of mine." Xuemingi looked up at Hanju in surprise. To destroy an overlord, one must first make them arrogant. Xuemingi was enlightened. He asked carefully, "Is your final goal to destroy the Heavenly Court, or to reshuffle the Heavenly Tao forces?" Hanju said, "For myself." For himself. Xuemingi immediately let his imagination run wild. This answer was also the easiest to believe. If not for him, what benefits would there be in controlling the calamity? Does he want to become a sage? Xuemingi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Hanju said, "Continue to help the Heavenly Court. Now that a sage has interfered in the calamity, the true Colossus has yet to surface. You can attach yourself to the Heavenly Court and protect yourself first. Wait and see." A sage was interfering? Xuemingi's eyes widened as he broke out in cold sweat. He thought of those ancient legends. Any calamity that sages participated in would destroy the world. Even the immortal world would find it difficult to protect itself. Xuemingi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4.5 stars. Xuemingi said respectfully, "This subordinate understands." His attitude changed quickly. Hanju waved his hand and the dream shattered. Xue Mingyi returned to reality and sighed as he recalled everything. Was this the dark forbidden lord? It was indeed unfathomable. In the Khanate cave abode, Hanju wondered if there was anyone else he could use. Apart from Xue Mingyi, he didn't know who else worshipped the dark forbidden lord. Forget it. That's all for now. Hanju perked up and continued cultivating. Recently, because of Xianxia, he had lost a lot of cultivation time. He had to make up for it. Hanju's absorption speed of negative karma had been steadily increasing. He wasn't far from the four mystic divine origin now. At least he could see signs of it. Time flew. 30 years later. Liu Bei returned faster than Hanju had expected. Liu Bei smiled and said, "Master, I found the place you're looking for. It's even better than the 9 nether purgatory." "Where?" Hanju asked. It had only been a few decades. Hanju seriously doubted that Liu Bei was looking for a place in the netherworld. Liu Bei replied, "I discovered a mysterious barrier entrance in the netherworld. Inside is an absolutely dark space. You can't see anything and can't use your divine sense to probe. After entering, all your senses will be useless. If we move Hidden Sect Island there, it will definitely be a good place." He was very excited. In any case, he felt that this place was very suitable. Absolute darkness. Could it be the dark forbidden zone? Hanju frowned and thought. He had never been to the dark forbidden zone, but he had seen it in the emails. If the dark forbidden zone was paired with the dark forbidden lord, wouldn't that be a perfect match? No. If even Hanju felt that it was a perfect match, the others would definitely think so too. That's all for now. I'll look for you when I need to change locations. Hanju nodded. Liu Bei nodded and bowed before leaving. After he left, Hanju sighed. It was indeed impossible to rely on this fellow to find a place to hide. Too cowardly. Hanju finally understood how others felt about him. It was maddening. Hanju was a little uneasy that he couldn't find something that satisfied him. He could only use the derivation function. He was afraid that the outcome would make him even more anxious. Try. I want to know where I will be after this calamity ends. Hanju thought silently. The moment this question came out, he felt very smart. He couldn't find a place now, but he would definitely find it in the future. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 1 billion years? Why so much? Hanju frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. Continue. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Then he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he had arrived under the Fusang tree. Everyone from the hidden sect was gathered around him. He glanced around. Everyone was here. Even Xianxia and Suqi had returned. However, their expressions were very grave. Hanju saw himself floating above the Cultivate diligently become Immortal mountain. He was standing on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. He turned and looked around. He discovered that there were terrifying giant shadows at the end of the island. They were densely packed and surrounded the entire island. What happened? Dark Forbidden Lord. Let's see where you can hide. Even if we can't break through your formation, you can forget about leaving. A domineering roar followed by rampant laughter. It's indeed here, as expected of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He's hiding in the 9 nether purgatory. So the Dark Forbidden Lord isn't that strong. I guess this island is a supreme treasure. That's why we can't deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord. Who is he? Who cares? The Dark Forbidden Lord caused the deaths of so many living beings. He has to pay with blood. Hanju was shocked. After the calamity ended, he was still in the 9 nether purgatory and had his identity exposed. Hanju felt uneasy. He looked up. High in the sky, the future Hanju seemed to sense something and looked down at him. Their eyes met, and with a boom, Hanju's consciousness suffered an inexplicable impact. His consciousness returned to reality. Warning: do not interact with your past or future selves. Otherwise, karma will be chaotic and the heavenly Tao will not tolerate it. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He frowned. The future Han Ju could see him? Impossible. Even sages couldn't see him. How could the future him do it? Was it a coincidence? Han Ju was confused. Most importantly, his identity had been exposed in the future. No. He had to find the reason. I want to know my identity will be exposed in the future. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju's eyes were firm. Next, he did not enter the illusion. Words appeared in front of him. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Cultivation unknown. Chaotic fiend celestial immeasurable emperor, the former heavenly emperor. After the failure of the immeasurable calamity, he hid in the river of destiny and comprehended the great Tao of destiny. He saw through karma and fate. After learning of the existence of the dark forbidden Lord, he has been observing the heavens, wanting to find him. At the same time, the portrait was displayed. This person had an extremely dignified appearance and 3 eyes. His gaze was sharp. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Who was this fellow? Han Ju had never heard of him before. The words chaotic fiend celestial were too eye-catching. Legend had it that, in the chaotic era, there was no heavenly Tao yet. In the chaotic era, there were 3,000 chaotic fiend celestials. The giant god Pangu who created the heavenly Tao was one of the chaotic fiend celestials. He killed other chaotic fiend celestials and transformed into the heavenly Tao. He was eternal and indestructible. After the heavenly Tao appeared, the remaining chaotic fiend celestials couldn't enter the heavenly Tao. How did this guy get in? He was even the heavenly emperor. Being targeted by such an existence, Han Ju couldn't help but feel a little weak. Most importantly, this person had always been comprehending karma and fate. Could he predict Han Ju in the future? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more uneasy he became. No, he had to think of a way to kill this fellow. Han Ju didn't want to be surrounded by countless experts. Wait. Could this fellow be a sage? Han Ju frowned even harder. I want to know if there are any subordinates of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan among the people I know. Han Ju thought silently. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Immediately after, figures appeared in Han Ju's mind. Immortal Emperor Samsara, Heavenly God General Hao Tian, Marshal Shinpeng, King of Hell, the Master of the Divine Palace. So many? Han Ju almost went limp. There were too many forces involved. Heavenly Court, Divine Palace, and even the underworld. Among them, he had the most number of friends in the Heavenly Court. 12 of them were the subordinates of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Most importantly, Immortal Emperor Samsara, King of Hell, and the Master of the Divine Palace. Why were they together? The Master of the Divine Palace was a mighty figure who had been replaced by Zhu Tuesday. After Zhu Tu died, he never appeared again. However, Han Ju had a deep impression of him, and he had seen him before in the Great Ultimate Hall. Han Ju suddenly thought of the vengeful spirits in the netherworld that Zhu Tu released from the 9 nether purgatory. Could this be the reason? Han Ju had a headache. The heavenly Tao was too dangerous. Before this, Han Ju didn't know about the existence of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan at all. He didn't expect such a huge net to envelop the entire world. This was a big shot. He was even more terrifying than the Heavenly Emperor, the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Tao Buddha, and Zhu Tu. Zhu Tu had followed Nuwa, perhaps even until his death. He did not know that the Master of the Divine Palace he supported was actually a pawn of another mighty figure. Han Ju hesitated. What should he do when facing such a huge force? The best way was to stop cursing and avoid the calamity in peace. That way, it would not attract Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's attention. But if that was the case, what should the Heavenly Emperor do? Also, if Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun, Su Qi, Fang Liang, and the others encountered a conspiracy, would he be unable to help? There had to be a way. For example, upgrading the Book of Misfortune. As long as the Book of Misfortune continued to become stronger, reaching a level that even Jade Emperor Zhou Yan could not even predict, it should be fine. Unfortunately, heavenly Tao spirit stones were not easily obtained. Hanju touched his chin and tried to think of a way to deal with Jade Emperor Zhouyan. He felt an unprecedented pressure, even greater than when facing a sage. Jade Emperor Zhouyan was too mysterious and had such a huge network of connections. It was extremely terrifying. Jade Emperor Zhouyan was powerful. He had many experts under him and was stronger than the 4 overlords in the immortal world. He couldn't offend such a person rashly. At the very least, he could not curse him. Jade Emperor Zhouyan was definitely stronger than Zenith Heaven and might even be a sage. Such an existence could not be cursed to death. It would attract his attention in advance. I have to think of a way to let him be exposed. Such an existence will definitely cause panic among the people. I don't believe that all the forces in the immortal world are his henchmen. Hanju thought like this. If it was true, he could only run. At most, he would run to the dark forbidden zone. If I can't win, why can't I escape? The more Hanju thought about it, the more relaxed he became. Nothing in the world was difficult as long as one was willing to give up. There were no powerful enemies in the world as long as one knew how to hide. Hanju perked up and continued cultivating. He would be surrounded only after the calamity ended. Currently, there was no sign of the calamity ending. Year after year passed. The 9 nether purgatory regained its silence. The Vermilion bird race and the Jie school seemed to have reached a peaceful agreement and no longer fought. What Hanju was worried about didn't happen. No third force entered the 9 nether purgatory. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. From the emails, there was another bloodbath in the immortal world. Hanju's friends kept decreasing and had not increased for many years. The recent new friends were Xue Mingyi and Jing Tiangong. At this rate, Hanju would be unable to spy on the situation in the immortal world sooner or later. However, there was no choice. It was not suitable to make friends during the calamity. Hanju was getting closer and closer to the 4 mystic divine origin. He would probably break through in another 50 years. It was mainly because the negative karma in the 9 nether purgatory was too dense and endless. No matter how fast Hanju absorbed negative karma, he could absorb it as much as he wanted. Although the negative karma absorbed every day was extremely huge, Hanju felt that he didn't affect the 9 nether purgatory at all. On this day, Hanju was cultivating. With a terrifying boom, he opened his eyes in shock. He wasn't the only one. Everyone from the hidden sect was shocked and stood up. Above the 9 nether purgatory, a huge red hole appeared in the darkness. A terrifying figure slowly descended. It was a 30 kilometers tall figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. He wore savage bone armor and a huge pillar that held up the sky floated behind him. It was even larger than his body. He opened his eyes and smiled in horror towards a certain direction. He raised his right hand, and the huge pillar behind him flew to his palm. Break! The 10,000-foot figure roared angrily. He waved his right hand and the towering pillar attacked, stirring up a dragon wave. A terrifying impact swept towards the surroundings, and boundless negative karma surged violently. The hidden sect island was also shaken by the impact. Fortunately, the spatial array formation in the Tao field was stable. They couldn't sense the island's trembling when inside. Hanju was surprised. Who was that? Because the distance was too far, he couldn't detect the other party's cultivation and identity. That direction seemed to be targeting the primordial Yuan Phoenix. Hanju didn't care too much. It was fine as long as it did not affect him. He sent a voice transmission to everyone from the hidden sect, telling them to calm down. Soon, the pressure of battle came. Hanju secretly controlled Hidden Sect Island to leave the direction of the battle. The battle lasted for several days. After the battle ended, Hanju checked the emails. Your good friend Primordial Yuan Phoenix was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Gasp. To be able to injure an existence like the Primordial Yuan Phoenix, how strong was that fellow? Was this the hidden side of the world? There were countless people like Hanju hiding in the dark. Spatial array formation? Which fellow Taoist is on the island? A surprised voice suddenly sounded and entered Hidden Sect Island. Hanju was shocked and hurriedly checked the surrounding enemies. Jiang Dugu, Cultivation unknown. Immeasurable Emperor, Khanate human race. His cultivation level was unknown. He was at least Zenith Heaven. Hanju knew that he couldn't hide, so he said, "I'm a nobody. I hope that you won't disturb me." With all the disciples watching, he couldn't lower his stance. Besides, the Dao Field's array formation was already at the Zenith Heaven realm. Ordinary Zenith Heaven cultivators couldn't barge in. Even if they could, there was still Lu Bu, a peak Zenith Heaven. Jiang Dugu's voice sounded, "I'm just curious. I naturally won't disturb your Dao Field. May I know your name?" Hanju said, "Xing Daorong." "Xing Daorong? Where are you from?" "I'm Jiang Dugu of the human race. I'm currently in the human school, staying away from the calamity. I'm from the Great Wei Divine Dynasty, a mortal world hidden in the dark. It's not worth mentioning. Are you avoiding the calamity? I've never heard of you, which means that you've never entered the calamity. Why don't you fight? I cultivate for myself. People fight for providence to defeat others. That is not my Dao." "Ha ha ha, not bad. I won't disturb you anymore. Jiang Dugu has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1.5 stars. Jiang Dugu's aura disappeared, and Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately checked the other party's information. Jiang Dugu, Cultivation unknown. Immeasurable Emperor, Khanate human race, the first batch of Khanate humans created by Sage Nuwa. He once obtained great providence in the immeasurable calamity. He is now one of the ancestors of the human race and is currently cultivating in the human school. Because of your rare cultivation attitude, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1.5 stars. Hanju showed a frown. Human school. It turned out that Li Daokong and Li Shenao were not the only ones in the human school. There were also Khanate humans hidden among them. The current humans were not considered Khanate humans. They were only considered postnatal humans. Khanate humans were the creation of sages and were extremely talented. The reason why the human race could prosper today was not only because of the favor of the sages but also because of the relentless efforts of the Khanate human race. After the battle of blood and tears, they had obtained the status of the protagonists of the heavenly Dao. Because of this identity, they were under the heavenly Dao's protection. Killing humans was considered a sin, while saving humans was a form of kindness and merit. How many Khanate humans like Jiang Dugu were there in the human race? Hanju hesitated. Everyone from the hidden sect was also communicating Jiang Dugu is a pseudo-sage. His seniority is extremely high. Duan Hongqian sighed. Although he was only an immortal emperor, he had lived for a long time and knew countless names. Jiang Yi said angrily, "What Xing Daorong? Back then, he even lied to me that his name was Sima Yi. I'm so angry." The black hell chicken asked curiously, "Your surnames are both Jiang. Is there a story?" Jiang Yi nodded and said, "My mother's ancestor was once saved by the human Jiang family and was raised. Therefore, she has the surname Jiang. Speaking of which, I'm also a descendant of Jiang Dugu, but our relationship is too far apart. He definitely won't acknowledge me, and I don't want to either." The Black Hell Demon Lord asked curiously, "Is Jiang Dugu stronger than Zhu Tu?" The system created Zhu Tu, who had not spoken, said, "He is. No matter how strong Zhu Tu is, he's still tied down by the immeasurable calamity. Jiang Dugu has once won the providence of the calamity for the human race and has often heard the sage of the human school preach. Compared to that, Zhu Tu's status is too shallow." Everyone couldn't help but sigh. There were really many mighty figures hidden in the immortal world. Ever since he had Jiang Dugu as a good friend, Hanju's emails became lively. This fellow was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure every year and would occasionally be cursed. However, he was fine and had been wandering around. He was so reckless but actually admired Hanju's philosophy. Hanju felt that it was ridiculous. After meeting Jiang Dugu, Hanju felt that the Nine Nether Purgatory was becoming less and less safe. However, this place was suitable for him to cultivate. He could still stay here. He would definitely escape when he reached the sixth mystic divine origin. Time passed. 27 years passed. On this day, Hanju was cultivating when he suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He opened his eyes and thought to himself, "Why do I feel uneasy? A billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? A billion years." Something was wrong. Hanju gritted his teeth and chose to continue. He entered the illusion. Numerous flaming figures were gathered in a hall that burned with flames, looking at a terrifying three-legged golden crow. Even if this three-legged golden crow was lying down, it was still tens of thousands of feet tall. There was a huge golden bell above its head. The three-legged golden crow muttered a mysterious incantation. The golden bell trembled slightly as strange words visible to the naked eye appeared and revolved around it. "Ancestor, please send your divine power to my golden crow divine clan to suppress all living beings." The three-legged golden crow began to repeat these words. Its voice grew louder and louder, echoing in the hall. Hanju raised his eyebrows. What was this? The chaotic bell? In some novels, it was mentioned that the Golden Crow ancestor, Eastern Emperor Tai, wielded the chaotic bell, which was also known as the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, in the legends, Eastern Emperor Tai had other identities of all kinds. The only thing that could be certain was that he was definitely an ancient deity. Heavy panting sounded from the golden bell. It was terrifying. The scene shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He didn't expect that after the Divine Palace and the Demon Court collapsed, more factions would rise. As this calamity continued, why were there more and more people? Hanju was secretly glad that he didn't stay in the immortal world. It was really chaotic. At this moment, Hanju felt the Heavenly Emperor's divine sense coming from the Heavenly Tao token. The Heavenly Emperor asked him not to contact him. Why was he taking the initiative to contact him now? It seemed that the Heavenly Emperor also sensed that the Golden Crow divine clan was about to cause trouble. Hanju connected his divine sense and the Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded. "You have to be careful of your Golden Crows. Dilan Tian of the Golden Crow divine clan is preparing to summon the primordial Golden Crow. At that time, the bloodline power of the Golden Crows will resonate and go berserk." There's such a method? Hanju said, "Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. Will the Golden Crow divine clan target the Heavenly Court?" The Heavenly Emperor's tone was a little solemn. "Yes, after all, they established the demon race's Heavenly Court and have to eradicate us. There can only be one Heavenly Court in the world, but I'm not afraid. The Immortal Heavenly Court has existed for longer than the Demon Heavenly Court. What haven't we experienced?" Hanju was relieved. Although the Heavenly Emperor was suspected to be bragging, it was fine as long as he didn't lose his confidence. "Your Majesty, do you know about Jade Emperor Zhou Yan?" Hanju pretended to ask casually. "Yes, he's the third emperor of the Heavenly Court. Why are you asking about him?" "Nothing. I just heard Di Taibai mention Jade Emperor Zhou Yan before. He's extremely respected. Now that Hao Tian has appeared, will Jade Emperor Zhou Yan make a comeback?" "Don't worry. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan has a good relationship with me. I was able to ascend because of his support." An ally? Hanju was stunned. He originally thought that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was a mysterious mastermind hiding in the dark. He didn't expect him to be the backing of the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. "He's very powerful. It's precisely because he's here that the Heavenly Court can be eternal." "I see. I'm relieved. After ending the conversation, Hanju frowned. Immortal Emperor Samsara and the Heavenly Emperor were both subordinates of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan, but Immortal Emperor Samsara and the Heavenly Emperor were plotting against each other? Infighting? Feeling that it was ridiculous, Hanju started to use the derivation function. Are Immortal Emperor Samsara and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan united? A billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. I see. Immortal Emperor Samsara was a traitor. Hanju continued to derive. Does Jade Emperor Zhou Yan have any intention of harming the Heavenly Emperor? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju's heart bled. Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Although Jade Emperor Zhou Yan would deduce his whereabouts in the future, it was fine as long as he could protect the Heavenly Emperor. This way, Hanju could enter seclusion without any worries. But something was wrong. In the previous derivations, the Heavenly Emperor had died a few times, which meant that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan had not helped. Or did Jade Emperor Zhou Yan also die? Since Hanju couldn't figure it out, he could only put this matter aside for the time being. Continue cultivating. I'll break through first. Hanju's eyes became firm. 15 years later, Hanju welcomed the opportunity to break through. He began to tackle the 4 mystic divine origin. 4 years later, he had successfully broken through. For mystic divine origin, Hanju's divine origin dermic powers began to increase as his essence transformed and became even stronger. As he consolidated his cultivation, he opened his attributes panel. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 5,410/439 quadrillion, 999 trillion, 999 billion, 999 999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial. Cultivation: for mystic divine origin. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao. Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao. Great Tao of Life and Death. Great Tao of Karma. There was hope of reaching the Zenith Heaven realm before 10,000 years. Hanju thought in satisfaction. Of course, this was only his wish. Perhaps the Zenith Heaven realm required a long period of accumulation. 3 years later, Hanju's cultivation had completely stabilized. He wanted to celebrate, but he suddenly discovered that no enemy was worth cursing. Li Xianxia had been harassed by him, while Li Daokong was very passionate towards him. He was also embarrassed to harm Li Daokong. What if Li Xianxia died and Li Daokong died too? How Tian could be cursed to death. But now that he was sharing his body with Long Hao, it was not good to curse. He had also found out that Tai Sutian had no ill intentions towards him for the time being. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was too strong. He couldn't alert him. Immortal Emperor Samsara still had a good impression of him. Hanju was too embarrassed to kill him. The other enemies had low hatred points. They were at most unhappy or disgusted with him. Sigh. Why do I suddenly feel a little empty? Hanju couldn't help but miss the heavenly Tao Buddha, the Demon Emperor, and Zhu too. He might be a masochist, but this was good. Hanju shook his head and laughed. Forget it. I'll continue cultivating. Hanju checked the emails while cultivating. Your disciple Su Qi has become an immortal emperor of misfortune. He is invulnerable to all techniques and his body has transformed into karma. Your good friend Xianxia has obtained the war god inheritance. He has stepped into the emperor realm and become an immortal emperor of supremacy. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by Jie school disciples X16. Your good friend Xue Mingyi was attacked by a human mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a deity realm demon X8. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Zhang Dugu. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Zhou Fan was cursed by a mysterious curse. Su Qi and Xianxia were both immortal emperors. Hanju sighed. Not long ago, an immortal emperor was far beyond his reach. Now, even his disciple had become one. Was this the passage of time? As he read, not many emails attracted Hanju's attention. He was most interested in when Li Daokong would be severely injured. Facing the attack of the pseudo-sage Zhang Dugu, he was not severely injured. Perhaps the disciples of the human school were sparring. Li Daokong wanted to take me in as his disciple so much. But I actually wanted to see him crippled? Han Ju was secretly ashamed and felt that his thinking was not right. Currently, the immortal world was filled with all sorts of people. The various forces were interconnected and no one could see who could win the providence of the calamity for the time being. After reading the emails, Han Ju called the 8 brothers out. Han 1 and Han 7 were both Earth immortal gourd spirits. Han 8's potential was even more outstanding. He was a chaotic gourd spirit. The 8 brothers had been cultivating in seclusion on Hidden Sect Island, but their cultivation time was shorter. They couldn't enter the top 10 in the Hidden Sect competition, including Han 8. Han Ju wanted to guide them. After all, they were surnamed Han and were equivalent to his sons. The 8 brothers of the Han family were very nervous. Han Ju hadn't seen them alone for a long time. "What mystical power do you want to learn?" Han Ju asked. Now, he had dozens of mystical powers and more spells. This was still the case when he was too lazy to create them himself. It was enough for him to teach the disciples. Han 8 was the first to speak. "I want to learn the strongest mystical power." As soon as he finished speaking, Han 1 glared at him, scaring him so much that he hurriedly lowered his head. The other brothers became nervous, afraid that they would anger Han Ju. Han Ju was expressionless and laughed in his heart. It seemed that the 100-year competition had caused the inner circle of the hidden sect to be a little tense. This was a good thing. After all, other than who was stronger and who was weaker, these people had no other worries. If there was no pressure, how could they advance? Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "Then, I'll teach you the 5 elements divine light. When this mystical power is cultivated to the extreme, there's nothing it can't do. All techniques can be broken. I hope that you can bring this mystical power to greater heights." Hearing this, the 8 brothers immediately became excited. They kowtowed and thanked Han Ju. Half a year later, they left the cave abode and were surrounded by others. They were all curious about the mystical power they had learned. Regarding this, the 8 brothers were as mysterious as Liao. "You'll know in the next competition." Apart from Han 8, the other gourds were all smug. The black hell chicken almost died of anger. "When will it be my turn? I'm the most obedient one," Sun Chang'an said angrily. "Wasn't the previous vermilion bird a reward?" Zhou Mingyue, the reincarnated great sage equaling heaven, and Lu Huaxiu, the reincarnated purple star emperor, nodded. They were the disciples who were not taken care of. However, due to their low seniority, they couldn't take the initiative to look for Han Ju. Under the Fusang tree, the chaotic heavenly dog wagged its tail and said lazily, "We have to do it by generation. The 8 of them are surnamed Han. Are you also surnamed Han?" Zhou Mingyue shouted, "From today onwards, my name is Han Mingyue." Lu Huaxiu covered his face. He couldn't be as shameless as Zhou Mingyue. Tu Linger curled her lips and said, "I'll definitely be next." The golden crow Ada couldn't take it anymore and said, "Why is it you again? You've already gone in a few times." Everyone began to argue. Of course, most of them were joking and were not really jealous. They were under Han Ju's protection, anyway. Duan Hongqian sat in a corner and frowned. It was unknown what he was thinking. In a crimson hall, Di Lantian, who had transformed into a human, sat on an emperor's throne. Long Hao brought the 7 mighty figures of the true dragon race into the hall. On both sides were the elders of the Golden Crow divine clan. The imposing Di Lantian sized up Long Hao, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Long Hao stopped and cupped his fists with a smile. "I'm the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Court. Greetings to the Golden Crow divine clan's leader." Di Lantian glanced at the 7 people behind him and said casually, "You've already received the help of the true dragon race. Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you still want to join forces with me?" The Golden Crow divine clan and the true dragon race were not on good terms. The Golden Crows were known to feed on dragons. How could the true dragon race tolerate this? The 2 races often fought and were considered mortal enemies. Long Hao stared at Di Lantian and said, "This immortal world is already the main chessboard of the heavenly Tao. You and I are both pawns, but if we join forces we can become chess players. I heard that the Golden Crow Divine Clan has awakened the Emperor Ancestral Bell. You don't want to be pawns, right? Dilantion said disdainfully. Since you already know about the Emperor Ancestral Bell, why do you dare to come? He raised his right hand and waved it gently. The terrifying and mighty Emperor Ancestral Bell suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a grand mountain floating in the air, and it could crash down at any moment. Long Hao did not seem to see the Emperor Ancestral Bell above his head. He smiled and said, "Can the Emperor Ancestral Bell suppress sages?" Dilantian's expression darkened. "I want to overthrow the heavenly court. I want to be the heavenly emperor. I'm willing to be one of the 2 emperors of the heavenly court with you, just like the 4 extreme emperors of the heavenly court. You control the heavens and I control the earth. How about that?" Long Hao said with a burning gaze. Dilantion asked, "Could it be that the heavenly emperor doesn't want to pass the throne to you? You're already his strongest son. He doesn't want to be accused of favoritism, and he also obeys the sages. He thinks that the next heavenly emperor should be immortal." "Oh? Which mortal?" "The 3 great generals seem to be from the human race, right?" "That's right. Since you already understand, you don't have to suspect my motives, right? But are you qualified?" Dilantion shook his head and did not take Long Hao seriously. In his opinion, Long Hao was too young. He was only a few thousand years old. It was even shorter than a nap. "He's not qualified. Then what about me?" A dignified voice came from Long Hao's body. Golden dragon aura overflowed from his body and quickly condensed into a golden figure. It was Hao Tian. Dilantion was moved. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Hao Tian, I didn't expect Senior to still be alive." Hao Tian said, "Since you still call me Senior, are you willing to cooperate? I want to deal with the one behind the heavenly court." "No problem." Dilantion immediately agreed. Hao Tian smiled and said, "You can talk to him." He dissipated into smoke. Long Hao's tightly clenched fists loosened. He was only pretending to be confident. The pressure of the Emperor Ancestral Bell above his head was no joke. Dilantion stared at him for a while and suddenly asked with a smile, "I heard that your master is a prodigy specially nurtured by the Heavenly Emperor. My clan's Jiang Yi was saved because he reported it. How's your master's cultivation? What's his cultivation level now?" Long Hao smiled and said, "I'm not sure either, but I heard from my father that my master should be only 5,000 years old now. With his potential, he's at least a rank 5 immortal emperor." Dilantian's pupils constricted as he sighed. To be able to reach the rank 5 immortal emperor realm at 5,000 years old, such talent is even stronger than Tao Sovereign of the Divine Palace. No, it should be the Heavenly Court's Tao Sovereign now. Long Hao's eyes revealed reverence. My master didn't enter the calamity, but his talent is top-notch. In the future, he will be the top mighty figure in the world. He will also become the pillar of our new heavenly court. Dilantion has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Looking at the line of words that suddenly appeared in front of him, Han Ju felt baffled. But since it was a favorability notice, it was fine. If it was hatred points, Dilantion would be in trouble. He continued to cultivate. Time flew. 10 years had passed since he had imparted the mystical power to the Han brothers. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the cave abode, preparing to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. Fong Liang, Su Qi, and Long Hao broke through at lightning speed outside. He couldn't let the disciples who stayed on the island fall behind. In that case, when Su Qi and the other 2 returned, how much of a blow would that cause to the remaining disciples? Han Ju couldn't allow such a situation to happen. Everyone, prepare to listen. Han Ju's voice resounded throughout the entire island. The nether race beings scattered throughout Hidden Sect Island became excited. They had always missed Han Ju's lecture. The feeling of the Tao insight exploding was unforgettable. Everyone quickly sat down. Even Fairy Xixin and Chang Yuer walked out of their cave abodes. Han Ju began to preach. He glanced at Chang Yuer. This senior sister had been in seclusion. In the past few hundred years, Other than to hear him preach, she rarely came out. He didn't know what she was studying. Chang Yuer's cultivation level could barely keep up. She was already a grand unity heaven immortal. Hanju was only slightly curious and couldn't be bothered to spend time observing her. As Hanju spoke, everyone entered a state of Tao comprehension. This lecture lasted for 5 years. After the lecture, Hanju directly entered the Khanate cave abode to cultivate. The disciples and nether race members had yet to recover. Hanju sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and fell into a daze. His eyes could see everyone's state through the mountain wall of the cave abode. Some were crying in joy, some had worried expressions, some were impatient, and some had dark expressions. They were all comprehending the Tao for themselves. Hanju saw all forms of life. When immortals were high up and looked down on the mortal world, would they be moved by the suffering of mortals? Looking back, Hanju's thoughts drifted to the herb garden of the outer sect of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect in the mortal world. He followed the servants to cultivate and take care of the herbs. He saw Elder Iron. He was still so cold and gave off a temperamental aura. He saw his parents in this life. For some reason, their faces were already blurry. Hanju had clearly lived 2 lifetimes. At this current strength, his memory was not ordinary. He could remember everyone but his parents. Perhaps he didn't want to remember them because he did not acknowledge them deep down. Time passed quickly. The faces Hanju encountered in this life flashed past his eyes. It was like a movie that was being sped up. Everything flashed like a shadow. Some were smiling, some were angry, and some had jealousy in their eyes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. They were all things of the past. Hanju sighed in his heart. Gradually, his eyes became firm. Wasn't this what he wanted to pursue? He wanted to be indestructible and undying. He wanted to surpass all cultivators and become the strongest. This is life and death. Life and death restrain all living beings. All living beings face life and death. Hanju muttered to himself. His divine origin dermic powers resonated and his cultivation level began to increase. This was a form of Tao comprehension. Sometimes, suddenly understanding the true meaning of heaven and earth and the truth of the great Tao could increase one's cultivation. Hanju often saw this in his emails. Unfortunately, the increase in cultivation did not last long. He still had to work hard to break through to the 5 mystic divine origin. Hanju adjusted his state of mind and continued cultivating. 10 years later, Hanju checked his emails while cultivating. Your disciple Long Hao was attacked by your good friend Divine General. He was severely injured. Your good friend Di Lantian was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by the true dragon race, X10827. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by your disciple Long Hao. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by your good friend Di Lantian. Your good friend Di Lantian sacrificed his soul to summon the Golden Crow ancestor. Your good friend Di Lantian has sounded the Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure, the Emperor Ancestral Bell. The providence of the Heavenly Court has been damaged. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has been cursed too many times and has been plagued by bad luck. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was suppressed in a danger zone. Long Hao finally fought with the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju sighed. It was truly tragic for the father and son to fight. The Golden Crow Divine Clan was quite something. From the emails, they were on par with the Heavenly Court. Especially Di Lantian, he could actually rely on a supreme treasure to destroy the providence of the Heavenly Court. Hanju also noticed Jiang Dugu's situation and saw that he finally suffered a failure. What kind of existence was this? If it was a sage, it should be shown. It seemed that Jiang Dugu was not the strongest below the sages. As Hanju continued reading, his blood boiled. Was this the immeasurable calamity? How exciting! If only there was a live stream. Hanju was just thinking. He didn't want to go out. This calamity was not the era where he would rule. He wanted to be invisible. After resting for a few days, Hanju continued cultivating. Ever since the end of the lecture 10 years ago, the hidden sect had once again stirred up a trend of seclusion. It was mainly because Liao was preparing to reach the Emperor realm. She especially headed to the back of a mountain to sit alone and not be disturbed. Liao was a latecomer. Morongqi, Sun Chang'an, the Black Hell Chicken, and the others did not want to be left behind by her. Even Jiang Yi was stimulated by Liao. This woman's talent was really high. It was worth mentioning that the chaotic gourd spirit Han 8 had also risen. Ever since he finished listening to the lecture, he seemed to have been enlightened. His cultivation progressed at a tremendous pace. Even Chu Shuren sighed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Duan Hongqin suddenly visited him. Han Ju thought for a moment and still let him in. Duan Hongqin, rank 3 Immortal Emperor. Born in the face of calamity. Reincarnated ancient god. He once participated in the immeasurable calamity and died. His remnant soul was suppressed in the netherworld with negative karma. After countless years of evolution, his body was born from negative karma. His remnant soul gained intelligence and could absorb negative karma to become stronger. However, he can't digest negative karma. Current favorability: 5 stars. After arriving at Hidden Sect Island, his cultivation level increased by 2 stages. Could be said to be fast. However, he seemed to be dissatisfied. After all, he was also someone facing calamity. Duan Hongqin knelt in front of Han Ju and gritted his teeth. Sect Master, I want to enter the calamity. Recently, my cultivation has developed mental demons. I'm afraid it's the heavenly Tao's fault. If I don't enter the calamity, it'll be difficult for my Tao heart to stabilize. I swear that as long as I'm still alive, I'll always be a disciple of the hidden sect. I won't reveal anything about you or harm the hidden sect. Saying this, he clearly mustered up a lot of courage. After all, he was once a prisoner and had no right to make any requests. Hanju stared at him and didn't reply immediately. The atmosphere was silent. Duan Hongqin couldn't help but panic. Crap. The sect master is furious. Duan Hongqin gritted his teeth and didn't dare to look at Hanju. If this continued, he would be killed by the mental demon. It was better to risk it. I know. Go. Hanju's voice suddenly sounded. Duan Hongqin was stunned and thought that he had heard wrong. He looked up at Hanju and discovered that he was smiling. He was like a completely different person. Duan Hongqin's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability: 6 stars. Thank you, Sect Master. If I survive this calamity, I will definitely return to accompany you on the Great Tao. Without your permission, I will never ask to leave again. Duan Hongqin said excitedly and immediately kowtowed to Hanju a few times. Hanju said, It's your fate, after all. If you still feel that you belong to the hidden sect, you can return at any time. However, don't think that I will save you and help you. At least during the calamity, I won't make a move. This is a form of responsibility towards me and the entire hidden sect. Duan Hongqin nodded heavily. I understand. Actually, I'm also doing very well in the hidden sect. You have never mistreated me. I've always been grateful, so I never caused trouble for the hidden sect. If I fight for great providence in the future, I will definitely repay the hidden sect. Hanju closed his eyes and waved his sleeve, signaling that he could leave. Duan Hongqin stood up and bowed before leaving. Hanju didn't teach him the invocation technique. Although he already had a 6-star favorability towards him, Hanju's own favorability towards him was limited, let alone this fellow who was facing the calamity. Most likely, Duan Hongqin would die in the calamity. With so many people facing the calamity, how many people could survive? Hanju couldn't help but worry about the Heavenly Emperor, Xianxia, Fang Liang, Zhou Fan, and the others. Many of his good friends had become people facing the calamity. He estimated that a few of them would die. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Hanju hoped that they would all live. If they really died, he could only mourn. With Hanju's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to risk his life for others. Even the Heavenly Emperor was the same. Although the Heavenly Emperor treated him very well, Hanju would only help him if his life was not threatened. If it was a decision between his life and the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju would only choose himself. It was the same no matter who replaced the Heavenly Emperor. If he died, what was the point of all this? In the long years of cultivation, Hanju had always been vigilant against himself. He couldn't forget his original intention. Perhaps when he reached the end of his cultivation, he would be able to do as he wished, including making up for his past regrets. Duan Hongqin's departure caused quite a commotion in the hidden sect. After all, having interacted for so long, everyone still had feelings for each other. Therefore, they began to discuss the people facing the calamity. As the Supreme Buddha, Chu Shuren knew the most and explained to everyone what a person meant to face the calamity was. Hanju didn't pay attention to what they were talking about and focused on cultivating. This was life. Some had to come and go. Hanju focused on cultivating. His goal was the Zenith Heaven realm. The four mystic divine origin was indeed half a step away from the Zenith Heaven realm. Time passed quickly. 40 years passed in a flash. During this period, Xianxia used the invocation technique to summon him once. After half a year of exercise, Hanju finally returned. It wasn't torture. To Hanju, it was a rare form of relaxation. Xianxia always had a way to please him. She was always passionate towards him. Hanju had no choice but to teach her a mystical power and help her become stronger. This was how affection should be. Both parties had to be willing. If there was always a one-sided effort, it would be wrong and unfair to the other party. On this day, Hanju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse Li Xianxia for fun. Then he checked his emails. Your good friend Duan Hongqin has joined the darkness sect. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because of your good friend Xue Mingyi's curse, your disciple Long Hao has been plagued by bad luck and developed mental demons. Your good friend Zhou Fan broke through in the face of death and comprehended the great Tao of slaughter, reaching the Emperor realm. Your good friend Li Daokong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Because he has a supreme treasure, he is not affected. Your good friend Dilan Tian was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuintian has been enlightened by the providence of the Jie school. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has become the person facing the calamity. Your disciple Su Qi returned to the heavenly Tao with endless bad luck and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Duan Hongqin actually joined the darkness sect directly. It seemed that he had a good relationship with Xue Mingyi. Xue Mingyi was very sensible and was really helping the Heavenly Emperor seriously. However, seeing Long Hao encounter misfortune, Hanju was also not happy. He continued reading. Zhou Fan had reached the Emperor realm. This was the most shocking thing to Hanju. This was a true protagonist. Hanju had already met him long ago. His aptitude was average, but he always managed to survive. This experience was definitely that of a fantasy protagonist. Furthermore, after this fellow ascended, his momentum did not decrease but increased instead. He was unstoppable and counterattacked all the way. He actually forcefully reached the Emperor realm. If this fellow survived the calamity, his future would be limitless. However, Hanju still couldn't understand how Zhou Fan could be so impressive. Fortunately, Zhou Fan's favorability towards him did not decrease and would not pose a threat to him. Dilan Tian was severely injured by Li Daokong. Hanju could only admire Li Daokong for this. This fellow had never lost before. Jiang Dugu had been defeated, but Li Daokong was still wandering around. Huang Zuintian had become someone facing the calamity. Could only be said that he was unfortunate. There was also Su Qi. He had returned so quickly and wanted to be a shit-stirrer to make the calamity even more chaotic. Hanju watched for a while and only had one feeling. The calamity was intensifying. Danger. It was getting more and more dangerous. Hanju had to become a Zenith Heaven as soon as possible. This might even trigger a system upgrade or a Tao field upgrade. This way he would be safer. With this thought, Hanju entered cultivation after cursing Li Xianxia. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The Immortals gathered and made a commotion. Li Daokong, Li Xianxia, the Divine General, the Martial God General, and the Heavenly God General were all here. The Heavenly Emperor's gaze landed on the Heavenly God General. His aura was the strongest among the three great generals. Previously, he had raised the battle for the providence of the war god in the Heavenly Gate. After so many years, not a single war god had defeated him. Until now, no one dared to challenge him. With providence pouring into him, the Heavenly God General was already the publicly acknowledged strongest war god. The Martial God General noticed the Heavenly Emperor's gaze and curled his lips. Li Xianxia was also sizing up the Heavenly God General. He smiled teasingly. Heavenly God General, how does it feel to reach the zenith heaven realm? The Heavenly God General's expression did not change. You might not understand. Li Xianxia's face instantly turned ashen. Li Daokong smiled and said, let's spar when you have time. I'll teach you how to fight in the zenith heaven realm. Facing Li Daokong, the Heavenly God General's eyes burned with fighting spirit, but he did not reply. The Heavenly Emperor suddenly said, the Dragon Court and the Golden Crow Divine Clan have joined forces, but they have already been defeated and can't make a comeback for the time being. However, the Heavenly Court is facing a new enemy. What do you think about the humans? With that said, all the gods shut up and looked up at the Heavenly Emperor with different expressions. Ever since the calamity, the various sacred dynasties of the human race had been gathering. Now, they had already become powerful. They didn't believe in immortals or sages and said that they wanted to fight for the human race. As the protagonist of the Heavenly Tao, the greatest advantage of the human race was their numbers and countless connections. Almost all the major factions had human figures. Li Daokong was the first to speak. Although the human school values the human race as its foundation, we think they have been bewitched. We should teach them a lesson. They are the protagonists of the Heavenly Tao, but they still want to control it. Offending your superior is unforgivable. After the eldest disciple of the human school finished speaking, the other immortals spoke one after another. Some supported suppressing the humans, while others suggested asking the immortals of the Heavenly Court to persuade the humans. There were all sorts of opinions, causing the numinous palace to become noisy. The Heavenly Emperor listened quietly. He was also thinking about this question. If he dealt with the humans, it would involve too much trouble. Most of the immortals of the Heavenly Court were from the human race. Once they targeted the humans, it would definitely cause a commotion. However, if they let the human race grow stronger, these immortals might abandon the Heavenly Court and return to the human race. This was a dilemma. After a long while, the Heavenly Emperor raised his hand and pressed down. All the immortals in the numinous palace quietened down. He slowly said, warn the humans that if they insist, the Heavenly Court will show the power of immortals to the world. With that said, the expressions of the gods changed. They had their own thoughts. 7 years later, Hanju was cultivating when 4 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the Heavenly Court is declaring war on the entire human race. You have the following choices. 1. Support the human race and fight for the providence of the human race. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Support the Heavenly Court and fight for the providence of the immortal gods. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. 3. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and don't enter the calamity. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Heavenly Court fought with the humans? Hanju couldn't help but think that more than 4,000 years ago, when the Heavenly Court surrounded the mortal world, he had also fought for the humans and the immortal gods. Although the Heavenly Emperor had done him a favor, Hanju would never forget the arrogant attitude of the immortal gods. If not for him showing his potential, the reroll world would have been long gone and the Heavenly Emperor would not have treated him so well. This was reality. Hanju thought as he silently chose the third option. He didn't care about the entire human race. He only cared about the humans of the reroll world. He couldn't protect the humans of the myriad worlds. He remembered the Heavenly Emperor's kindness, but he did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Court. Of course, most importantly, he did not want to take any risks. Congratulations on obtaining a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 Bodhi tree. 10,000 Bodhi tree, ancient divine tree. Cultivating under the tree can increase one's comprehension. At the same time, it can produce Kanate chi. This tree was not bad. Han Ju took out the 10,000 Bodhi tree. It was still a sapling. He stood up and brought the 10,000 Bodhi tree out of the cave abode. Everyone from the hidden sect couldn't help but stand up when they saw him. Han Ju ignored them and walked halfway up the mountain. The others followed, and more people agglomerated. Han Ju planted the 10,000 Bodhi tree halfway up the mountain. Chu Shuren sized it up and then exclaimed, "This is a Bodhi tree? Furthermore, its grade is very high. Even in the Buddhist sect, there isn't such a high-grade Bodhi tree." The others couldn't help but stare at the 10,000 Bodhi tree curiously. Han Ju said, "This tree can produce Kanate chi suitable for deity realm cultivation and also increase your comprehension. You have to protect it. This is a supreme treasure for your cultivation. As long as it grows healthily, it will be very helpful to you. However, before it completely grows up, no one is allowed to cultivate beside it and snatch its spirit chi. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded as they looked at the 10,000 Bodhi tree with burning eyes. Who among them would not be tempted by such a divine tree? Han Ju didn't say anything else and left. Everyone surrounded the 10,000 Bodhi tree and pointed. They were all very surprised that Han Ju could take out such a supreme treasure. Han Ju had always been in seclusion. How did he obtain such a precious treasure? From the heavenly court? Impossible. In Chu Shuren's words, the heavenly court didn't have such a foundation. The 10,000 Bodhi tree was an ultimate treasure in any overlord faction in the immortal world. The black hell chicken smiled proudly. "I already said that Master is the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor." Chu Shuren shouted, "Don't talk about the Tao ancestor. Even if he's Grandmaster or even if he isn't, you can't mention it. Be careful of the divine retribution." The others were frightened. Even this Buddha thought that Han Ju was the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor? Han Ju was shocked on the way back. Since when did he become the Tao ancestor? Fortunately, Chu Shuren stopped him in time and didn't let such words spread. At most, they could chat casually in the Tao field and increase Han Ju's image in the hearts of everyone in the hidden sect. However, they couldn't let it spread. If that happened, there would be huge trouble. Han Ju came to the Fusong tree and asked with a smile, "How's your cultivation recently?" The Fusong tree shook slightly and replied, "Not bad. They occasionally guide me, but I still can't transform." His tone was filled with regret. It also wanted to be like the others and move freely. However, it was the heavenly Tao divine tree. With the rules of the heavenly Tao suppressing it, it could not transform. If it could, wouldn't the legendary Buzhou divine mountain also be able to transform? Under the heavenly Tao, not all existences could transform as long as they cultivated. Hanju smiled and said, "This is actually a good thing. Can let you stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace. One day, you can break through the shackles and transform into a human and enjoy freedom." The Fusong tree could only think this way. After chatting for a while, Hanju returned to the Khanate cave abode. Continue cultivating. Time passed. Another 20 years passed. During Hanju's cultivation, the humans of the immortal world and the heavenly court fought. Even Xianxia was attacked by the heavenly troops. Long Hao and Di Lantian seemed to have subsided. There was no movement from them. The darkness sect had always helped the heavenly court. They were the reason why they were becoming stronger. Xue Mingyi really wanted the heavenly court to become arrogant. Hanju understood. Too many factions were targeting the heavenly court. If the heavenly emperor wanted to survive this calamity, he could only face the difficulties and win great providence. If heavenly court won, they wouldn't kill the humans. Therefore, he didn't stop Xue Mingyi and let him make the mistake. If the heavenly emperor won the calamity because of this, Hanju would have repaid the favor and would not owe him anything anymore. As for whether he would join heavenly court in the future, he had to think about it. The heavenly court was too troublesome. Joining them would affect Hanju's Dao heart. Hanju was still a distance away from the 5 mystic divine origin, but he was becoming more and more determined. On this day, Hanju suddenly felt a terrifying aura descend on the 9 nether purgatory. I'm the leader of the Golden Crow Divine Clan, Dilantian. From today onwards, the Golden Crow Divine Clan will enter the 9 nether purgatory. I hope that the Jeschool and the Vermilion Bird Race will not find trouble with us. Dilantian's voice resounded throughout the 9 nether purgatory. He was extremely arrogant. Hanju was speechless. Where did you get your confidence from? He became nervous. Why was Dilantian here? Could it be Zhang Yi? Hanju immediately called Zhang Yi in. After Zhang Yi entered the cave abode, he was the first to speak. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't reveal that the hidden sect is in the 9 nether purgatory. After coming here, I haven't communicated with the Golden Crow Divine Clan either. For some reason, Zhang Yi was inexplicably nervous, afraid that Hanju would take his anger out on him. Hanju asked, "So what now?" Zhang Yi said, "I'll pretend not to know about this. I won't go out to find the Golden Crow Divine Clan either. They're too arrogant now. I'm afraid of being implicated." Zhang Yi acted very sensibly, causing Hanju to be too embarrassed to pursue the matter. Hanju didn't want to expose his whereabouts, even if the other party didn't know that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Hanju asked, "If the Golden Crow Divine Clan wants to recall you, will you return?" Zhang Yi replied without hesitation, "No, I want to cultivate. I'm not living for the Golden Crow Divine Clan." He had been on Hidden Sect Island for some time and had discovered the opportunities here. The Fusang tree and the 10,000 Bodhi tree were both cultivation holy objects. There was also a simulation trial that could quickly and without a price increase his combat ability. They didn't need to do missions or contribute. Hanju would even preach occasionally. He was simply too happy here. In any case, Zhang Yi did not want to return. In the Golden Crow Divine Clan, he did not feel any competition among his peers. However, he felt pressure on Hidden Sect Island. This filled him with fighting spirit when cultivating, and he did not want to be weaker than others. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. "You're promising." Zhang Yi curled his lips. What happened? Unknowingly, why did he feel that he was a generation younger than Hanju? In the past, he treated Hanju as a younger brother who needed to be taken care of. Now, he was actually afraid of his emotions. Zhang Yi felt that it was unbelievable even when he recalled it. But this also showed how terrifying Hanju's shrewdness was. Being strong was not terrifying. What was terrifying was being strong and knowing how to restrain himself. Hanju said, "The Golden Crow Divine Clan has already entered the calamity. No matter how they contact you, don't care. Even if the Golden Crow Divine Clan is extinct, as long as you, Ada, and Xiao Air survive, won't the Golden Crow Divine Clan have hope? You're avoiding the calamity now because you're working hard for the future of the Golden Crow Divine Clan." Zhang Yi nodded. How shameless. He spoke of cowardice so confidently. Even Zhang Yi felt less guilty about the Golden Crow Divine Clan when he thought about it. Of course, this was only Zhang Yi's mentality. He didn't dare to say it. Hanju waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. Zhang Yi hesitated and finally chose to leave. He wanted Hanju to tell him a story, but he couldn't ask. The interference of the Golden Crow Divine Clan broke the silence of the 9 nether purgatory. Those golden crows couldn't stay idle and wandered around. From time to time, golden crows flew past the sky above Hidden Sect Island. Every time Ada and Xiao Air saw them, their expressions became complicated. They were golden crows who had been expelled from the race. Their feelings towards the Golden Crow Divine Clan were very complicated. After a few years, the Golden Crow Divine Clan no longer went out. Another 32 years passed. Hanju's cultivation improved again. The negative karma vortex around Hidden Sect Island was quite vast. Fortunately, no living beings nearby approached. The Vermilion Bird Race, the Golden Crow Divine Clan, and the Jeschool had been very harmonious recently. It was as if they were really here to avoid calamity. On this day, As Hanju cultivated, he checked his emails and suddenly saw an email. Your good friend Di Lantian has been demonized and his providence has transformed. Demonized? What happened? Hanju frowned. Di Lantian wasn't immortal. He was the divine golden crow. How could he be demonized? Could this be related to the devil race? Hanju immediately asked in his heart. Why was Di Lantian demonized? Di Lantian was in the 9 nether purgatory. Hanju had to be careful. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Hanju hadn't used the derivation function for a long time, so he didn't feel any heartache. Immediately after, his consciousness entered the illusion. This was a dark and mysterious space. Di Lantian had transformed into a 3-legged golden crow that was larger than a mountain. He was like the sun, bringing the only light in this space. Hanju stood in front of Di Lantian and had to look up at him. What was this fellow doing? Hanju noticed Di Lantian's gaze. He turned around and discovered a pair of eyes in the darkness. They were cold and terrifying. These eyes were even larger than Di Lantian's main body, filled with pressure. For some reason, Hanju immediately thought of a name. Devil Ancestor. This big shot had entered Hanju's vision very early on. Previously, in the reroll world, the Devil Ancestor had also made arrangements, causing the Heavenly Court to slaughter the world. In the thousands of years after, the Devil Ancestor and the Devil race seemed to have stopped and did not make any move. Di Lantian slowly said, Do I have to cooperate with you? Yes. Even if you join forces with Hao Tian, you will still suffer a crushing defeat. You can't even defeat the eldest disciple of the human school. How can you win the calamity? Although the Emperor Ancestral Bell is strong, your cultivation level is insufficient. You can't display its full strength, he replied coldly. Di Lantian was silent. Clearly, the battle with Heavenly Court had dealt him a heavy blow. The cold eyes opened again and said, The calamity has already lasted for thousands of years. The negative karma of the immortal world has also accumulated to a certain extent. Next is the true era of competition. Ordinary Zenith heavens are not qualified to compete. Jade Emperor Zhou, who is behind the Heavenly Court, will appear. Nuwa Imperial Palace, which is behind the human race, will also take action. You have to choose your backing. Although I was expelled by the Heavenly Tao, I'm an existence who can compete with the Tao Ancestor. Di Lantian stared at him and asked in a low voice, But how do I know if the Golden Crow Divine Clan will become a puppet of the Devil race? It was indeed the Devil Ancestor. Hanju was secretly shocked. Even the Devil race was about to enter the calamity. The Devil Ancestor snorted. After experiencing the Heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity so many times, don't you understand? No race can completely dominate under the Heavenly Tao, including the humans. The humans seem to be the protagonists of the Heavenly Tao, but they are actually slaves that the sages earn their faith from. They're livestock raised by the immortals to ensure their status. What the Heavenly Tao really wants is for all living beings to be harmonious. The Devil race and the Golden Crow Divine Clan can control the immortal world together and attack the deity realm of the ruins of End. They can develop the dark forbidden zone. Instead of internal strife, it's better to become eternal allies. As long as you agree, I can lend you my power and let you become an invincible existence below the sages. Di Lantian's expression changed. The scene shattered. Hanju came back to his senses and frowned. Di Lantian had already been demonized, which meant that he had agreed to the Devil Ancestor's proposal. From the Devil Ancestor's words, he could guess that the peak of the calamity was about to arrive. In other words, the true slaughter was about to begin. Hanju could only pray for the Heavenly Court. Previously, the Heavenly Court had been going against the Devil race and had defeated Di Lantian. He would definitely find trouble with the Heavenly Court. Hanju thought for a moment and decided to use the Dark Nightmare to visit the Heavenly Emperor. He used the image of the Dark Forbidden Lord. The dream was a sea of clouds. Hanju and the Heavenly Emperor stood facing each other. The Heavenly Emperor was stunned for a moment before his gaze landed on Hanju. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Dark Forbidden Lord? He didn't seem surprised. Hanju didn't admit or deny it. Instead, he said, Dilantian obtained the power of the devil ancestor. The heavenly emperor frowned. He was filled with fear. It was not targeted at Dilantian or the devil ancestor, but towards the mysterious existence suspected to be the dark forbidden lord. He could actually forcefully drag him into a dream. This method was unimaginable. Either this mystical power was extremely profound, or the other party's cultivation level far exceeded his. No matter what, the heavenly emperor had to be careful. What's your attitude towards the heavenly court? The heavenly emperor asked expressionlessly. Although this dream came suddenly, it could not trap him. This was his confidence. Hanju said, The heavenly court is nothing to me. The foundation of the heavenly court is still too weak. The reason why I'm reminding you is that the heavenly court can attract the attention of all living beings. I don't want the heavenly court to collapse for the time being. Apart from posturing, there was nothing else. Hanju said this on purpose. What it meant in the heavenly emperor's ears was that it was none of his business. It was good enough as long as the heavenly emperor did not expect him to be the dark forbidden lord. The heavenly emperor frowned again. These words could represent many meanings, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility that the other party would definitely not become enemies with the heavenly court. Hanju shattered the dream. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make, so he just stopped here. After returning to reality, Hanju didn't receive any notification that the heavenly emperor's favorability towards him had decreased. He had been thinking that if the other party had a favorable impression of him but hated his other identity, how should he judge? From the looks of it, the system would choose the other party's impression of his main body. Hanju continued to use the derivation function and asked in his heart, I want to know if the heavenly emperor can survive this calamity. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, for the time being. For the time being. It meant that, according to the current development, the heavenly emperor could live. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that the heavenly emperor owed him too much. The heavenly emperor had died in the past few simulated calamities. How many years had Hanju sacrificed for the heavenly emperor? It was immeasurable. Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. Next, he would try his best to derive the future as little as possible in case new changes happened. Of course, if it was about his own safety, Hanju would still try his best to find a way out. 20 years later. Boom! Hidden Sect Island suddenly shook as if hit by a huge object. Hanju was awakened. He opened his eyes and saw a huge golden bell wrapped in black aura outside Hidden Sect Island. On the top of the huge bell stood a figure. It was Dilantian. Why was this fellow here? Dilantian looked down and muttered. The surrounding negative karma has all surged here. There's actually a formation that can resist the zenith heaven. Could it be someone's Dao field? Or a mystic realm? Hanju's voice sounded, Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? His tone was very impolite. He couldn't humble himself now. Hanju didn't want to use Zhang Yi's name. This would expose his identity and cultivation. Dilantian asked in surprise, Who are you? You actually hid in the 9 Nether Purgatory alone. I'm Dilantian of the Golden Crow Divine Clan. I'm now taking over the 9 Nether Purgatory. If you're willing to join us, I will welcome you. If not, please leave. Leave? Hanju smiled and asked directly, Can I continue cultivating after joining? Dilantian smiled. Of course. A figure suddenly rushed out of Hidden Sect Island. It was Lu Bu the guard. He slapped the Emperor Ancestral Bell away. Dilantian squatted down and used his dermic powers to stabilize the Emperor Ancestral Bell. He looked at Lu Bu with wide eyes. Zhu Tu, why is it you? Lu Bu was expressionless. Dilantian smiled and said, So, you were hiding here. Then there's no problem. Pretend I've never been here. Continue cultivating. With that, he turned around and left. Lu Bu returned to Hidden Sect Island. The Black Hell Chicken looked at Zhang Yi and cursed. Are your Golden Crow Divine Clan so unreasonable? The others were also rather displeased. Xianxia said awkwardly, "It's just him, not me." He seemed to have forgotten that he had been so arrogant and fearless in the past. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Hanju began the simulation trial with Dilantian. He wanted to see if Dilantian's Emperor Ancestral Bell could break through the defense of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes. In terms of Dharma treasures, the Emperor Ancestral Bell could not break through the defense of the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. The reverse was the same. However, Dilantian's cultivation was extremely strong and he killed Hanju. He couldn't defeat this fellow. Hanju felt a strong sense of danger. No. The 9 Nether Purgatory was no longer safe. Although with Lu Bu around, he could block Dilantian, he might not be able to block the entire Golden Crow Divine Clan. Hanju controlled Hidden Sect Island and started to escape. He didn't plan to leave the 9 Nether Purgatory for the time being because he had no better place to go. If Dilantian wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to let Xianxia appear. In a few months, a war broke out in the 9 Nether Purgatory. The Golden Crow Divine Clan fought against the Vermilion Bird Race and the Jie School. Hanju saw from the emails that Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuintian were constantly being attacked. It seemed that the battle was very dangerous. Dilantian was really arrogant. He actually wanted to occupy the 9 Nether Purgatory. Hanju had to curse him. If he succeeded, he would definitely find trouble with him in the future. 10 days later, the battle pressure of the 9 Nether Purgatory stopped. Hanju's lifespan had already decreased by 2 billion years, and Dilantian didn't develop any mental demons. No, this fellow was already demonized. How could he develop a mental demon? However, it seemed that Hanju's curse had succeeded, forcing Dilantian to stop fighting. In a flaming palace in the Golden Crow Divine Clan, Dilantian was alone. His expression darkened. Beside him was the shrunken Emperor Ancestral Bell. The curse just now was so strong. It must be the Dark Forbidden Lord. Why would he target me? Could it be that the rumors are true? The Dark Forbidden Lord is hiding in the 9 Nether Purgatory? Or is he from the Jie School? The more Dilantian thought about it, the more likely he thought it was. He had been in the 9 Nether Purgatory for a period of time. Why did the Dark Forbidden Lord only curse him when he fought with the Jie School? As for Zhu, it was impossible for it to be him. Zhu had been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord to the point of death. The Divine Palace was even taken over. Could it be a self-directed show? No, if this was all an act, the price was too high. Damn it, I still have to fuse with the Devil Ancestors' Dao fruit first. I can't act rashly. Dilantian's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought of something and smiled. On the other side, Jie School. In a palace, dozens of upper echelons of the Jie School gathered. Huang Zuintian was also among them. Jing Tiangong laughed and said, Dilantian's aura was clearly strange during the battle. It must be the Dark Forbidden Lord cursing him. I've already said that the Dark Forbidden Lord is paying attention to us. He will support the Jie School. Everyone from the Jie School looked at each other. They didn't believe it in the past, but they did now after the previous battle. Originally, they could not defeat Dilantian, but his dermic powers suddenly surged and he was surrounded by the aura of misfortune. If it was not a curse, what was it? Huang Zuintian frowned. He was secretly shocked. This vice sect master really hooked up with the Dark Forbidden Lord? Was the sage of the Jie School not angry about this? Jing Tiangong said, Dilantian is full of ambition and still wants to occupy the 9 Nether Purgatory. It's simply intolerable by the heavenly Tao. We have to think of a way to destroy the Golden Crow Divine Clan. The strength of us and the Vermilion Bird Race alone is not enough. We have to invite other forces. Hanju didn't know the internal commotion of the Golden Crow Divine Clan and the Jie School. After changing locations, Hanju entered his cultivation state again. To prevent being discovered again, Hanju had no choice but to absorb the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus Negative Karma. After sparring with Dilantian, Hanju felt the pressure. Although Dilantian was at the zenith heaven realm and had obtained the power of the devil ancestor, Hanju felt that it was impossible to kill him. Looking at Li Daokong, even though he had just entered the zenith heaven realm, he had never been severely injured no matter what big shots he faced. No. I have to be stronger than Li Daokong. Hanju set another goal for himself. His combat strength had to surpass Li Daokong's. Li Daokong was the only person among Hanju's good friends who had never suffered a setback. Furthermore, this fellow was the most reckless. What did that mean? This meant that Li Daokong was extremely strong. His talent was stronger than all of Hanju's friends. The human school only had 2 disciples. The eyes of a sage were definitely sharp. With a goal, Hanju's fighting spirit became stronger. 7 years later, Hanju suddenly discovered that there were more and more living beings in the 9 nether purgatory. Hanju saw an email and realized that something was wrong. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has entered the 9 nether purgatory. Could the recent addition of living beings be the divine palace cultivators? The more Hanju thought about it, the more likely he thought it was. Dilantian saw Lu Bu and mistook him for Zhu Tu. The divine palace was leaderless and was scattered by the heavenly court. When those divine palace cultivators heard that Zhu Tu was in the 9 nether purgatory, why wouldn't they come and seek refuge? Didn't Dilantian want to dominate the 9 nether purgatory? Why did he reveal this information? Hanju felt that something was wrong. It was time to run. Hanju immediately controlled Hidden Sect Island to break through the space of the 9 nether purgatory and forcefully return to the netherworld. The current 9 nether purgatory space was weak. Ordinary immortal emperors could enter and leave as they pleased. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Liu Bei and asked him to bring Hidden Sect Island to find the so-called Dark Zone. Liu Bei immediately did as he was told. The Hidden Sect Island was only the size of a stone. Being grabbed by Liu Bei, it instantly fell into darkness. The disciples of the Hidden Sect felt that the island was moving quickly. What's going on? We seem to have left the 9 nether purgatory. The Black Hell Demon Lord asked in shock. The Black Hell Chicken rolled its eyes at him and said angrily, "Brother, do you have a dog's brain? More and more people are finding trouble with us recently. We must be running away. Liu Bei has already gone out. He must be leading the way." The Black Hell Demon Lord's face turned ashen. Although the Black Hell Chicken made sense, it was too disrespectful. The chaotic heavenly dog said angrily, "You're not allowed to insult dogs." Liao heaved a sigh of relief. She had long felt that the 9 nether purgatory was not safe. Fortunately, Hanju also realized this. Jiang Yi asked curiously, "Where do you think we'll go next? Could there be a place more peaceful than the 9 nether purgatory?" The others also guessed. Hanju heard their conversation but didn't say anything. His divine sense kept staring outside, afraid that something would happen to Liu Bei. Not long after Hidden Sect Island left the 9 nether purgatory, another large faction descended. The 9 nether purgatory was in chaos. 5 years later, Liu Bei finally arrived at the mysterious space with Hidden Sect Island. Then, Hanju asked him to return to the island. After entering the island, Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. He had been extremely nervous in the past 5 years, afraid that he would encounter a powerful enemy. The current netherworld was extremely chaotic. Other than ghosts, there were also living beings from the immortal world who came to avoid the calamity. The King of Hell seemed to be unable to control the order. Liu Bei had seen many battles along the way. Hanju controlled the Hidden Sect Island to continue forward. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Is this dark forbidden zone safe to place my Dao field?" These were 2 questions. 1. Was it the dark forbidden zone? 2. Was it safe? Safe for the time being. This time, the system did not deduct his lifespan. It seemed that there was no need to derive it. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally hide again. To prevent anyone from entering through the entrance Liu Bei had discovered, Hanju controlled Hidden Sect Island to turn left and right in the dark forbidden zone while checking the surrounding enemies. No powerful enemies. Not even a single living being could be seen. It seemed like there was really no one in the dark forbidden zone. Hanju was very curious about the absence of living beings. He extended his divine sense and discovered that his divine sense dissipated the moment it left the island. His senses could not spy on the dark forbidden zone. This was extremely terrifying. Hanju had to stop. He was afraid that he would faint and not be able to find a way out in the future. No, he had the derivation function. It was not difficult for him to go out. Hanju sent a voice transmission to everyone from the hidden sect. We've arrived at the dark forbidden zone. Continue cultivating. Most of the disciples had never heard of the dark forbidden zone and couldn't help but be curious. Morong Chi sighed. To come to the dark forbidden zone to avoid the calamity. Grandmaster is truly daring. Lu Huaxiu, the reincarnated Purple Star Emperor, asked curiously, is the dark forbidden zone very dangerous? It's not dangerous. On the contrary, there's nothing here. It's actually not dark either, but it's impossible to spy on. It's like being in complete darkness, so it's called the dark forbidden zone. There's no immortal chi here, so it's not suitable for cultivation. However, our island produces immortal chi. There's no need to worry about that. Morong Chi shook his head. Diamond Rage said, I've also heard of the dark forbidden zone. This place is outside the heavenly Tao. It said that if you stay here for too long, you can't even return to the heavenly Tao. You will be expelled. When Hanju heard this, he couldn't help but ask in his heart, if I stay in the dark forbidden zone for too long, will I be expelled by the heavenly Tao? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? He was going to spend his life again. Hanju gritted his teeth and chose to continue. No, the Tao field can isolate the corrosion of the power of darkness. The power of darkness? What kind of power was this? 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 5 billion? Hanju thought for a moment and decided to forget it. In any case, he wouldn't be in danger for the time being. Just like that, Hanju started cultivating again. 20 years later. While cultivating, Hanju checked his emails. He was amused when he saw them. Your good friend Di Lantian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure X14. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan X3900. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan X478. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by Jie School Cultivators X8766. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by a Buddhist cultivator X744. Your good friend Di Lantian was attacked by your good friend Zhang Dugu. The 9 nether purgatory was in chaos. Hanju admired his sense of danger. He had left very accurately. He had only left for a few decades when the 9 nether purgatory became chaotic. The Divine Palace, the Human School, and other mysterious forces interfered. The 9 nether purgatory had already become the second battlefield. Hanju happily absorbed the negative karma in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus. Although he had left the 9 nether purgatory, the negative karma accumulated in the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus could still let him cultivate for a long time. Dong. Hanju vaguely heard a bell. It was very weak, as if he was merely hallucinating. He immediately thought of Di Lantian's Emperor Ancestral Bell. This bell was worthy of being a heavenly Tao supreme treasure. Its sound could actually reach the dark forbidden zone and was not afraid of the obstruction of the power of darkness. From the emails, Di Lantian and the Golden Crow Divine Clan were being beaten. Hanju didn't care about their lives as long as it didn't affect him. Hanju stopped thinking about the bell and focused on cultivating. Next was to break through to the 5 mystic divine origin. Sometime later, the Emperor Ancestral Bell sounded from time to time. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju was already very close to the 5 mystic divine origin. It hadn't been 200 years since his last breakthrough. Fortunately, he had comprehended life and death previously and saved decades of bitter cultivation. After arriving at the dark forbidden zone, the hidden sect island was no longer disturbed. The disciples of the sect entered the cultivation stage again to prepare for the next 100-year competition. Although there was no reward, they fought for reputation and attention. Anyone who made outstanding progress would definitely catch Hanju's eye and receive guidance. This was more attractive than rewards. Hanju looked at the emails. Most of them were about someone being attacked, but a few were about obtaining opportunities. The Heavenly Tao had already given out most of the benefits. Next, it was time to make the people who entered the calamity go mad. Hanju couldn't help but admire the Heavenly Tao. People knew that it was dangerous, but they had no choice but to pounce in without hesitation. Fortunately, he was not trapped in the Heavenly Tao. Otherwise, he would have died sooner or later. Since ancient times, how many people had surpassed the Heavenly Tao? He continued to cultivate. 5 years later, Liao had successfully become an emperor and reached the rank 1 Immortal Emperor realm. She didn't need to transcend the tribulation in the Tao field. This matter caused a stir in the hidden sect. The Black Hell Demon Lord, Xianxia, and Diamond Rage sensed danger. These juniors' potential was too strong. They had no choice but to work hard. Another 10 years passed. Hanju called Liao into the cave abode. Liao had just consolidated her cultivation realm, and her temperament was even colder. However, she was very excited and looking forward to it. She was looking forward to Hanju's praise. Hanju said, "A rank 1 Immortal Emperor is not enough. You can't be proud, understand?" Liao nodded. Hanju said, "I'll teach you another mystical power to increase your strength. I hope that you can grow up soon and protect the hidden sect Tao field." "Thank you, sect master. I won't let you down." Liao spoke very firmly. Although she was cautious by nature, she had already stayed in the hidden sect for a long time and had completely integrated into it. She felt a peace that she had never felt before here. She also did not want anything to happen to the hidden sect. Hanju began to teach her the mystical power. A year later, Liao left the Khanate cave abode. The others surrounded her and asked her what she had learned. "You'll know during the next 100-year competition," Liao said. Everyone rolled their eyes. This woman looked indifferent, but she was extremely competitive. As expected of a woman. 8 years later. In the midst of cultivating, Hanju sensed that Xianxia was using the invocation technique. He stepped into the black vortex and came to her chamber. Xianxia was the only one in the palace. Hanju came to the bed and sat down. He looked at Xianxia. This time, she did not approach him without another word. Instead, she had a solemn expression on her face. "What's wrong?" Hanju asked. Xianxia bit her lips and said, "The humans have rushed to the 9 heavens to prepare to attack the heavenly court." Hanju nodded. He was not surprised as he had already seen the situation. Xianxia asked, "The current human race's great emperor has gathered all the cultivators above the immortal realm. I have to go too. But the heavenly court seems to have a close relationship with you. Husband, do you think I should go?" Compared to the will of the human race, she was more concerned about Hanju's attitude. Hanju rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Why are you asking me now? I asked you to come back. But did you?" Xianxia curled her lips and said, "I want to grow up on my own. If I stay under you, I'll always be your burden. If you care about the heavenly court, I won't be their enemy." Hanju fell into deep thought. He only cared about the heavenly emperor, not the heavenly court. If Xianxia didn't go, she would definitely be rejected by the humans. Hanju said, "The heavenly court has a deep foundation. If you participate, it's best to fish in troubled waters. Don't be too serious. Protecting your life is the most important." Xianxia rolled her eyes. "Actually, there's another way to avoid it, but I've been worried." "What way?" "I can go and try the mystic realm left behind by Sage Nuwa. If I succeed, the human race will support me and won't dare to let me take any risks." Xianxuan's tone was filled with anticipation. Hanju frowned slightly. He instinctively wanted to reject, but he had already checked earlier. Nuwa only wanted to develop a good relationship with him. To a mortal like Xianxia, could there be a greater inheritance than one from a sage? Xianxia seemed to see through Han Ju's concerns and couldn't help but say, "This is a mystic realm that has been passed down for a long time. It didn't appear recently." Han Ju asked, "You want to go?" Xianxia nodded seriously. She also wanted to become stronger. Han Ju said, "Then, I'll teach you some mystical powers first." Xianxia immediately beamed. She pounced into Han Ju's arms and smiled. "Husband is the best. Impart them to me next month. For now, let's kneel." "Yes, husband." A year later, Han Ju returned to the Khanate cave abode. He sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus and thought, "I want to know Xianxuan's situation after the calamity ends. 1,000,000,000 years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Why had it increased to 1,000,000,000 years? This was the price of deducing a zenith heaven. Han Ju immediately chose to continue. Immediately after, his consciousness entered the illusion. Han Ju opened his eyes again and came to the streets of a city. People came and went, and it was extremely bustling. Everyone was looking up at the sky. Han Ju also looked up and was shocked. Countless silver-armored soldiers floated in the air. All of them were extraordinary and looked like heavenly soldiers. There were also many human mighty figures meditating. Han Ju's gaze passed through countless silver-armored soldiers and saw a golden bench above the sea of clouds. A blue-robed woman leaned on it. It was Xianxia. Xianxuan's blue robe was embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. Her face was exquisite and she wore a pearl crystal crown. Her gaze looked down on the world, looking down on it. Her eyes were mixed with disdain, joy, and spirit. What was going on? This woman became the human emperor? Han Ju was dumbfounded. Although Xianxuan's potential after reincarnation was not bad, he had never thought that this woman could really rise up. Han Ju wanted to continue watching when the scene shattered and his consciousness returned to reality. "That's it? I didn't see clearly. Is it really her?" Han Ju complained in his heart. He was very dissatisfied. Immediately after, another line of words appeared in front of him. It was Xianxuan's introduction. Xianxia, Cultivation unknown, immeasurable emperor, empress of the human race, disciple of a sage, Tao companion of the sect master of the hidden sect. That amazing. Her being the immeasurable emperor meant that Xianxia would enter the calamity and emerge victorious? Han Ju frowned. He didn't know if he should be happy or worried. This should be the introduction of the future Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia would definitely succeed in exploring the Nuwa mystic realm. A single immeasurable calamity had allowed her to reach the zenith heaven realm. Was the inheritance of a sage so powerful? Han Ju was shocked by the future Xianxia. This improvement was too exaggerated. However, Han Ju noticed something. What did the Tao companion of the sect master of the hidden sect mean? At that time, Han Ju's status was already comparable to the immeasurable emperor, the disciple of a sage, the empress of the human race, and more. Perhaps he was even stronger. Thinking of this, Han Ju was proud. As expected of the woman he liked. Not bad. This was the first time Han Ju had experienced the providence of the people around him in the calamity. Furthermore, it was not those geniuses or peerless mighty figures. It was Xianxia who he had always thought was mediocre. In that case, I don't have to worry. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Then, he entered his cultivation state. He couldn't let Xianxia catch up to him. Even the people around him could catch up to him. How could that be allowed? Time passed. 50 years passed quickly. Ever since he moved to the dark forbidden zone, Hidden Sect Island had not encountered any trouble. The outside of the island was terrifyingly silent. There was nothing. Han Ju cultivated with all his heart and finally welcomed the opportunity to break through. Before Han Ju broke through, he checked his emails. He hadn't read the emails for 20 years and had almost forgotten to pay attention to the immortal world. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Di Lantian. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan's god, X3072. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by the Qilin race, X14097. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a Heavenly Court mighty figure. Your good friend Xing Hongxian has obtained the sage's inheritance. Her providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi trespassed into the heavenly Dao domain and suffered a backlash. He was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has entered the deity realm of the ruins of End. The battle had begun. Han Ju noticed that the heavenly emperor was attacked by a heavenly court mighty figure. Which traitor was causing trouble? However, the heavenly emperor was not severely injured, so Han Ju couldn't be bothered. The heavenly emperor was the heavenly emperor after all. He didn't need to be a nanny. Han Ju saw Su Qi's actions and couldn't help but feel helpless. Why did this kid always want to come back? He wasn't attacked either. He was constantly facing the backlash of the heavenly Dao. Who asked you to go out and still want to come back? Han Ju had no intention of helping Su Qi. He didn't have the ability either. After arriving at the dark forbidden zone, it was very difficult for the commotion in the immortal world to spread here. Only Di Lantian's emperor ancestral bell could produce a sound, and it was very weak. From the emails, Han Ju couldn't know the exact situation of the heavenly court. It was fine as long as the heavenly emperor did not die. Han Ju had already paved so many paths for the heavenly court. It was time they rely on themselves. After reading the emails, Han Ju started to break through. About 4 years later, Han Ju successfully broke through. Name: Han Ju. Lifespan: 5,671/669 quadrillion, 999 trillion, 999 billion, 999 million, 999,999. Race: Primordial Fiend Celestial. Cultivation: 5 Mystic Divine Origin. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma. 5 Mystic Divine Origin. His lifespan had increased by nearly a third. Han Ju's divine origin dermic powers transformed and the strength of his divine sense also increased. He began to consolidate his cultivation, spending another 3 years. After his cultivation stabilized, Han Ju didn't squander his lifespan. Instead, he increased his various mystical powers and his strength. He discovered that after coming to the dark forbidden zone, he could no longer enter the Sword Dao River, but his Sword Dao mystical powers could still become stronger. In other words, in the dark forbidden zone, he could bypass Li Daokong and raise his mystical powers to the limit. The first thing he comprehended was unparalleled sword qi. Every time he broke through, Han Ju's understanding of the Sword Dao would deepen. With his top-notch comprehension of the Sword Dao, he could always break through the limits of the Sword Dao mystical power. At the same time, everyone from the hidden sect turned to look at the Khanate cave abode. They could all sense a powerful pressure. Jiang Yi was secretly shocked. What is he doing? Did he break through again? Chu Shuren was deep in thought. The others had different expressions. The Black Hell Chicken looked at Dao Comprehension Sword and smiled. In the past, when Master broke through, he always chased you out. Now it's difficult for you to even enter. Who asked you to act presumptuously and move out of Master's cave abode? Dao Comprehension Sword glared at it and said angrily, "What do you know? I'm afraid of disturbing Master. I think you're just lusting after Liao." Nonsense. Dao Comprehension Sword glared at the Black Hell Chicken as Liao's eyes turned hostile. Tu Linger sighed. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't leave. Morong Qi looked at Chu Shuren and asked, "Do you see anything?" Chu Shuren closed his eyes and said, "I can't see anything." 2 years later, Han Ju raised all his mystical powers to the limit. His Sword Dao mystical powers had all reached the Zenith Heaven mystical power level. Han Ju used unparalleled sword qi and could instantly use up all the divine origin dermic powers in his body. It could be seen how terrifying the Zenith Heaven mystical power was. Han Ju started the simulation trial. He would challenge Li Xianxia first. 10 breaths later. Han Ju opened his eyes and was quite dissatisfied. He actually could not insta-kill Li Xianxia. No way. He was not strong enough. Although Li Xianxia's sword was not simple, Han Ju's Dharma treasure was also very strong. If he couldn't insta-kill all the enemies in the deity realm, how could he compare to Li Daokong? Han Ju deliberately ignored whether Li Daokong could kill all the deity realm experts before stepping into the Zenith Heaven realm. He had to set a goal for himself and spur himself on. Han Ju challenged Li Daokong again. Li Daokong was not as powerful as he was now when he preached the Tao in the Great Ultimate Hall, but he still caused Han Ju a lot of trouble. Took him an hour to win. Han Ju was furious. If not for the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Li Daokong. No. He had to defeat Li Daokong. Han Ju became excited and started to challenge Li Daokong again. After more than 10,000 battles, Han Ju lost and won repeatedly. He discovered a fatal weakness of Li Daokong. This fellow was too arrogant. He didn't use his full strength at the beginning and liked to show off to his enemies with fancy sword techniques. If Han Ju used his full strength at the beginning of the battle, his chances of winning would be even higher. In the past, most of the candidates had unleashed their full strength from the beginning. Li Daokong was a rare exception. However, Han Ju didn't feel that he had really caught up to Li Daokong. Ever since the end of the lecture in the Great Ultimate Hall, Li Daokong's strength had also been increasing. Before Han Ju broke through to the Zenith Heaven realm, he shouldn't be his match. The Zenith Heaven mystical power is indeed powerful, but my dermic powers can't keep up. Han Ju thought silently. He had the stellar primordial body. If even he was like this, other living beings couldn't use the Zenith Heaven mystical powers casually. The Zenith Heaven realm was extremely mysterious and profound. No matter if it was Tao techniques or mystical powers, once he stepped into the Zenith Heaven realm, it would be completely different. Han Ju had also fought with Zenith Heaven experts. The most obvious characteristic of Zenith Heaven experts was that they were mysterious and unfathomable, as if they could not be injured. When the Zenith Heaven used a mystical power, he didn't even need to raise his hand. With a look, all techniques would be unleashed. After learning the Zenith Heaven mystical power, Han Ju yearned for the Zenith Heaven realm even more. I have to hurry up and cultivate. I have to reach the Zenith Heaven realm in 1,000 years. No, 1,000 years is too ridiculous. I'll give myself 2,000 years. Han Ju thought. After confirming his cultivation goal, Han Ju continued his seclusion. He was only separated from the Zenith Heaven realm by the 6th mystic divine origin and was already very close. As Han Ju became stronger, the disciples of the hidden sect also became stronger. About 7 years later, Tu Linger had succeeded in becoming an emperor, as expected of the hope of the Magus race. The 2 female disciples were the first to achieve the emperor realm, which was extremely exciting for the other male disciples. The other disciples began to cultivate diligently. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Hao Tian and Li Xianxia. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a heavenly court mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure X14. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the true dragon race, X403322. Your good friend Zhoufan was suppressed by your good friend Dilan Tian and imprisoned in the sun. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has obtained the inheritance of your good friend Heavenly Emperor. He has learned an unparalleled mystical power. Your good friend Huang Zuintian was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, X689. Your good friend Pan Xian has become a person facing the calamity. Han Ju frowned. Internal strife in the heavenly court? Why did Feng Liang obtain the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance? Was he passing on the baton? Zhoufan was actually suppressed by Dilan Tian and not killed. It seemed that the current Zhoufan was not simple. As for Pan Xian, wasn't this fellow very timid? Why did he become someone facing the calamity again? This fellow was an immeasurable emperor himself. He had once won great providence in the previous immeasurable calamity. Why had he entered the calamity again? Hanju looked at Pan-Xian's attributes panel again. Pan-Xian. Cultivation unknown. One of the first living beings after the creation of the universe. He has experienced the immeasurable calamity. As he is afraid of being discovered by the ancient master of calamity, he especially infiltrated the Sword Dao River. Due to your nature, he has developed an interest in you. Current favorability, 1 star. So he was not an immeasurable emperor. He had only experienced the immeasurable calamity. I knew it. How can a coward like him win the immeasurable calamity? Hanju no longer paid attention to Pan-Xian. Even if Pan-Xian died, he was indifferent. Half a month later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and asked in his heart, I want to know if the Heavenly Emperor can survive this immeasurable calamity. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. These two simple words were like a basin of cold water poured on Hanju's heart. Hanju showed a frown. Why did it become no? What happened? Hanju asked, I want to know who the greatest winner of this immeasurable calamity is. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 3 billion years. This was at least a pseudo-sage. Hanju's heart trembled. Continue. Hanju felt dizzy and quickly entered the illusion. Above a ruined hall, a figure floated in midair. His body was surrounded by colorful lights like dragons and snakes. Isn't this Jade Emperor Zhou Yan? Hanju frowned. This fellow had indeed made a move. Wasn't he the backing of the Heavenly Emperor? He had won, so why was the Heavenly Emperor dead? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor had been sacrificed by him? The more Hanju thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. A figure suddenly walked into the hall. It was the extremely heroic-looking Heavenly God General. Hanju didn't know the Heavenly God General personally. The Heavenly God General walked to Jade Emperor Zhou Yan and knelt down. He cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, Immortal Emperor Samsara has been executed. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan didn't even open his eyes as he said, Clean up all the living beings in the Heavenly Dao and kill them all. I want to create a new Heavenly Dao world. But the Heavenly Dao? I've already blocked the Heavenly Secrets. Go ahead. All right. The Heavenly God General stood up and left. Hanju was furious. Why did he want to slaughter the world again? Were all these mighty figures who had won the immeasurable calamity mentally ill? The illusion shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. I want to know why Jade Emperor Zhou Yan wants to kill the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju asked in his heart. He had learned his lesson. He could pay the price of 1 question to ask 2 questions. This way, he could confirm that the Heavenly Emperor was killed by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. If that was the case, what was Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's motive? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It was nothing. Hanju entered the illusion again. It was that palace again, but it was not broken. Hanju guessed that this was the numinous palace. The Heavenly Emperor sat on a high throne. Dozens of immortals gathered in the hall. The Divine General Xianxia, Fang Liang, Li Daokong, Li Shenao, and the others were also here. The Heavenly Emperor was expressionless. His eyes were extremely cold and flickered with killing intent. Heavenly Emperor, are you really betraying me? Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's voice suddenly sounded in the hall. It was difficult to find the source. The Heavenly Emperor said coldly, I didn't betray you. You betrayed the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Dao. The immortals in the hall looked around, most of them looking terrified. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan sneered. Is the Heavenly Court the Dao ancestors or the Heavenly Daos? Is everything you control really for the Heavenly Dao? The Heavenly Emperor said, Your thoughts are too crazy. I won't destroy all living beings and help you create a Heavenly Dao world that belongs to you. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said coldly. The sages have already tacitly agreed. Are you going to insist? I only believe in the Tao Ancestor. The Tao Ancestor is long gone. He has already fused with the heavenly Tao and is indistinguishable now. Then, I should protect the heavenly Tao even more. You're courting death, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said angrily. The numinous palace began to shake violently. The scene shattered. Han Ju frowned. So, it was because their ideals were different that the Heavenly Emperor and Jade Emperor Zhou Yan fell out. Although this information was learned in the previous derivation, Han Ju did not feel that it was a loss. At the very least, he knew that the Heavenly Emperor had died in the hands of Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Next, he could counterattack. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was too similar to a villain. The standard of a villain was to destroy the world. Han Ju felt that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan shouldn't be taking revenge on all living beings. He only had his own selfish desires and created a heavenly Tao world that belonged to him. Then wasn't he the heavenly Tao? Dream on. Han Ju caught something. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan said that the sages had tacitly agreed. If it was true, it would be terrifying. Could this be a game between the sages and the Tao Ancestor? Everyone knew that the Tao Ancestor was the mighty figure who spread the Tao of cultivation for all living beings in the heavenly Tao. He was also the first sage in the world and the guide of all living beings. Han Ju guessed from the information he had obtained before that the reason why the Tao Ancestor disappeared was probably to break through and become stronger to fuse with the heavenly Tao. Wasn't overturning the heavenly Tao equivalent to overthrowing the Tao Ancestor? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This immeasurable calamity was becoming more and more dangerous. No. Han Ju had to hurry up and become a Zenith Heaven cultivator. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. Han Ju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted the Heavenly Emperor. Soon, the divine sense connection was successful. Your Majesty, how have you been recently? Han Ju asked directly. The Heavenly Emperor replied, It's all right. There was some trouble in the Heavenly Court, but it didn't affect me much. He sounded tired. By the way, I've decided to choose your grand disciple Fangliang as the next Heavenly Emperor. I'm prepared to nurture him. The Heavenly Emperor's words were shocking. It frightened Han Ju so much that his hand trembled and the Heavenly Tao token almost fell from his grasp. Fangliang was the next Heavenly Emperor? What was going on? Wasn't it the Divine General? Han Ju was surprised. This had exceeded his expectations. If Fangliang became the Heavenly Emperor, it would be even harder for the hidden sect and the Heavenly Court to sever ties. The Heavenly Emperor wanted to tie him to them? The Heavenly Emperor said, The Heavenly Court needs a new Heavenly Emperor. It would be best if he was a weak puppet that can make the other factions let down their guard. I will stay behind the scenes and continue to support the Heavenly Court. The reason why the Heavenly Court has always been troubled internally and externally is that I have always been in the open. Oh, you actually know that? Han Ju wanted to retort, but he held back. Puzzled, he asked, You're only giving way. How can the enemy relax? I will fake my death. Who will kill you? Han Ju had a bad feeling. Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju almost cursed. Why is it me again? Why am I taking the blame? Han Ju suppressed his anger and asked, Won't this benefit the Dark Forbidden Lord? Too many mighty figures have died in his hands. I want to support the Dark Forbidden Lord. The Heavenly Emperor's tone was filled with pride. Han Ju was speechless. He didn't dare to speak for the Dark Forbidden Lord. He was afraid of exposing himself. Thus, he could only agree. The Heavenly Emperor said, I'm telling you to be at ease, lest you worry after knowing that I've died. I understand. Be careful, Your Majesty. His divine sense was severed. Han Ju put down the Heavenly Tao token and fell into endless worry. He didn't want to enter the calamity, but it was fate. Although Han Ju was cautious and even timid, no matter who threatened his life, he would not be merciful. Jade Emperor Zhou Yan was prepared to slaughter the world. This would definitely threaten him. Although Han Ju had already hidden in the Dark Forbidden Zone, His disciples and Tao companions were still in the immortal world. In addition, the myriad worlds were gone. Who could guarantee that Jade Emperor Zhou Yan would not target the Dark Forbidden Zone? After slaughtering all living beings, Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's cultivation level would definitely increase. The entire providence of the heavenly Tao would be injected into his body. So how could he not be strong? He had to kill Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. Han Ju's eyes became firm. But before that, he had to become a Zenith Heaven cultivator first. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. In the dark and mysterious universe, a huge sun burned. There was a figure on the surface of the sun like sand. It was extremely tiny. He was wrapped in chains and could not break free. This person was Zhou Fan. He was naked and his muscles were arched. His face was sinister. He endured unimaginable torture. Di Lantian's voice suddenly sounded. Have you thought it through? Zhou Fan roared. Get lost. I won't accept you. Di Lantian smiled teasingly. It's very simple for me to kill you. With a breath you will die. Your fate is rough. Are you really willing to let go of everything you've worked so hard for? Zhou Fan's eyes turned red as he cursed. What do you know? I'm fighting for dignity. Di Lantian was silent. At this moment, the true sun flame on the sun increased in intensity and burned Zhou Fan, causing him to roar in pain. There was no fear in Zhou Fan's eyes, only endless anger. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Han Ju. If it was Han Ju, would he submit? No. Han Ju was a very determined person. In the past, no one could shake Han Ju's will. In the past, he thought that Han Ju was only timid. Later, when an immortal descended into the mortal world and cleaned up the mortal world, Han Ju stood up. At that moment, he understood something. Han Ju was never timid. He only had his own ideals. I can't let him look down on me. I still want to surpass him. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth as he thought. Strange red patterns appeared on his body, and he began to absorb the true sun flame. Time flew. 40 years passed. Han Ju had been cultivating in seclusion and attempting to reach the sixth mystic divine origin. Until this day. Dark Forbidden Lord, you cursed the heavenly court and harmed me. I'm willing to curse you with the providence of the heavenly emperor. Even if I die, I will not hesitate. The heavenly emperor's voice suddenly sounded, his tone filled with anger. Han Ju couldn't help but sigh. What a good actor. He saw an email. Your good friend, Heavenly Emperor, died. Fortunately, he left a trace of his soul in the supreme treasure. A big shot was a big shot, indeed. He managed to deceive everyone. Han Ju guessed that there was probably going to be a golden rain again in the myriad worlds and the phenomenon of Zenith Heaven dying. Soon, Han Ju saw another email. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has become the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court and obtained the providence of the heavenly emperor. Heavenly Tao merit has been granted. He had really become the heavenly emperor. Han Ju had mixed emotions. He didn't expect the next heavenly emperor to be Fang Liang. In his opinion, it would be either the divine general or Hao Tian. Could it be that the divine general had been severely injured not long ago? Han Ju didn't think too much about it. After confirming that the heavenly emperor's portrait was still there, he continued cultivating. At the same time, everyone from the hidden sect was also discussing this matter. The death of the heavenly emperor had too great an impact. It also involved the Dark Forbidden Lord. This Dark Forbidden Lord is too strong. Does he want to challenge the entire immortal world alone? The Black Hell Chicken shouted. Murong Chi sighed. The heavenly emperor is very strong. The Dark Forbidden Lord is indeed not simple. Liao asked, could he be acting? Is he trying to avoid danger? Chu Shuren said, not really. If he acts like this, heavenly court's providence will also decrease. Aren't they afraid of being kicked by the enemy? The others were also discussing and had different opinions. Han Ju had made up his mind to cultivate, so he didn't pay attention to the commotion in the immortal world. He didn't even visit Fang Liang in his dreams. Fang Liang's unwillingness to return had already indicated his will. Even if Fang Liang died outside, Han Ju wouldn't care. He didn't owe Fang Liang anything. On the contrary, the person he saved the most was Fang Liang. He was even more troublesome than women. If not for Han Ju, Fang Liang would have died countless times already. About 17 years passed. Han Ju, who was cultivating, was suddenly woken up. Someone was summoning him from the chaotic domain. Han Ju thought for a moment and still decided to meet Dao Sovereign. After not seeing him for so many years, was he going to give him another opportunity? Arriving in the dark chaotic domain, Han Ju saw Dao Sovereign's figure. The two of them couldn't see each other clearly. Apart from Dao Sovereign, there was another figure. A newcomer? Dao Sovereign said, "This is a fellow Taoist who has just awakened his chaotic physique. He's from the human race." Han Ju sized up this figure. He couldn't tell if it was male or female, nor could he see its true appearance. Han Ju nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The human prodigy did not seem to be good with words. He did not say a word. "This time," Dao Sovereign said, "could it be another opportunity?" Han Ju interrupted him and asked. Dao Sovereign was embarrassed. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. "Really?" He directly left the chaotic domain. Dao Sovereign fell silent. The human prodigy couldn't help but say, "He isn't giving you face? Who is he? He's too arrogant." Dao Sovereign coughed and said, "I looked for him twice before, but he rejected me both times. In the end, I still had to rely on him to escape. He thought that all my opportunities meant danger." The human prodigy was silent. After a long while, the human prodigy said, "Sorry, Brother Dao. I'm not going either." "Dao Sovereign." He coughed and said, "There won't be any danger this time. What if there is? We can use the chaotic domain to let that fellow Taoist save us." "Are you serious?" After returning to reality, Han Ju thought silently, who was the person who awakened the chaotic physique just now? He had to understand it first. If it was an enemy, he had to kill them as soon as possible. If it was not an enemy, he could stay alert in the future and not offend them easily. 80 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It was only 80 million. It seemed that this fellow was not strong. At most, he was at the deity realm. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Zhao Shenyuan, 3 mystic divine origin, descendant of the human emperor, disciple of a sage. When he was born, he fused with the soul of a human emperor. After being modified by the human race, he developed a chaotic physique. He has great providence and is destined to be the human emperor. Disciple of a sage. His background was not simple. It seemed that this fellow would become the big shot of the next era. Han Ju thought silently and didn't feel anything special. 3 mystic divine origin was too average. As long as one's cultivation was weaker than his, it was impossible to surpass him. After cultivating until now, Han Ju still had this confidence. What was the chaotic physique? He had the primordial physique. It was very difficult to compare to big shots in terms of strength. But in terms of potential, what was there to be afraid of? In the same realm, Han Ju had the fastest potential and cultivation speed. This was unless the heavenly Tao opened a back door for them. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He had to reach the 6 mystic divine origin within 300 years before he could break through to the zenith heaven realm. On the other side, the situation in the immortal world changed. The death of the heavenly emperor caused turmoil in the heavenly court. Many immortals and gods betrayed the court. After so many years, the new heavenly emperor Fang Liang became a joke because he was only an immortal emperor. For a time, more and more living beings looked down on the heavenly court. The dark forbidden lord became a hot topic of discussion in the heavens again. It lasted for a long time. 17 years was a long time for the mortal world, but it was very short in the immortal world. Fang Liang had just taken over and was troubled about how to be a good heavenly emperor. Numinous Palace. The immortals gathered and looked at Fang Liang, who was sitting on the emperor's throne. He had already put on the heavenly emperor's robe, and his temperament had become oppressive. Li Daokong, Li Xianxiao, Ji Xianxian, Huang Jihao, the divine general, the heavenly god general, the martial god general, and so on stood hundreds of figures in the hall. Ji Xianxian stared at Fang Liang in encouragement. Fang Liang slowly said, "This is the first time I'm an emperor, and I'm here to face the calamity. From now on, I still have to discuss everything with you immortals. However, there's one thing. The heavenly court will always be the heavenly Tao's law enforcers. It will always be my duty to protect all living beings." The immortals knelt down and praised His Majesty for his wisdom. Only the two disciples of the human school did not kneel. Previously, when they faced the heavenly emperor, they did not kneel. After all, they were not from the heavenly court and were only helping them. Now, the heavenly court should stabilize its current territory and stop fighting the humans for the time being. The immortals and gods should protect the humans. No matter what reason, we shouldn't be enemies with the entire human race. The immortals are not tyrants or butchers. Fang Liang continued, his words causing a commotion. Battling with the humans was the order of the previous heavenly emperor. Fang Liang had just ascended the throne and immediately changed the policy. It seemed that he was not easy to deal with. Li Daokong smiled. It was unknown what he was thinking, but many immortals looked at him. In the war against the humans, Li Daokong was the first supporter. "I think it's fine. I've already given the humans enough warning. The human school will support Heavenly Emperor Fang's arrangements," Li Daokong suddenly said, startling many immortals. Why did the human school suddenly change sides? Wait. Could it be? The immortals looked at Fang Liang and Li Daokong differently. No wonder Fang Liang could become the heavenly emperor. It was because of Li Daokong. The heavenly emperor probably wanted to tie the human school to the heavenly court, so he chose Fang Liang. For a time, the immortals no longer dared to underestimate Fang Liang. Fang Liang was expressionless, but he was also very surprised. He had thought that Li Daokong was difficult to deal with, but he actually supported him. What happened? Was it the heavenly emperor's arrangement? 30 years passed. Hanju had a sudden thought. He felt that the heavenly emperor was testing him by telling him the truth about his fake death. Soon, the two of them entered a dream. The heavenly emperor did not panic when he saw the dark forbidden lord again. Hanju pretended to be mocking and said, "Do you think you can hide it from me by pretending to die?" The heavenly emperor asked, "How did you deduce it?" "Back then, Zhu also faked his death, but I made sure he died," Hanju said unfathomably. The heavenly emperor frowned slightly. He didn't suspect Hanju's words. With Zhu's cultivation, it was indeed suspicious that he was cursed to death. However, after so long, Zhu's fate had never been determined. It was very likely that he was dead. It was said that Zhu's figure had appeared in the 9 Nether Purgatory, but he believed that it was a trap by the Golden Crow divine clan to lure the enemy in. It was the truth. After the cultivators of the divine palace entered the 9 Nether Purgatory, they never came out again. According to the disciples of the Jie school, they were all being suppressed by the Golden Crow divine clan. The heavenly emperor narrowed his eyes. "You want to target me? Aren't you the one targeting me? Then what do you want?" "I want you to become my pawn." This was a method that Hanju thought of. If he didn't give him a motive, the heavenly emperor would sooner or later associate the dark forbidden lord with him and keep targeting him. The heavenly emperor frowned, his eyes burning with anger. Hanju said, "Actually, I want to protect the golden age of the heavenly Tao that the Tao ancestor created. It's better for you to be my pawn than a sage's pawn." The heavenly emperor's expression changed drastically. Hanju ended the dream after saying this. Sometimes, the existence behind you can't be trusted, especially when facing the heavenly Tao. After returning to reality, Hanju was pleased with himself. The Tao ancestor was definitely the heavenly emperor's weakness. For the sake of the Tao ancestor, the heavenly emperor dared to risk his life against Jade Emperor Zhouyan. At this moment, the heavenly emperor should have reached some sort of agreement with the dark forbidden lord, right? The Tao ancestor has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju, scaring him. He quickly checked his interpersonal relationships. The image of the Tao ancestor was pitch black and was unique among his friends. Tao ancestor, cultivation unknown. Chaotic fiend celestial, the founder of the Tao, the will of the heavenly Tao, the ancestor of the sages, the eternal deity, the transcendent Taoist, the immeasurable Lord. Possesses countless Dharma avatars. A trace of his will in the heavenly Tao, has heard that you are plotting for him and has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju's breathing quickened. Amazing. The Tao ancestor could even deduce what Hanju did in a dream? Could it be that everything was in the eyes of the Tao ancestor? The more Hanju thought about it, the more his blood ran cold. This was only a trace of will, but it was already so terrifying. Where was his true body? Fortunately, the Tao ancestor had a favorable impression of him, not hatred. Then again, the Tao ancestor liked to listen to flattery? No. The Tao ancestor should be paying attention to the heavenly emperor and happen to hear his heartfelt words. From the point of view of the heavenly Tao, everything Hanju did was indeed protecting the heavenly court and the force created by the Tao ancestor. After thinking about this, Hanju felt no pressure. He didn't harm the Tao ancestor. What was there to be afraid of? He couldn't let his disciples talk nonsense in the future. The Tao ancestor was still alive. Even if it was only a trace of will, it was still an existence that was unimaginable to all living beings. I still have to be careful. I'll try not to involve the Tao ancestor in the future in case I make more mistakes. Hanju secretly thought that he couldn't be fooled by this 1-star favorability. If he made the Tao ancestor unhappy, he might just die. However, the Tao ancestor should not be like that. The sage's plan was clearly targeted at the Tao ancestor's absence. If he was someone who would kill whenever he was unhappy, he wouldn't have fused with the heavenly Tao, much less create the heavenly court and the concept of immortal gods. Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. Perhaps the Tao ancestor was watching him. The Tao field could block the divine sense of a sage, but the Tao ancestor was not a sage. But then again, the Tao ancestor was actually a chaotic fiend celestial. Did that mean that he was of the same generation as the giant god Pangu? Even if he hadn't died under Pangu's hands back then, he had definitely been defeated, or he had not participated at all. However, he had surpassed them later on, as expected of the Grandmaster of the Seclusion Tao. 10 years later, Hanju checked his emails while cultivating. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by the true dragon race, X10228. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has received guidance from your good friend Li Daokong. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Dao Sovereign has entered the deity realm of the ruins of End. Your good friend Zhoufan has absorbed the true sun flame. His body has transformed and he is indestructible. Your good friend Di Lantian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Duan Hongqian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Xue Mingyi was attacked by your good friend Di Lantian. Your good friend Dao Ancestor's providence has decreased. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. He was trapped in the supreme treasure. Zhoufan was counterattacking again. Hanju no longer complained about his experience. Instead, he looked forward to how far he could grow. The Dao Ancestor's providence had decreased. This was something worth thinking about. The providence of the Dao Ancestor was the providence of the entire heavenly Dao. However, with the immense providence of the Dao Ancestor, this decrease was nothing. Hanju continued reading. Dao Sovereign was beaten again. Serves you right. Bastard. You still want to drag me down. Hanju gloated and even wanted to laugh. Serves you right. Immediately after, he became worried. Would this fellow ask him for help again? The more Hanju thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He continued to read the emails. The situation in the heavenly court was still good. After the heavenly emperor changed, the heavenly court was not surrounded. On the contrary, The Golden Crow Divine Clan and Longhouse Dragon Court seemed to have become everyone's target. It was also possible that they were the invaders and had a high screening rate. Ever since the Heavenly Emperor faked his death, Hanju had been much more relaxed. At least the Heavenly Emperor was halfway out of the calamity. After reading the emails, Hanju continued cultivating. It was really good to stay in the dark forbidden zone. It had been a long time since Hidden Sect Island had encountered trouble. The disciples of the Hidden Sect did not feel bored. They were all secretly competing. An invisible conflict surged in the Hidden Sect Island. It was worth mentioning that the reroll world in the depths of Hanju's soul had also been developing. As Hanju became stronger, the connection between the reroll world and the heavenly Tao weakened. Hanju's divine origin dermic powers would divert a portion to support the reroll world. Unknowingly, Hanju seemed to want to eliminate the heavenly Tao's effect on the reroll world. One day the reroll world would completely belong to him. Under the management of the white-robed Buddha, the reroll world had always been flourishing. The world was also expanding, all thanks to Hanju's divine origin dermic powers. The white-robed Buddha rarely looked for Hanju. He also knew that unless there was something important, he couldn't disturb Hanju. After so many years, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect had already become the #1 holy land in the reroll world. Taoist Nine Cauldrons had long retired. The sect master had already changed 7 times. Some had died and some had only retired to cultivate. In the entire reroll world, only the Jade Pure Sacred Sect had greater karma with Hanju. The white-robed Buddha was very sensible. 20 years later, Hanju was cursing Li Shenao when he suddenly sensed that someone in the chaotic domain was summoning him. It was unknown if it was Zhao Shenyuan or Tao Sovereign. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and entered the chaotic domain with his consciousness. He wanted to hear how miserable Tao Sovereign was. Tao Sovereign and Zhao Shenyuan were both there. Hanju smiled and asked, "The Heavenly Court has already changed the Heavenly Emperor. Who do you want me to find to save?" "You." Tao Sovereign was furious. "What do you mean? Do you really think I need saving?" "No need." Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Tao Sovereign snorted. "Who do you think I am? I discovered the Tao literature left behind by the Tao ancestor in the deity realm of the ruins of End. This is a huge opportunity." Hanju said, "I'm not going." "Really? It records a Zenith Heaven technique." "No, I'm not going." "Do you think I'm lying to you? Then, do you need me to save you?" "No need." Tao Sovereign was furious. Hanju was looking down on him. Zhao Shenyuan, who had not said a word, couldn't help but say, "Brother Tao, stop pretending. I can't hold on anymore. Call for help." He looked at Hanju and said, "We indeed discovered the Tao literature. The restrictions are too strong. We wanted to go back and call for help, but we were stopped by a Zenith Heaven expert on the way. He deduced that we had karma with the Tao literature. There was no need to say anything else. It was just a confession." Hanju said, "You should tell the truth. I'm helpless. The current Heavenly Court couldn't save Tao Sovereign." Tao Sovereign said, "You can think of a way to contact Li Daokong. He will definitely be interested." Hanju said, "You can't always ask me for help, right? You have to pay something." Tao Sovereign fell silent. Zhao Shenyuan said, "If we're saved, we're willing to share the Tao literature with you. Can we share it directly in the chaotic domain?" "Yes, but not now. We haven't had time to comprehend it." After Hanju agreed, he hurriedly left the chaotic domain. After returning to reality, Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao token and started to use his dermic powers. After the Heavenly Emperor left, this token should have been given to Fong Liang. Soon, his divine sense connected. A familiar voice sounded, "Grandmaster." It was Fong Liang. His voice trembled, clearly nervous. Hanju asked, "How does it feel to be the Heavenly Emperor?" Fong Liang smiled bitterly. "Not good. I'm under a lot of pressure. Actually, I didn't want this, but..." Sigh. He couldn't help but feel bitter. Hanju couldn't be bothered to ask. He directly told Fang Liang what Dao Sovereign had asked him to tell Li Daokong. As for whether Li Daokong would go or not, that was up to him. Hanju couldn't care less. No problem. Fang Liang agreed readily. He paused and asked, "What's your relationship with Li Daokong?" "He admires you and hopes to see you again." Hanju replied, "Help me thank him for his kind intentions. I'm avoiding the calamity. After the immeasurable calamity ends, I'll personally visit him and also go to the heavenly court." Fang Liang smiled and said, "All right, I'll give you the title of Heavenly Emperor to master. Don't be ridiculous. I don't want it. That's all, bye." Hanju hurriedly cut off the divine sense connection and continued cultivating. Heavenly Court. Fang Liang came to Li Daokong's palace and told him about Hanju's request. Li Daokong asked curiously, "Where's your grandmaster hiding? Why can't I deduce it? Could he be in the 9 nether purgatory? Or is it the dark forbidden zone?" Fang Liang shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. It shouldn't be the 9 nether purgatory. It's already in chaos. As for the dark forbidden zone, is that place suitable for cultivation?" Hanju didn't know if Li Daokong had agreed to save Dao Sovereign. Even if he didn't, he was indifferent. To be honest, Dao Sovereign deserved to die. His talent was considered top-notch in the immortal world. Yet he went around wandering. His death was not a pity. Zhang Yi had already turned over a new leaf. When would Dao Sovereign be able to repent? He still had to come to Hidden Sect Island to change his ways. Hanju decided to kidnap Dao Sovereign in the future and educate him. He would become a member of the Hidden Sect in the future. The chaotic physique was qualified to enter the Hidden Sect. In the dark space on the sun, Zhou Fan was frantically absorbing the true sun flame. His entire body had turned into a flaming man, but his eyes were still clear as he stared into the darkness. Almost. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and gasped. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. "You can actually absorb the true sun flame? How is that possible? Wait. Why is the heaven-earth firmament cauldron in your soul?" Di Lantian's voice was filled with fear. Zhou Fan said coldly, "What? Are you afraid? Who are you?" Di Lantian asked angrily. He appeared and looked down at Zhou Fan. He was clearly very nervous, and his body was trembling slightly. He was the leader of the Golden Crow Divine Clan, a Zenith Heaven cultivator. To make him so nervous, it could be seen that the heaven-earth firmament cauldron was not simple. Zhou Fan roared, "I'm immortal. What? Are you afraid after seeing the heaven-earth firmament cauldron? Are you afraid?" Di Lanyue's expression changed. Zhou Fan tried his best to calm down. His expression turned sinister as he smiled. "You want to resolve karma? Then give me this sun. I want more suns. Otherwise, you can forget about resolving this karma. Let's see if you dare to accept it." Killing intent flashed across Di Lantian's eyes. He asked, "Really?" Zhou Fan smiled and did not reply. Di Lantian suddenly raised his hand. An endless true sun flame condensed in his palm. It quickly surged into a huge 3-legged golden crow. He waved his hand, and the enormous 3-legged golden crow swooped down and swallowed the sun. Another 10 years passed. Hanju opened his eyes and started to check his emails. "Your good friend Zhou Fan has awakened his divine soul. He has obtained the providence of the heaven-earth firmament cauldron. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a deity realm mighty figure of the Golden Crow Divine Clan and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Li Daokong has comprehended the Tao literature. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Hao Tian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Dao Sovereign was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured." Only Zhou Fan attracted Hanju's interest. The other emails were not surprising. The heaven-earth firmament cauldron sounded impressive. If a Dharma treasure could show its name in the emails, it might be a heavenly Tao supreme treasure. Hanju asked curiously, Why can Zhou Fan keep obtaining opportunities? 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 5 billion years. What the heck? Wasn't this higher than the price for Jade Emperor Zhou Yan's information? Could this guy be a sage? Deduce. Han Ju was shocked, but he still gritted his teeth and activated it. I want to see what this fellow is hiding. Zhou Fan, rank 3 Immortal Emperor, one of the sage's Dharma idols. He transformed into a mortal body in the cycle of reincarnation. His providence is hidden in the heaven-earth firmament cauldron. During his ascension, the heavenly Tao fused the heaven-earth firmament cauldron into the depths of his soul. Unless it is the heavenly Tao's divine sense, it cannot be seen. His true identity is the 7 Tao sage. Han Ju was stunned. Zhou Fan was actually a sage's Dharma idol? No wonder his luck was so ridiculous. Wait. 7 Tao sage, isn't this my good friend? After the lecture in the Great Ultimate Hall ended, for existences who were at least sages had a favorable impression of Han Ju. Ancestor Shitian, Dijuan, Jade Bodhi, 7 Tao sage. Han Ju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. 7 Tao sage, cultivation unknown, great Tao divine spirit. He controls 7 great Tao and has experienced the great Tao immeasurable calamity. He has lived in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Because you were praised by Ancestor Shitian, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. No wonder the 7 Tao sage had a better impression of him than Ancestor Shitian and Jade Bodhi. Could it be related to Zhou Fan? Han Ju fell into deep thought. Since Zhou Fan's background was not Han Ju's enemy, he was not worried. In the previous derivation of the future, there had never been news of 7 Tao sage. The great Tao divine spirit was clearly stronger than ordinary sages. He probably could not be bothered to fight for the providence of the immeasurable calamity. This fellow had experienced the great Tao immeasurable calamity. What was a mere heavenly Tao immeasurable calamity? It seems that those people who can't die no matter what have great origins. However, it shouldn't be a coincidence that they landed in the same mortal world as me. Han Ju thought silently. I want to know if the 7 Tao sage has any intention of harming me. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Continue cultivating. As the beings he interacted with became stronger and stronger, Han Ju's sense of urgency increased. For an existence like the 7 Tao sage, Han Ju's curse was definitely a breeze. Not only did his cultivation level have to increase, but so did the Book of Misfortune. In the 9 Nether Purgatory, Jie School. In a Taoist temple, Huang Zuantian knelt down respectfully in front of Jing Tiangong. Jing Tiangong smiled in relief and said, "It's been hard on you during this period." Huang Zuantian forced a smile and said, "I won't hesitate to serve the Jie School." He felt bitter. This sect was too troublesome. He had thought that he could avoid the calamity in the 9 Nether Purgatory. He didn't expect them to fight again. It was even more dangerous than the battles in the immortal world. Jing Tiangong said, "We have already reached an agreement with the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Next, I will return to the immortal world and ask the ancient mighty figures of the Jie School to help. From today onwards, you will control the Jie School in the 9 Nether Purgatory. With my sword as the token, no disciple will dare to disobey." He waved his right hand, and a bronze sword landed in front of Huang Zuantian. Huang Zuantian held his sword and frowned. "You plan to continue fighting with the Golden Crow Divine Clan?" Jing Tiangong said matter-of-factly, "Of course. If we can't even defeat the Golden Crow Divine Clan, how can we fight for the providence of the calamity?" Huang Zuantian's heart skipped a beat. Too uncomfortable. It wasn't over. Jing Tiangong said with deep meaning, "This calamity is extraordinary. It might cause the heavenly Tao to reshuffle. Our Jie School has to grasp it. Besides, other than our Jie School, I've also contacted the Dark Forbidden Lord. We can't lose." Didn't he just lose once earlier? Huang Zuantian cursed in his heart. He felt that Jing Tiangong had gone mad. The reason why he could reach peace with the Golden Crow Divine Clan was that the Jie school had given most of the 9 nether purgatory to them. Now, the Jie school disciples had to squeeze into a small area. How could they maintain the reputation of a sage sect? All right, you can leave. I'll leave in a few days. After saying this, Jing Tiangong closed his eyes. Huang Zuantian bowed and left the Taoist temple. After leaving, his expression darkened. Although his authority had increased, he was also in danger. This was not good. 5 years later, Han Ju, who was cultivating, sensed that Xing Hongxian was using the invocation technique. He stood up and stepped into the black vortex. Next, there was another commotion that lasted for half a year. Han Ju tidied his clothes and walked to the table to sit down. He asked, "How's the situation in the immortal world recently?" He didn't dare to rashly extend his divine sense, in case a mighty figure guarding the human race would immediately capture him. Xing Hongxian replied, "Negative karma pervades the world. The people live in misery. Not to mention the humans, the other races are even more chaotic. With the constant killing, it feels like the primordial era." Xing Hongxian sighed. She had long heard that the immeasurable calamity was very terrifying. She didn't expect it to be to this extent. She had previously gone out with a group of human cultivators and seen true mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Han Ju asked, "Are the humans still going to continue fighting with the heavenly court?" "No, but the humans are clearly ambitious. I wonder who their next enemy will be." Xing Hongxian sighed worriedly. She walked to Han Ju's side and sat down. She started to pour him tea. This tea was not simple. Contained Khanate Qi. One had to know that Xing Hongxian was still a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, so she only needed Immortal Qi. To be using this so early, how extravagant was that? The human race really thought highly of Xing Hongxian. "By the way, do you know Zhao Shenyuan?" Han Ju asked. Xing Hongxian asked in surprise, "Haven't you been in seclusion? How do you know Zhao Shenyuan? He's a peerless prodigy hidden among the humans. Like me, he has obtained the inheritance of a sage. Furthermore, he has an unprecedented chaotic physique. In my master's words, he's the person with the greatest hope of attaining the Tao below the heavenly Tao." Han Ju shook his head and laughed. "The heavenly court's Tao sovereign also has a chaotic physique, and he has yet to mature." Xing Hongxian smiled and said, "Indeed, I also think that he's bragging too much. Compared to my husband, who does Zhao Shenyuan think he is? You don't know how proud he usually is. He doesn't even look at us directly. Was he that arrogant?" Han Ju thought about Zhao Shenyuan in the chaotic domain. Why did he seem so aggrieved? Han Ju stopped thinking about him. Instead, he stared at Xing Hongxian and said, "Try not to enter the calamity in the future. You can use the excuse of being a sage's disciple to cultivate in peace. The human race won't make things difficult for you." "I know. Husband, what do you think of Empress Nuwa?" Xing Hongxian changed the topic and asked curiously. Han Ju scolded, "Don't talk about the sage behind her back. You should be grateful that you obtained her inheritance." Xing Hongxian stuck out her tongue and said in embarrassment, "That's true." She wasn't stupid and immediately understood what Han Ju meant. She didn't believe that Han Ju really respected anyone. This fellow even dared to fight against immortals when he was immortal. Han Ju was definitely afraid of the power of a sage. Xing Hongxian winked at him playfully. Han Ju stood up and said, "I'm leaving. Be careful. If there's any danger, use the invocation technique at any time." Xing Hongxian nodded, her heart filled with joy. She wasn't happy about Han Ju's promise, but his attitude. "Chongyuer, Mo Zhu, how can you compare to me?" After Han Ju left, Xing Hongxian smiled proudly. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju didn't cultivate. Instead, he walked out of the cave abode and prepared to preach the Tao for the hidden sect. Seeing him walk out, the disciples stood up. The black-held chicken suddenly shouted, "Master, why do you smell like a woman?" "I think it's Xing Hongxian. She had this scent when she came out of your cave abode before. Hanju glanced at it with a cold gaze, scaring it. With a thought, the aura vanished. The others pretended not to hear. Prepare to listen to the Tao. Hanju's words excited everyone. Another lecture. This lecture lasted for several years. Every time Hanju preached the Tao, everyone in the hidden sect would gain enlightenment because his speed of improvement far exceeded others. After the lecture, Hanju continued cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 32 years passed. Hanju was getting closer and closer to the sixth mystic divine origin. The momentum of the world became more and more intense. Hanju's uneasiness increased. He wasn't in the immortal world, but he could feel it. Perhaps he had already entered the calamity unknowingly. On this day, Hidden Sect Island suddenly shook as if it had been hit by something. Hanju was shocked. He opened his eyes and saw that it was absolutely dark outside Hidden Sect Island. He couldn't see anything. His divine sense was useless outside. Boom! The Hidden Sect Island shook again. This time, even the people from the Hidden Sect panicked. What's happening? Enemy attack? Don't panic. The sect master is still here. Grandmaster didn't attack immediately. Could it be that there's a powerful enemy that we can't defeat? Senior Lu Bu isn't moving. Don't worry. Hanju asked in the cave abode. I want to know who attacked Hidden Sect Island. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 2 billion years. Hanju gritted his teeth and chose to continue. He wasn't stingy, but nervous. 2 billion years was still a zenith heaven. Inauspicious evil. The mysterious power of the dark forbidden zone. It is condensed from the grudges of the ancient chaotic fiend celestials. It hides the chaos and transforms into darkness. If you can withstand this for an hour, the inauspicious evil will retreat. An hour? Hanju frowned. Could the Tao field stop it? He could only wait patiently. Currently, the inauspicious evil did not invade Hidden Sect Island. It was only that Hidden Sect Island was shaking and looked to be in danger. Hanju sent a voice transmission to everyone, telling them to calm down. Hearing his words, everyone was relieved. Over the long years, Hanju had already become the pillar of support for everyone in the Hidden Sect. As long as he didn't panic, they didn't have to be afraid even if the sky collapsed. The collision sounds continued. Seconds passed. In the end, an hour passed and the inauspicious evil left. Hanju was secretly surprised. This inauspicious evil was only a power without consciousness. Previously, when he read the emails, he saw someone being attacked by the inauspicious evil. He really didn't know how that fellow survived. Perhaps there were strong and weak ones among them. Until now, Hanju didn't sense anything and only knew of their existence. This power was too mysterious. Even deity realm experts couldn't spy on it. The more Hanju thought about it, the more his blood ran cold. How many unknown and strange mysterious powers were hidden under the great Tao? To prevent himself from being attacked by the inauspicious evil again, Hanju had no choice but to move to Hidden Sect Island. No wonder no one is hiding in the dark forbidden zone. This place is also dangerous. Hanju thought silently. After moving for a while, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Connate Providence. Check its origin. Connate Providence? It had been a long time since Hanju saw this notification. He thought that this function had been abandoned by the system. He immediately chose to check. Strange deity. Unknown existence. It has inherited the providence of the chaotic fiend celestial and has been nurtured for countless eras. It is about to become a spirit. It had inherited the providence of the chaotic fiend celestial. Amazing. However, this name looked very dangerous. Hanju's first reaction was to stay away from it.